You just messed up my gun! Oh, what an ugly-ass skin. Thought shit wasn't supposed to sink. But no worries, Daddy's awake, which means no more gun problems. Let's see what we got in here. Big update on Daddy's skins right now. This ain't it. Oh, you can finally play updated case battles. Try out the new game modes, or maybe... Oh, this isn't mine. Dude, I just need a gun. Yeah, here you go. Fresh from the factory. Still smells like paint. Take positions! Well, you never asked for ammo. Go jump on your own heads. I'm getting some sleep. Daddy Skins, we've woken up. Bomb has been planted! Oh, come on!
Welcome, everybody. We are live once again. The Fragadelphia tournament has been all over America and even heading up to Canada at one point this year, but we finally return back to the homeland, Philadelphia itself, here at the Block. We are so excited to be here with all of you. I, of course, am Andrew Big D Morrow, and today joined on the couch here, a couple of familiar faces you might recognize. I've got Get the Bag Mark, and I've got Tony. Why not CS? You know who he is. How are we doing today, guys?
I'm doing excellent, Andrew. Big D, my friend. It's great to be here in Philly. We're back, man. It's great to be back at the Block. The last time I was here at Frag was here, in March for the first Block event, running this venue back. I mean, it's a great time. But for the first time with a new look, a new era of Frag, Tony, it's damn good to be here.
Talk about the last time I was here. The last time I was here, I was scrimming because I was a player and we were at a different Philadelphia venue. The first time I was here, I was born in Philadelphia, Fragadelphia, it feels like. This is before we started making all the jumps between here, there, and everywhere, and I have to say, it feels great to be home.
Yeah, it's my first time here in Philadelphia.
Welcome on in.
Thank you. It is an absolute honor to be here. I've been thrilled to be downtown as a part of this. You can see City Hall just down the road from outside. I mean, it's weirdly enough, it was sunny today here in Philadelphia. Some might say
reference
even.
game.
Little reference game there. How was travel for you guys though? You guys just come in today, or you guys fly in here last night?
Well, you're hitting the nail on the head there with me. Yeah, I skirted in here this morning. It was sweet. It was simple. I like an easy flight, no delays. Coming into very sunny Philadelphia, man. It's great to get in here with no issues. And dude, I mean, the morning of a beautiful day to start off the land. I can't complain. Tony, how about you?
I drove in with good friend Donnie Buckethead. He's on the desk right now because we're on the couch. They're on the desk. It seems to be a kind of a weird juxtaposition of how these things usually go. But very handsome caster. You'll get the chance to see if you haven't already very much on these lands that have been previous. But driving is pretty nice, I would say, as opposed to getting the panic of flying. So I think it was pretty nice to just land in smooth, hop out the car, and right to the hotel.
That sounds lovely. Yes, I can go into great detail about the panic of flying, but I'd rather go into great detail about the format of this tournament, gentlemen. This is one of our 10Ks here, so it's a $10,000 prize pool. Do you know off the top of your head what they're playing? What that first easy for me to say, am I right? What that first place team is playing for?
5.5 thou. That's what we're looking at right now. 5 big ones and then 4 slightly smaller ones, but still big.
Yeah, 5,500 buckaroonies for the first place prize here, Big D. That's a good chunk of change, right? But I mean, we know that with a lot of the interesting coins of this, it's a lot of sweet money with this, but it's sweet competition. I mean, we just talked about all the sweet weather that we had all here in Philadelphia, man. I mean, some team's gonna feel that sweet success and grab the chunk of change.
Yeah, it's not bad at all. Well, and there's a lot of teams to get through as well. We know that some of those teams have already said that they're not going to be here, but we've still got plenty of teams that are here. Namely from EU. Which one? There's some pretty big names here from the EU right now, are there not?
Yeah, we got to make our way through what is a little bit of a rough format given some dropouts. The GSL, very unforgiving, but in some ways it's also one of the best, in my opinion, as far as LAN Counter-Strike at its finest will go. And these European teams coming over now. We've got our like heavy hitters and high runners now with NIP no longer here. Fnatic, Saw, Nine, these kinds of teams that have made their way from all different lands recently and trying to get just that last scraping bit of VRS points out in the last moments. OG as well, coming off hot from a second place finish in a most recent tournament, which is something we can talk about a little bit more later on as well.
Yeah, man. I mean, specifically I think it's 15, 16 teams that we had like signed up from Europe, like total. And I remember like seeing the like initial page of the like signups, man. We had ENCE coming out here. Obviously there was, news this week of, I believe it was 5 total dropouts that we have. Actually, NIP this morning makes 6. But I mean, ENCE was a part of that roster. You had a lot of fun names.
If it seems too good to be true, it probably is.
Yeah, sometimes that's the case. And obviously this is a big one here, is literally the deadline for the VRS is on Monday, right? I mean, this is squeezing in right before the break.
Yeah, there's some major implications at this tournament, some might say. But EU is only half of that battle.
It's true.
And let's say a third.
A third, but unfortunately for the Americas, they're lumped into one group there. So South America and North America are the ones fighting for those Americas spots. Who are those teams jumping out to you guys from those groups?
You know what? I feel like it's actually fair that we kind of combine these talking points that we had as far as what we were going into following. It's just we got 3 South American and 3 North American really at the top side of that. I mean, I'll probably lean more into the South American side of things because it's where I'm most familiar with. But you've got your 9Z, your Bestia, and your Sharks, Mark.
Yeah, I mean, seeing exactly, what work, those particular 3 projects have went to, and honestly, each and every one of them had themselves, an off-season situation that, was a little bit hectic. Whether it was like, Sharks, unfortunately, disappointing, earlier in the year, falling, short. I'm not going to say so close to short of Austin, but obviously, with teams like Bestia being a part of that conversation to obviously qualify, that's where the nightmare started. We all know how that went, and I think, to be honest with you, Vince, or excuse me, I almost called you Vincent.
Wow, right?
Yeah, that's coming out for the early rounds, dude. Where we were getting back for it, like, to be honest with you, I'm really excited to get Bestia because as soon as we were getting back into the season, these guys hopped into online competition and it was really ugly.
Yeah.
But honestly, I kind of wanted to see them start on the same point that they ended, and I feel like it was kind of just that emotionally.
Yeah, and Big D, we've got 3 North American teams on that same side. Got our wild card, got our Marsborn, we got our Skin Rave, man. It's a race for how many spots?
I think there's 2.
Fighting for just about 2.
Right, yeah, I'm glad you brought those guys up because, yeah, we've talked about these South American teams, but I know North America isn't completely out of the running yet either.
No, definitely not. I think we look at kind of the favorites of the tournament, and then we got our dark horses in a bit too, to where North America is in a unique position where they're kind of all across the board outside of the conversation from being favorites. I mean, we look at Wildcard as one, but they're not even necessarily fully North American, so it's an awkward conversation to have. But we'll take it. We'll claim them as our own.
We'll claim them as our own. Mark, do you have any thoughts about these North American teams?
Yeah, I definitely do, and I'll come to bat and I think defend Wildcard a little bit. I think, like, for all of the unfortunate situation that they were in, and I gave them the worst offseason award earlier in the summer, Tony, which it wasn't even a competition, to be real with you. They've landed on their feet quite well. And I know that we were talking earlier, just amongst ourselves, it's so great to see, like, life back on the face of Stan and these guys that are really excited to get back into the server. I know I saw Peeping in here earlier. These guys are excited to compete. And you know what? It was through Fragadelphia that they lit their fuse back to the possibility of winding up at Budapest, right? That 3rd place out there really did the most for them in bringing them all of those points for it. I know that Otic was a little bit disappointed that they couldn't push it that far, but I mean, it was Otic actually that weekend that was second to Wildcard in, earning those points, right? In Knoxville, it was a farm for a lot of teams.
Well, and let's talk specifically about those couple of America's spots that are in the race. We talked about those teams: Wildcard, Skin Rave, Marsborn, Nine, Sharks, and
Bestia, yes.
And Bestia. Those 6 teams are fighting for those spots. Who really, like, jumps out for you guys at those, or are you sticking with Wildcard out here, Mark?
I think this would kind of pull into a different conversation, I guess. But I mean, I really I'm itching to talk about 9Z a little bit, to be honest with you, as they're in that bracket of 3 for South America, and I guess in the bracket of 6 for the Americas, to where I'm saying to myself, they're mine. Like, I pick them. I think that they're a team that have made pretty drastic changes in the last 6 to 8 months right now that have been very inspiring to me. Having talks about what it meant to lose Martineza, who was a really important piece to the puzzle, so we thought, in a Spanish-speaking team, now having transitioned into, or back to, a Portuguese-speaking team, pardon me. And with that, they've looked a lot better, honestly, truthfully. I don't know how, but it's very top-heavy with Lucan being a heavy fighter, but even still, that team in particular, I'm leaning with them right now.
I mean, I definitely see where Tony's coming from. When we compare a lot of these South American in-game leaders coming in here, right? I really like what Max has been doing and really developing this next edition of the team. Honestly, I was really cutting them out, or really kind of counting them out after kind of the moves this offseason, where, to be honest with you, I was seeing them play way better Counter-Strike to the end, with Martinez and co. I think that obviously we'll get into a little bit later how that move wound up, kind of great for everybody, but I think I'm not going to exactly dip into Tony's camp too much. Dude, we have to throw the word favorite out there with an America's team here where we simply are. I know that you're not even digging into that until you literally get into past the 10 seed out here in the tournament. Fnatic comes in as 1. I know that we had Liquid drop out. They're still a North American team to some, but obviously they would have been there, I believe, ranked 4th, but not joining us in Philadelphia this weekend.
No, unfortunately not. But we do have several teams that aren't necessarily in the VRS race, but I think this will be where Tony's very excited to talk once again about 9Z. There are a couple of dark horses, one from each region kind of. We've got the Copenhagen Wolves from EU. We've got Marsborn from NA, and then we've got 9Z in South America. These guys can pull off some upsetting moves here. Yes,
and to start, I guess, with the 9Z team and what they've been able to do right now, it's the conversation of dark horse doesn't necessarily just mean that they make the major. For me, if we're talking about Fragadelphia, the dark horse in 9Z means that not only will they be making the major if they were to do very well here, but it will also be ruining and dampening the chances of teams above them. If we're talking about the lowest end of that board, realism, is it going to be these teams that are on the bottom side? Likely not, but 9Z have an argument to be made about their individuals and about their trajectory that not many other have. So if they are going to be labeled a dark horse, they are a true dark horse in not only bumping themselves up, but kind of bumping out some of the other teams as well.
Mark, I know you've got things to say about this.
No, I look, man, it's going to be really destructive. I think that's going to be a matchup that's really going to coerce some people. But I think one that is as well, one of the teams you mentioned, if I can bring up Marsborn, right? I think we're all really excited to see them show up to LAN. I was talking to Grizz earlier in the week. They are psyched to just debut 60 on LAN. I mean, this is going to be great. Referring back to interviews that Wolfie literally had back in Canada, talking about, bringing Viz into this roster, the problems with adding players in North America specifically, because there's a lack thereof. I mean, Viz was, practically subbing in on Party Astronauts for the last year before, actually getting the call up and then going way above and beyond my expectations for how those roles were actually carrying out at the moment. But there was just still something off, right? Even when Matum was going into his native entry role, right? I think we were all expecting Grizz's stats to go through the roof and a lot of things to change, but they just didn't, right? And then obviously where you got CXCI sitting out there, I kind of feel bad for Matum. I know he just coded the Marsborn team website, but I know that he's on to good for brighter pastures. He's gonna it's a pretty good website. But he's gonna be getting a new team here soon enough. But I mean, the thing is this is a no-brainer. This is a move that Matum isn't going to be upset about. I mean, when Wolfie was complaining about no players to pick up, this is your guy. This is your guy. This is a team with enough experience to demand a player like CXCI
Just brief interjection, not even anything long, is the fact that CXCI was kind of taken away before his time from this echelon of Counter-Strike to where this is where I feel like he's meant to be right now. This is where he'll shine, and this is where he'll be able to uplift a team like Marsborn, whereas Complexity, maybe it just wasn't ready.
No, I think those are all brilliant points. Absolutely. I'm excited about all of these teams here, but let's talk a little bit about the ones who are favored to win the entire tournament here.
The big boys.
The big boys. A lot of people are calling it for OG here, or maybe even wild card. What are your guys'?
What do you got?
Where are you at on this?
For me, it's got to be Saw that we're looking at to take the entire thing. With the most to like qualify here in Philadelphia with, obviously, where you have a really uncomfortable place. I feel like for a lot of the European teams showing out here to Philadelphia, I feel like there's definitely a bit of like a trap game environment that can come here, and maybe you can get a like sneaky win out of one of these teams like on land, like you go up against a Venom, whatever it is. It can even be European competition, right? I think with the like pressure adding up in an environment like this, right? In an environment like this, are Saw going to be able to kind of answer those expectations and go on to Budapest?
And Tony, real fast, who's your favorite?
You kind of already said it. I mean, I kind of have to be in the camp of OG. I feel like they've got a lot of explosivity, a lot of young players in that team, and particularly their in-game leader, I think brings a lot of energy to the server as well as creativity, and that's something that I'm willing to keep an eye on. I
think that's brilliant. Well, and we've gotten to talk a little bit about the big picture here with the VRS implications, the format of the tournament. Now we're talking a little bit about some favorites, but yeah, let's talk about our first matchup here. We have got Lag versus Bounty Hunters.
I even just saw Mason walk by right now.
So excited.
He just got in. Him, DJ, their coach, all off the plate.
They're
they
all
just got here, baby. They got to be ready to go. I mean, it says a lot when the Brazilian team is showing up to a North American event before you are. Am I right, Tony?
Yeah, you're absolutely right. However, if we're talking about people who have shown up, it's DJ, almost out of nowhere in the middle of what was already a very turbulent season for them to try and pull into the VRS system for replacing what was initially Brett, and then already going into this veto where we're going to see not a new look Lag, but a Lag that I think is severely different in ways that I wasn't expecting, but I don't know whether or not I can say is good or bad just yet. Time will only tell, and this match is a great way to begin it all off. Their first land together is 5.
Yes, it certainly is. And the jury's still out on whether or not these moves are different, but Mark.
Oh, wow.
How are these vetoes looking to you? Do they are these any surprises for you? Are you familiar with the map pool of these teams?
I mean, certainly with this pick of LAG coming into train, it's one that, even discussing like the conversations we were personally having earlier, man, I'm going to be really liking what, Wolf is going to be bringing to the anchor spots in this map. I think he's literally the best anchor in North America at the tier 2 level. And when LAG have that type of talent, at their disposal, I think that's going to be great for them. But this nuke really gets me excited here. And LAG get a chance at a CT side, Tony. Dare I say, that's a great opportunity for them.
I think it's going to be so very fun to catch this train game from Lag. It's something that I've seen online. It's something that I've seen historically Wolfie play on multiple different teams and iterations of them on LAN, and now getting all of that brought together. These guys are going to give us a show, I think. Nuke, frankly, not really all too sure what we're coming to witness right now, because there's a conversation that between these two teams we haven't had, actually, is that on the other side of things, for Bounty Hunters, they've also changed leadership. They've gone from Kaiser in the AWP IGL role, gifting that role of in-game leader over to Ninjas, who they've brought in. So this is a weird juxtaposition between the two teams who are on the same boat, but the previous in-game leader still exists in Bounty Hunters right now. They've bolstered their firepower with Period Jr. It's they who have a lot more in terms of change that they've had to go for. But the side of Lag, again, it's the same team, but a different shade.
Sure. Well, let me ask you this then. Is this going 3 maps? Are we going to see Ancient in this series?
I actually could see it. I'd like to see it, actually. I think this, out of the games that we have projected for today, would be one of the ones where I wouldn't be shocked at all.
Yeah, I think I'm right there with Tony. I mean, especially where a LAN environment, we're kicking it off, man. I got to, address the circumstance of everybody getting ready to go here on a Thursday night, right? Like, extending even this LAN an extra day with, how much demand we had for teams to come out here to Philly. Teams got to be ready to roll. And for a Bounty Hunters project that's seen into a lot of different faces, just had this transition like Tony describes, I'm excited to see Kaiser finally get on LAN in front of my own eyes. I think he's a guy that's got a lot to give here. And I was praising Consti earlier. I'm really excited to see that matchup particularly come down on Train.
Sorry, I had one more thought.
Please.
I'm pretty tentatively excited to see what Kaiser has to offer in the AWP role alone. Because what I've seen from him as an in-game leader and an AWP player has been a little bit few and far between, with very high highs and very low lows, and that seems to be a reoccurring theme for South American Counter-Strike, actually. So now that they keep him, they don't pick up a new AWPer, they let him pick up his natural role. I'm excited to see what that has to offer on a map like Nuke. That's going to be the biggest and best show for us, and it's their pick.
Yeah, I'm excited about this series as well. Just to throw my thought in there, for a moment. I love any.
You're one of us now.
Yeah, any best of 3 that's not just on Mirage, Inferno, Dust, right? Like, it's always exciting to see some of these more tactical heavy maps come out into the pool as well. Mark?
I'm always a fan of Nuke, man. It's my favorite to the function. So to figure it out first here, man, to kick it off at our Fragadelphia Blocktober weekend, baby, I'm excited for it.
Well, I'm excited for it as well, folks. Here we go. We are ready for the casters now. We've got Buckethead and All In Gaming for you guys. Take it away, fellas.
I spy something with my little eye. VRS in the horizon. We have a very beautiful tournament here. We're back in Philadelphia, my birthplace as a caster. A year ago, I met you. I met all the lovely people here at Frag, and it's very nice, after all the traveling, to finally end back where we consider home.
I definitely, this is the home city of Frag. It's called Fragadelphia for a reason. And we're back on home turf at none other than the block. And honestly, great place to be, great everything overall, great teams. And, I think this is the true stepping stone right now for NA to maybe get back what we've lost, our pride at Fragadelphia as the NA champions. It seems like EU's kind of been walking on us recently around here.
I mean, EU has won a few in a row. They were the winners out in Vegas. They were the winners
that was
out.
Nip one.
Yes, and then they were the winners out in Windsor. We did get a stab back.
That was Poland.
At Knoxville. That was Europe, Poland,
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
We did get a little bit of a stab back at Knoxville, where NRG won. Sadly,
True.
not joining us this time around. They are partaking in tournaments elsewhere. But speaking of NA being on top, Lag Bounty Hunters with this map pool, I unironically really am excited to see what Lag can do. Because I think this is a map pool and a set of circumstances where they can actually come in pretty confident. First map is on Nuke. It is the map pick of Bounty Hunters, but starting on that CT side is a very beautiful thing. I don't know. Something's in the air right now. Something's in the air.
Yeah, and honestly, Nuke starting off, I felt like that's kind of one of those maps that we see a lot. It's kind of a given almost at a certain point. I'm happy that we see Train. NA really shies away from Train, and kind of that CT side performance is desperately relying on it. If you have a subpar CT side, then you yourself kind of fall so far back in that map alone. And I'm just happy to see it because, us as casters in NA, it's far and few between we get graced with the presence of Thomas.
Thomas, the tank engine. I agree.
The one, the only.
And I do want to point out something that I don't think was really brought up by the analyst desk, if I'm not mistaken. Wolf and Sandman, 2 players on Lag. Both players I rate very highly. I mean, obviously, we can look at Wolf right there. I think everyone knows that he is one of the best, we'll say, up-and-coming players within the region. Him getting signed to Lag is a huge pickup for them. And someone who I don't think gets their praise sung enough is Sandman. A great anchor. He is an absolute brick on a bomb site, and it's really just a pleasure to see what he can do. Obviously, Inferno is where he's a little bit more comfortable, but I think on a map like Nuke, I think on a map like Train, and honestly, on a map like Ancient, he's really going to be a hard person to get past.
I agree. He is one of those persons that you put on a site, he is the first line of defense, and he's the last line of defense, and he will not go down quietly. He will get 1, he will get 2, he will be that game-changing presence that, Lag right now, I would say probably maybe the underdog in this matchup versus, a very, seasoned Brazilian squad, very well, very versatile. I'm not like Tony, how he is with the, South American scene. I'm not as in-depth as him, but I mean, right now, Lag, there's a chance. There's a chance that they could have a potential very early upset if, everything goes according to plan. But this is CS. This is day 1 of Frag, and as we know, nothing really goes to plan, ever.
Nothing does really ever go to plan. Much like how the winner of this game will be facing Fnatic. Fnatic not having everything go to plan. They did just announce on their Twitter not too long ago that Crims is out.
Yes. And
Jacasmo is standing in. So really a potential for either one of these teams to catch Fnatic off guard into that next matchup. But, before we talk about that, we do have to talk about this game and who's going to win.
We still got one more to go here.
Yeah, I do think I want to put in a firm prediction. I do think it will. Realistically, I think it'll go to 3, right? But I do think Lag are actually in a really good spot to try to pick this up, which would be considered an upset by most, but they've been in great form recently. I think DJ coming into the roster been playing great recently.
That adds a lot of firepower to that potential
Yeah.
as well. I mean, obviously, part of a lot of like higher level tier 2, almost I would say in the tier 1 range sometimes. A lot of the squads he's ran with in the past year, which was lack of a better, I think EG correctly at one point.
Yes.
Yes.
Sorry.
Okay. Double check there. Brain don't always work at 100% here. But yeah, it adds a lot of firepower, a lot of experience, and that is what, you know, I wouldn't say young squad, but maybe not as seasoned, you know, players as we see from the Bounty Hunter side. He brings that presence in there, and, you know, add on top that Sandman. It's a good compound that he brings a lot of, you know, just stability to that roster that, you know, and just obviously the firepower backed by him.
Yeah, and this is also a team that's coming pretty fresh off of a second place placement in the advanced season. So, you know, they're definitely riding some confidence there. And I would imagine coming into LAN knowing that you have a potential to really punch above your weight, something that they got to rely on. Even though they may not be in the running to make the major that is ahead of us, you know, cut off right after this tournament, I think kind of being in the spot where you can just mess other people up is more fun. In all honesty,
Yeah.
It's a bit upsetting that you know you can't make
Everything
it,
to
but
gain, nothing to lose.
yeah, you can just go play your heart out and try to be the team that made someone else miss out.
And, you know, sometimes it's you have these upset stories. You have the dark horses around here that have that upset potential with the firepower. And, you know, Lag is, I would say, one of those potential dark horses where there is a chance that they could, you know, make their way up to Fnatic. Now, if they get that way, maybe I'm not sure the upset potential against Fnatic's quite as there as we see potentially against Bounty Hunters, but that is what we're going to start here. It's Nuke, it's round 1, it's map 1, it's day 1, baby. Let's go.
The first game of the day starts with a little bit of outside contact. Mason taking a shot but having to fall back afterwards. Sandman's dual Berettas, trying to wait for some sort of ramp presence, falls back right before anyone could peek. I do like the double ramp dual Beretta play, but they're not going to be able to come into much fruition. 1-for-1 trade as the T's now take control of that ramp area and try to march down onto the B bomb site where Sandman is waiting behind the ramp. He finds one. Wolf next with another for himself. USP trying to tap away at that head, not quite able to hit it. Instead, it is more kills for Bounty Hunters and not a lot of HP on any of these players left.
Yeah, we're going to see 12 HP there on Kaiser. He's just going to try and run it back in towards Ram. Hold firm right now. He does have full control of this bomb. They're going to, you know, kind of play the trades here. They realize, one, there is a potential for that Hell player, and it is. Tap comes through, gets the kill, and it's Kaiser last alive. 12 HP, 1 on 3. But granted, look at Lag's HP. Sandman, 11, and there we go. Actually, opening pistol goes the way of Lag as they set that early momentum in their favor.
Yeah, very good. That's exactly what Lag needs. You know, you're starting on that CT side. You need to make sure that you take full advantage of that side while you have it. Make sure you get full advantage of every round that you can squeeze out of this half. And you know what? I do want to say while we're in a little bit of a pause while the timer runs down, decent crowd we got for a first day here.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's good to see. I think with a lot of the international presence as well has brought a lot of the fan base out as well. And, you know, you got to support the NA boys too as well. So, I mean, this is an NA tournament, so hopefully we can pull one out here. Wolf going to be the first one there. Finds some good kills there. DJ going to drop down with the FAMAS. Gets a tap in. What a round. It's gone. It's over in the span of about 15 seconds. The gun fights goes to a quiet. The gun smoke clears, and Lag pull out the second.
Really important to get a clean round there, too. I mean, you need to make sure that everything that you invest into that round stays alive, and that's exactly what they did. Clean kills, not letting Bounty Hunters get anything done at all. But now's the real test. Now's when the AKs come out for these Ts, and now's when real opposition can start to step foot.
Free round here for the NA boys. Bounty Hunters looking to kind of bounce back off this one. 5 AKs spread across there. A little light on that utility, but Bounty Hunters could quite easily crack open this site, especially starting with the way outside. Going to take a fight there, and it is going to be the first kill going the way of Bounty Hunters as they start to get a little bit of foothold on that outside presence.
Yeah, now when we have the guns out, I think it's an important thing to touch back on what Tony said over on the desk. Kaiser just opping now. Ninjas is the one that is behind the sticks for the IGL, so we're going to have to see how this T-side works over on Nuke. It seems pretty well thought out so far, a nice even spread. There is starting to be a little bit of a stack up towards that ramp, and some space being made outside. Nade perfectly blows that smoke. That's a good kill for Bounty Hunters to open up that outside presence a little bit more.
Waiting in the arms of that smoke there right behind Sandman. Gets the shots in, not clearing the close corners there, but it is still going to be a man advantage. Now a two-man advantage there for Bounty Hunters. It looks like these AKs are finding that space and finding the kills, as it is just going to be 2 players left alive for Lag. And, you know, this is that free round for Lag, so not a lot to lose, but a lot to gain potentially off this. It is going to be this bomb plant down, and Lag now kind of contemplating. They have picked up an AK, and granted, you'd probably want to save that one. Wolf, though, on the other hand, can kind of hunt down. He has a little bit of utility he can use very sparingly to give him a little access to some of these kills, but it's just going to be exits unless he decides to grasp that M4. Maybe bring that one over as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's really important to keep these guns alive. You know, the money is pretty good for DJ and Wolf. Honestly, and Consti as well. Sandman and Mason might need a little bit of help, so if you can keep these 2 guns alive, you're still going to be able to invest into the next round after losing this. And a great hit from Bounty Hunters. Really good at taking that spread, taking that initial contact outside, keeping the late lurk there to even get more control, and then just punishing the ramp when all the players already rotated over for Lag.
First round in the books for Bounty Hunters, as they are going to try and continue to capitalize and kind of build that momentum, keeping 4 players live. Definitely starts building that nice little safety net for the T's. Granted, not much is needed, as we see with Lag, as with the purchase and even with the 2 saved rifles, we're seeing them kind of limp into this. They do have that op presence, though, so that is one good check mark in the favor of that CT side.
Yeah, really important to have that op presence, Phil. And Kaiser, you know, he's still feeling good on that AK, but not able to quite get that scope out yet. So maybe a little bit of advantage going towards Lag, although the advantage in health definitely not in DJ's favor. He's already down to 7 with some util out on that A bomb site. Fury also down to 7 himself. First kill falls outside by Secret. That's a Mason with a little bit of a nice spray. Fret trades back, but as he hits the ground, player advantage is in favor of Lag.
Just barely, though. DJ skirting by on 7 HP, and we are going to see that re-aggression from Bounty Hunters back in towards Squeaky, but they will be met with the wall of flesh of 2 CT players, and they're going to bump. They're staring at each other, but kind of over their shoulders as the smoke clears. It trades, but actually, at the end of the smoke clearing, it is going to be Bounty Hunters finding themselves in an even 2-on-2 now. But that op's still in play, but has yet to really find any presence on the map.
Yeah,
I don't think he's fired a shot yet.
It hasn't, but it's making really good progress into lobby. Starting to look around. Maybe the low HP on the players of Bounty Hunters could be something the op isn't ready for. Behind the wall, they don't know how close each other are. Meanwhile, Fury is making his way into heaven. Oh, this is such an interesting spot to be in. 20 seconds left. Consti swings this corner. The AK's not looking anymore, and that's the bomb getting dropped. 20 seconds left, and only 1 T left with 7 HP trying to make his way down onto the bomb site. Bomb will be able to get picked up, and Molotov goes into that vent. Rotation not there, so bomb gets planted without anyone stopping it, but you have to imagine Lag going in together, Consti dropping that op. It should be a pretty easy round for them to close out on.
Pyria read this to perfection, but it matters not. Whiffs the spray there, and it is going to be 3-1 Lag. But again, timing was everything for that op, finding that 1 of 2 remaining Bounty Hunters player looking away at just the wrong time. And sometimes that's just the dice roll in CS. Sometimes you get CS, sometimes you do a little bit of CSing.
As you were saying, if that peak from Consti comes in 5 seconds sooner, it's a completely different round. That AK 100% of the time beats the op in that close range fight.
Oh, yeah.
And it's actually forced Bounty Hunters to take a timeout just to think things over. They are still investing into the round from the looks of it. Plenty of money to go around, except for Freck, who is on the Glil instead of the AK.
Now, quick question. How do you feel about double op on Nuke? Yay, nay, sometimes, situational?
I think it depends on really where you're placing it. If you like having an op presence at ramp and then you have another op that's focused mainly on outside, I think it could be good. But at the same time, it's such a fragile place with the economy still. I know it's been better for the CTs. I think double op in general right now is just kind of a scary thought to go for, even though it could
Even with that
you.
CT economy boost, still kind of skeptical?
It still just doesn't always make me feel comfortable personally, but definitely, if a team's got 2 good offers, go for it.
Yeah, and I'm not going to say there's a plethora of oppers in NA right now, but some secondary oppers definitely could, kind of throw that weight around. We are going to be getting in this, and maybe this op that we just so have spoken of may be able to find as the smoke gets torn in half, but not sure if he spied anything or if it was just a shot through the box. Kind of hard to tell. But they do realize that bounty hunters have got that full outside control, but have yet to really force their way down secret until now.
Well, the nade could have been good to break the smoke, but Mason wasn't in the right spot to peek for it. He had to reload, so bounty hunters do get a little bit more leadway. And Kaiser really wants to find something with this op. The timing couldn't be worse. He falls down as soon as he spots a player. Mason also spotted that op out himself. Bounty hunters really need to start to make their way towards secret. All the smokes have cleared. They do have a foothold in the bottom section of the map, at least for one player. Op shot misses. Mason barely able to keep his life alive. Oh, this is such a gross spot to be in, but one spray is good. Immediately traded back, keeps us into a 4-on-4. The T's want to try to make their way in through mini, it seems. DJ's got to be a brick right now. DJ needs to get these kills. Sees them all top come in. That's 1-2 found. Actually, a team kill. MP9 comes up huge. Zock's the only one left, and as he falls, maybe a little bit of help from the opposition, but Lag do find themselves with another round, making it 4-2-1.
And that was actually a very tough spot to get one in. And definitely that little bit of delay gives that MP9 player from the back site some timing, some space to swing in from back. Good timing overall, good position as well. And that's what we like to see from Lag. You know, again, we talked about the firepower they bring, but we haven't really talked about the strategies they bring into this one. You see the spacing, the placements, everything's looking really promising. And if I remember correctly, this is Bounty Hunter's map pick, correct?
This is Bounty Hunter's map pick. And I do want to highlight that Lag kept really good pressure on outside that entire time. They were constantly making sure that smoke was not safe to cross through. Only one player was able to really sneak their way through, and then three got stuck back red.
Either.
Yeah, and even when the kill did come in through a trade, it was kind of Bounty Hunters being stuck in the middle of nowhere, it felt like.
Yeah.
And now with no money to work with, Sandman gets one nice spray. That's a headshot to collect for himself. Surely Lag should have a pretty easy time cleaning up this eco. Although 3 Deagles, nothing to sneeze at, as we see right there.
Exactly, and you know, Deagle's always dangerous in the right hands, and it seems like they found one of them as well. 4-on-4, we do see one of the players pretty low there, down to 17 HP. And this is a must-win here for Bounty Hunters. There is no, you know, maybe we can get a bomb plant. This is something that they need to win. They at least need to start chipping away at that Lag economy, as, you know, we do see it, it's still fragile. You know, Wolf, he's got an MP9, whether that's by choice or by design, preference probably for him.
He
As
does
he's probably,
love a good SMG.
He does. He's that aggro, wide swing kind of guy that you're like, dude, need to get 2, and here we go. Aggro wide swing, but only gets 1. One plays anti-op, comes through, shot goes wide, and, well, one more towards the back side from DJ.
That could have been really bad there for a second, but Zock and Kaiser, only 2 left. Now just the latter of the 2. 1v3 with the Deagle, and that's not an easy task. Lag got to be feeling good right now. Up 5-1 in a matchup where most people will consider you the underdog on your opponent's map pick. Granted, it's the CT side, but
I mean,
coming in swinging right now.
How would you favor this right now on Nuke? Disregard the teams. CTT side, what percentages are we rolling with here?
I don't know. I mean, you're still leaning CT
kind of like a 50-50?
I'd say like a 7-5.
Really?
7-5 CT. It's weird because there's so many different nuances. The way that Bounty Hunters is playing their T side right now, I don't think is the most effective way. I don't really think they're doing a great job at maintaining different spots of control, especially towards Secret, as the trade goes 1-for-1 towards that squeaky door. But I really feel like they need to put a little bit more pressure into getting someone in Secret, having that foothold, so a later lurk can come through, or just any really sort of backline attack.
Yeah, Lag right now, their eyes are forward. They're not worried about anything potentially behind them. They know they're secured in the back line. Unless this op doesn't find this kill, then it's a whole new story. But the op rings true, finds the kill, and that's exactly what Lag need right there. Maintaining that control and just shutting Bounty Hunters down at every step.
Feels like the first time that Bounty Hunters sent more than one person in through Secret is when Consti's most ready for it. They allow that space to be taken. They pull back on the outside control just a little bit so the op can have the impact it's supposed to. A beautiful play from Lag. And now Bounty Hunters, once again, in a position where it's not really easy to get much of anything done. Wolf needs to be careful of the player close. He's not ready, so it is back to even 3-on-3. And the B bomb side, although there's a player ramp, there's no one to really contest this right now.
No, surprisingly enough, we saw that op kind of rotate its way back up to its original orientation here, now making its way through trophy. So this site should be called clear unless we see Period get a kill, but this is actually, they're playing a little into their own hands there. Sandman finds one and then just kind of lost in the sauce there and looks to heaven, but was getting shot directly in front of him. The flank coming through, the timing could be good here. The scope obviously heard right there as they quickly about face, but there is still that presence lurking outside.
Yeah, Mason did just eat a pretty good nade, but still might be able to get something done. Consti slowly creeping up. Mason needs to be ready for this crossfire. One Tetris, 1 second vent. Hard to deal with. He tries to swing wide, not ready. Consti with a beautiful shot. He needs to hit this quick scope if he wants to get the round one, and that is another round for Lag. After Consti, a beautiful flank pays off perfectly. A 3K for him, and Lag with 6.
And this right now, maybe the jet lag's hitting a little bit here for Bounty Hunters, but Lag are looking strong. I would say almost untouchable right now. And, you know, that was a great crossfire setup, a very hard positioning. Unless there is really a true swing from heaven, you have the perfect counter to what they were looking at. But still, it was that op again from Consti, finding a triple in a 1v1.
Yeah, I mean, a crossfire from Tetris and from second vent is something that's really hard to deal with. So the information being given of where the two players were for Consti was great, but the fact that he's able to hit those shots with a bit of pressure on him as well, may I add, impressive from him. And I mean, I've said it already, but Lag's got to be feeling really good. 6 to 1.5 already. You still got a few more rounds to work with. Keep building this lead up.
Well, for the first time, it feels like a little bit here. Bounty Hunters at least has this man advantage, and now make it 2. Bounty Hunters looking a little more firm right now. They're looking a little more oriented into the right direction. But DJ, one more hurdle for him to have to be put up against here.
DJ can't get more than one here. Ooh, nice shot from Consti. DJ peaks at the perfect time. 2 swing, and somehow we're into a situation where Lag has the player advantage. DJ rotated perfectly to open for this door. He's trying to jump up. The T-swing will catch him off guard. Bomb gets planted into a 2-on-2, but Consti, or excuse me, Sandman, still there, and now we run it back into the 1-on-1. Consti versus Kaiser.
This is the revenge from Bounty Hunters, and there they are. Closing round there as it comes into now 2 for Bounty Hunters, but still down for Lag, keeping a lot of players alive pretty consistently. That money is looking strong, but not unbreakable.
Yeah, you really needed that if you're Bounty Hunters. If you lose that next round, you're putting Lag in a position where really anything that they get past that point is gravy on the situation. They're already feeling good about their scoreline.
Yeah, Bounty Hunters need to at least make this a 6-6.
Yeah, you need to try to keep yourself in the game while you can, but Lag still got the op-out. They still got all the weaponry they can want. I see a MAC-10 out on the IGL of Bounty Hunters, so that's a little bit interesting. But either way, DJ loses his life. A wild spray from Sandman, not able to connect, and that MAC-10 that I just mentioned actually comes up very effective.
Surprisingly enough, yeah, that was actually a huge potential, you know, weaponry advantage there for Sandman, but couldn't really get much going here. And maybe Bounty Hunters starting to shake off that rust as they're looking a lot better with these fights. And now it's going to be one more in the books potentially here for Bounty Hunters. They faked the first plant. Now they're going to stick this one. They're going to try and force this into a retake. If Lag want to potentially, again, money's not untouchable right now for them.
I think you save here. You definitely got to save, and that seems to be what the call is. You need to keep that op alive. Honestly, you need to keep basically everything alive. There's not a lot of money to work with. DJ has 0 for himself. Wolf has 1,200. Your loss bonus isn't in a great spot right now. So keeping these 2 guns alive is the most pivotal thing for Lag. And honestly, if something happens where they do drop both of these guns, Bounty Hunters could be in a position to really just swing back this entire half. It doesn't seem that the hunt's going to come through, though.
No.
It does just seem that Bounty Hunters are comfortable with taking a 3rd and leaving it there.
I mean, realistically, even after this round, they're on 2-round loss for Lag. The money's still very gray. If I'm Lag, I take a pause here, honestly. I discuss if... There we go. Thank you. It's like I'm ahead of the curve, Donnie.
Really
I'm ahead of it. I'm in their minds right now.
Hey, maybe you should get out of their head, man.
I would never. Anyway,
I would never.
Back to the money here. We take a look. 2K, 3 on Wolf, and that's really it. I mean, I feel like this is a half buy.
Yeah.
Consti can drop a deagle 1 over, And, you know, I think they have something to work with.
I wouldn't even really blame them if they didn't invest at all.
Eh,
Just keep what you have that op, have
5'7"
that
armor.
M4. Like,
I mean, it's workable. And especially at the close range angles of A. Granted, if Bounty Hunters find their way towards Secret, then it's kind of a little more area. But if Lag can at least keep Consti having that op, I think that's the real necessity here for Lag to keep this pressure on Bounty Hunters.
most pivotal thing right now. Consti 8-2. I mean, DJ actually in the kill department, at least even 8-6. Meanwhile, over on Bounty Hunters, it doesn't really feel like anybody is on fire yet. It seems like it's just been a slow start.
7-7.
Yeah, Imperials are doing all right, but it doesn't feel like they're really awake in the game yet, if you know what I mean.
I think they're starting to feel it now.
Yes.
It's starting to look a little better. And there we go. Good swing coming through. And it's going to be Bounty Hunters again. This is now like it's the third round in a row where they've had this opening kill in the first 30-ish seconds.
I mean, you notice the difference in aggression from Bounty Hunters. They're getting these opening kills because they just decided to not really play the respectful game anymore. They decided to just completely get into it. 5-7 good for one. Somebody's excited over there. But
Maybe
it
we
is
might be excited
a player
too.
advantage for Bounty Hunters.
Well, again, we've seen 5-7s do amazing things before. This may not be one of those rounds unless Consti can find this kill. But granted, this is kind of an area where you kind of put yourself in a safe position unless you have a T turn their back. But he's got the close angle of the player in towards Garage to have to contest with. Unless he can turn this angle quick and get into a good position to challenge it.
No way.
Consti now may have given Lag the green light for maybe a potential hold. It's not even to retake it. Bounty Hunters haven't even touched the site, and they got 35 seconds left.
Look how low Zaka is, too. Oh, speak of the devil. Freck, the only one left alive. Oh, my goodness. How have Bounty Hunters let this slip out of their grasp?
This is kind of a win regardless for Lag.
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing that can be done. The bomb can't be picked up and grabbed in time unless the kills come through, but Consti's just going to let that op ring one more time.
That's what I mean. That's kind of what I was talking about at the beginning. I said something that needs to be relied on is Consti in that op, and 11-2. I think that speaks for itself. Why you need Consti to have that op and make sure he keeps it. Grant, don't get me wrong, the 5-7s definitely did something for themselves. It's honestly Consti just playing lights out right now, and he's got something to show.
No, Consti definitely the highlight player so far of map 1 at least, and I doubt he's going to slow down really at all this entire tournament, but that's something that we have to wait and see. AKs are once again out for Bounty Hunters. It's got to feel really bad letting that round slip, though. Oh, yeah, their money. Terrible.
Yeah. It's not even a round win. They need to keep players alive, and they need this bomb plant. And again,
you need everything to go right for you.
Yeah, like minimal losses, leaving 3 alive, bomb plant, successful, wipe all of Lag out off the map, make sure nobody saves this time around, keep that op out of it. It's a big, long checklist, and an even bigger kind of hill right now that could potentially turn into a mountain of a comeback that Bounty Hunters really need to lock in right now.
And the util's not even really great for them. They are going to try to hit out on ramp. Sandman tries to fall down. He just does with his live Consti, the op that we've mentioned so many times. Once again in position to find that opening kill, has to fall back after that Molotov. But now Bounty Hunters, I mean, they feel as if they're stuck. The op presence is still there towards hell. You know there's a player that just went down the ramp into B site.
Oh?
Zak has a little bit of a hold in secret, but this is such a hard angle to clear.
This is a good pincer move if Sandman can't find anything, but thankfully he has at least a friend watching him over towards single. Sandman tucking in towards dark. He's going to try and at least play for the ones.
They know he's there.
If he can, but it is going to be the AKs taking a fight towards Vents, and somehow it goes 1-for-1, but not for long. It's down into a 2-on-3. Consti, he's still up, he's still around, he's still dangerous.
You always need to be ready, and DJ also making his way in through the back lines. Opscope should have been heard, not going to be able to see the player behind the silo. This is a really hard spot for Lag to be in unless the op can just find one like that. Khalil in the backstab now, DJ with it all to do. M4 missed the first few sprays, picked up by Ninjas. He's not going to peek. He knows that Kaiser has a spot where not much can get done. DJ tries to jump in, but albeit Bounty Hunters do win the round with, I'd say, minimal sweat.
Yeah, but again, money coming into play here now, coming into, the last round of this half. They're not sweating as hard, financially, but we do see, maybe a little lackluster performance there in the utility. And honestly, all things considered, not too bad. Only a little bit of missing utility. Lag, on the other hand, we've seen better days, but the sun's still out, and that sun's name is Consti with an op.
That's definitely true. 13-3. Just an amazing performance so far. Bounty Hunters, good outside control. Consti spotted a player jumping off a marshmallow, but not able to get the shot off. And Freck not ready for the lobby crunch. Consti's op finds one in the back lines. Very good way for Lag to start the round, especially considering the minimum weaponry they have.
Oh. This is Bounty Hunters have found themselves firmly planted in between the CTs, and that was a must for Sandman, but it does at least find one more. It's 3-on-3, maybe not. 1-on-3 now. DJ, last alive, he's got the op. He finds one.
Hey, DJ, there's a reason why you were brought on to this team, brother. You need to prove it right now. 2 more to find. No kit in play for him right now. I'm not sure if there's one on the ground nearby. He's got to go quick. I don't think there's anything he could really do.
No kit.
Yeah, he taps the bomb. He sees one peek. Trying to go with 5-7, but realistically, not much can be done. We do see that 7-5 half, and Bounty Hunters, I got to say, a great way to come back into this game within that last 5-round stretch.
Yeah, and I think a lot of that revolves into Pyria finding himself 11-9. At a certain point, I think he was 7-7 when I initially pointed him out as like one of the players for Bounty Hunters that isn't doing bad, but isn't doing great either. He's not performing at Consti's level yet, but you see him pick up that pace, only dying a handful more times, and now with 11 kills, he's not too far behind, Consti, the name that we seemingly said too often, but guys are on that op too.
I mean, no slouch at all, but we're gonna have to see how this goes when we go into this second half. It is now Bounty Hunters on the CT side. Good kill to open up. Make that too. Beautiful taps. A third one. Although there's a trade back, no one can. Oh, it's an ace. Here, just ace out of nowhere. Just completely tapping long range outside.
Wow.
That's one of those plays where you're not even ready. You didn't think the round could end that quickly, but Pyria's just there.
Yeah, and Pyria really opening it up strong there. And I mean, when it's just that smooth, like it felt like a death, not even a death match. Like you're just warming up your aim versus bots right there, and he's tap,
doing a little bit of aim labs.
Was it 6 shots?
Yeah, 6 shots, 5 kills.
Can't ever ask that out of me, honestly. Don't expect that out of me ever.
Don't worry, Anthony. I wasn't gonna ask.
Oh.
Don't expect that out of me either. No shot to ya. Oop, Famas, time to spray down, combining with the M4. Beautiful kills coming in. Although there's a trade, Consti's got 1 HP. Make that 0. Sandman, only player alive, does pick up the deagle, but he knows players are stabbing him in the back. 7-7 is the score line. We are all tied up after the bonus round.
Well, now it is really on to Lag at this point to really make a statement out of this one, to finally put themselves into the second half. And they had that momentum. They had it looking strong. But now, Bounty Hunters, I feel like really kind of took the wind right out of the sails.
Yeah. I mean, that's what happens, especially when you have a big play on a pistol round. That's one of the most important ways to not only impact the actual game itself, but the mental side of the game. When someone just taps away at you on pistol round after you have the lead, your moral's going to be crushed at least a little bit.
I mean, I do have a frail ego, so yes. But I do like Pyria's play here. He waits patiently. We may have a friend that would do the exact same thing, but with a Zeus. Not going to say name. He might be the guy pushing the buttons right now. Also, potentially Marky as well, I'm being told.
Well, we got to wait and see. None of those players are in the game right now.
No.
We got professionals on the other side of the server. Not just a bunch of talent, but good way to open up the round for this MP9. Almost not being able to find another one. Trades go back and forth, and Lag are the ones on top for now as the bomb begins to have its numbers punched. Eyes are up top. Can't stop the bomb from being planted. But at least able to get that kill, and now a 2-on-2. Flashing the player behind the box. He needs to try to allow for Pyria to make his way in, and that's exactly what gets done. Mason playing behind second bet needs to try to find one of these kills, but neither can land. And it is Bounty Hunters for the first time this game, may I add, taking the lead.
Yeah, it was such a strong start from Lag, but now we're seeing that sharp fall off of Success as they just take a tumble downwards now, down around, and at one point up 4.
Yeah. Well, actually, they were up 5 at one point. It was 6-1 before Bounty Hunters actually started to have their little stretch of success in that first half.
And I mean, take a look at it. It was, 6-1, and then 6-2, then I think 7-2, maybe 7-3, something like that. And ever since then, it's been Bounty Hunters.
Yeah.
Out of the last, 10-ish rounds, Lag has only really grasped themselves a single one.
And Lag's going to invest a decent bit of money into this round. Not quite the full force, but pistols galore and one Galil to be played with. So at least a little bit of firepower. Might be able to get the ball rolling for this T side. It's got to be sooner rather than later, I'll tell you that much. And the one Galil going down as the first player is not the way to start it.
No, but maybe they can make it work here. But again, there's always a TK amongst
This game.
That is how it is, especially when you're just spraying with that Tech 9. It just finds its victim everywhere. Sometimes they may be your closest friends. Sometimes it may be an enemy. And the enemy right now is that
it's
nade.
so
It gets the
unfortunate.
kill, and cleaning it up is Bounty Hunters. Now a 2-round lead, and we are quickly closing into the potential closeout of this first map.
Yeah, great little play from Freck there, trying to blow the smoke just to stop the bomb planter, but actually gets the kill with that nade, sees one over the smoke, and then with that smoke being broken, sees a third player. So, beautiful from him. Although Lag assisted a little bit in that victory for Bounty Hunters, I don't think we were really going to question that Bounty Hunters had more than the right to win that round. Guns back out for this T side, however, does mean that life is still in this team that talks about their life being a game.
Sometimes life's just out to get you. But instead of life, it's just Bounty Hunters. But the barrel spotted there, gets the first kill, is Bounty Hunters, and that has been a consistency as of recently. Bounty Hunters just finding their way, whether it was on the first half or the second half, they've found themselves consistently in a man advantage in the first 30 seconds. And I think this is, calls for concern with Lag. Where is it that they are so lacking that Bounty Hunters can consistently find their way in between the defensive lines?
I don't know, right now it just kind of feels like Lag is really not comfortable with how they're playing this T side. It's not like they're not, it's not like there's not good fundamentals behind it.
And Bounty Hunters really hasn't essentially changed up the pace. They've
No.
picked up a little bit, but nothing too drastic.
Yeah, it just feels like Lag is kind of getting outplayed right
Lagging
now.
behind.
Yeah, oh, wow, that was a really good one. I'm really proud of you for that.
You shouldn't be.
Oh, I'm
should
not,
never
don't
be.
worry.
Oh, okay.
5v3, Bounty Hunters up.
A little country twang there.
Sorry, I'm thinking about being a cowboy again.
You know what? You're a sailor right now, and it's looking like Bounty Hunters are going to sail into another victory here as they just force the way onto its site. 4 alive for Bounty Hunters. And you can see, Donnie, the fist bumps are out. They're having a good time.
Yeah, no, they're definitely feeling a lot better than how we saw them at the beginning of this game. They didn't really look defeated, but maybe a little dejected in the beginning, but now everything's going their way. There is a timeout being called for Lag as they are starting to see the ending of map 1 unfold in front of them, and it really feels like they don't have much to do to stop it.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, 5 straight for Bounty Hunters, and I would say we even taken into the account the first half, I want to say, like, honestly, 7 or 8 in a row now for Bounty Hunters as we get some smooth jazz in our ears.
That's some good music.
It
I'm
is.
rocking with it.
Yeah.
What do you think Lag needs to do? I really think...
Grow
they-
hair.
You know,
Sorry, I got scared for a second.
I think Lag, I mean, this isn't the best round to comment on it because of what they're working with. It's just pistols for the most part, 2 rifles. I would like to see a little bit more pressure trying to get taken towards secret. Bounty Hunters isn't really even letting that.
They do have 2 hero rifles, and that is a full force in from Sandman as well. So the real hero rifle lies in his hands now. I would say, honestly, that's what needs to happen. Sandman needs to make something happen. He's been quiet. He's gotten some kills here and there we go. DJ finding that opening pick for the first time in favor of Lag.
First time in favor of this half, indeed. Freck not wanting to peek quite yet. Does have a rotation down below. Make sure bottom side's cut off for now, but DJ opening up with 2. Definitely putting a little bit of a foothold into this site for his team, and somehow A's just been left completely open. The over-rotate from Bounty Hunters allows Lag to get the bomb plant. They do strike back to make it into a 3-on-2, but not before one more trade comes in, courtesy of Sandman. Now the 2-on-2. Bounty Hunters need to try to quell this fire before Lag can get any momentum back in their favor.
They will at least try and smother this Lag advantage right now, and they are. Sandman, the man I said that need to step up and...
No.
Oh! A big potential whiff there as he's going to spray the smoke, starts tapping, finds the body, but not finding the actual killer.
Oh!
Guys, there it is from Lag. It all started with that overconfidence with the attempted knife.
Sandman needed to make that as stressful as possible, tapping everywhere in the smoke, hitting the player 3 times before getting the kill.
Please.
Oh my goodness. Either way, Lag.
Was he just like tapping to see if he can see a body in the smoke? I don't know.
Hey, it worked. It just stressed me out really bad.
Really, like, I mean, honestly, I was so concerned with what was going on. I wasn't sure if Bounty Hunters had a kit.
I don't know. Did Sandman hear him climb up the ladder? Did he make some noise when he was going up? Or did Sandman just have some, like, Spider-Man moment?
I think it might have just been that last step towards the top where he's like, oh, and pulls the knife out, and I think that last top step really gave him away.
Well, Lag need to continue this. They need to keep the fire hot. Asperia dances around one himself. He's stuck behind Vent right now. Just dancing his way around. Lag definitely, they don't look down and out. They look like they were having a struggle in the beginning parts of this half, but there's still so much potential for them to come back.
There is, and I think a lot of it, again, is going to have to revolve on their team starting to activate all at once, but there it is. Bounty Hunters, the opening pick, favoring them once again as success looks to smile upon the Brazilian squad one more time, but maybe not. DJ starting to close that door, inching it shut, still on a man disadvantage though for Lag.
He needs to try to find this kill, doing good damage, but now DJ in the 1v3 needs to find the ace to try to close this round out, but how much potential does he realistically have for it? The bomb is on his back. He's a decent bit of util to work with, but he needs to try to at least get this opening kill on the site first, playing behind the silo. DJ clearing everything but the position where the player is, and although the low HP does come into play, matters not, as DJ just not ready for the player to peek.
Close one again here for Lag, but the chances are starting to dwindle. And it is 8-11 Bounty Hunters, only needing 2 more. And we take a look at that pie from Lag as we roll through this nice little highlight reel of mainly Bounty Hunters kills. But again, that pie, it's Consti, he's got the hero rifle, but it's the Tech 9s and Mac 10s.
Yeah, this is going to be really hard for Lag. Game much of anything done. M4 good to spray down one, falls back. Still trying to take the fight, however, and running out of bullets allows the Tech 9 to take advantage. 4v4, a good spray. Imperia to keep the player advantage in for the CTs, but getting maybe a little too over-aggressive allows Lag to have control of the B bomb site. Ninjas is close by. M4 good to spray down one. Doors open, he finds 2 and makes that 3. Bounty Hunters, map point.
Last bullet in the magazine there, finding that last kill straight to the head. And honestly, I was thinking he gets 1, gets traded through double doors, but Bounty Hunters just showing up when you need him. Ninjas, just that unstoppable force that Bounty Hunters needed. It just a little bit later in the in the half here. Took a little time.
Took a little bit of time, but definitely stepped up his game. Also, I don't want to alarm you, but
oh, I'm alarmed.
Here he is, 26 and 12. Yeah.
Well,
I mean, as soon as that ace came in on pistol round, it was a lights out performance from
Imperia.
Yeah.
At 7-7 at one point, and then just he was like, "Whew, all right." The energy drinks kicked in. I'm up. The Celsiuses have activated the neurons.
Yeah, I mean, I guess so. Definitely awake is the way you could put it, but Lag back against the wall. Let us remind everyone that this is Bounty Hunters map pick. Lag putting up a great performance so far, but can they keep that dream of, maybe a little bit of a map upset on the table, or will it be Bounty Hunters to take the first map blissfully away?
Sweeping it up and out from Lag potentially here, unless they can really take one back here. This is usually the turning point in the round where bounty hunters get this opening pick
Such
and
good
lag.
aggression.
Yeah, this is going to catch one off guard for sure. They start clearing angles. And they might get caught with back's turn here. Sandman, but actually no. No, somehow Ninja still finds 2. But DJ at least chiming in for a single kill, keeping it within a respectable 4-on-3 in favor of bounty hunters.
And they're expecting a little bit more presence from these CTs here. I'm not ready to find a kill. DJ and Consti take the lead back for themselves. Low HP on both of those two, but Mason outside, able to make it just the player we referenced earlier. Furia, V3 climbing up the ladder, able to spray down the first. There's no way he's able to do this, not possible. The player in Mini does allow lag to stay a little bit further in this first map.
Buying a little bit of a lifeline for themselves here. There is still that potential early on, day 1, map 1. Surely, Donnie, we don't see the majestic, the rarely seen overtime, right? Or nuke?
What?
Never.
I don't know, man. Hey, I'm a big believer in anything's possible. I do think bounty hunters
still be
are
president?
in quite a good spot, maybe.
Fair.
I do think bounty hunters are
I
gonna
can buy Amazon soon.
get close to cleaning this one out. Good trades back and forth, 3-on-3 is outside presence now taken for the T's. One player able to make its way down through Secret. But Kaiser still playing back, waiting for the push to go a little bit further. CTs feel as if they're ready for basically anything Lag could throw at them right now.
And they have pretty much countered everything except twice in the second half. They line up for Kaiser, nearly a single bullet away from cleaning up those kills there, but still well within the danger zone here for Lag as we see Sandman just barely limping into this one on 16 HP.
Every player is in such a good spot, but Kaiser in the best, able to find ahead of one DJ. To fall, Wolf needs to have a lot of impact here, and as soon as I say that, his name gets taken out of the round. Now Sandman, will he be able to put bounty hunters to sleep, or will it be first map taken for these CTs? That is exactly what happens. Bounty hunters clean up map 1 on Nuke 13-9.
Yeah, a very, very stellar performance early on from Lag, but starting to just with a sharp fall off. Bounty hunters sweeping their map pick out at maybe the last dying seconds here. 13-9, still very close. Lag nearly just a step or 2 away from stealing that.
Yeah, I mean, Lag definitely was doing really good, especially in that first half. They were doing such a good job, but not able to close out, and we'll have to see what they're able to do on Train. When we return from a short break, the action will commence.
Even my grandma shoots better. If you were as fat as your mom, I would have hit you a long time ago. What did you say about my mom? Daddy skins gunfights. Fight with weapons, not words.
All right, it's official. Fragadelphia Blocktober is underway. We are done with map 1.
Yes, sir.
And not quite the upset, but Lag looked like they might have pulled off the upset there for a moment, but Bounty Hunter's coming out on top. Tony, I know you were furiously scratching away at notes that entire game.
Yeah,
Please.
I mean, just for the world to see, this is like half that page, and then hold on. Give me a sec.
Oh,
and then
good
this
lord.
page here. So yeah, that's basically how that map went for me. Talking a little bit about the macro of the game first, Mark. It was starting things off really smooth for Lag. It got a little bit dicey when it came to their bonus round, but my doubts as far as their CT side moving into their first gun v gun round quickly faded away.
Yeah, like I really think, like, in essence, you were trying to see into a bit of an unexpected nuke just in Bounty Hunters entirely, trying to really catch LAG for a fast one. I've seen LAG rip out, you know, this nuke in a couple of different online competitions, and, you know, when it's Consti playing with them, earlier I think in the pregame I brought up how, you know, Andrew was subbing in for them. Dude, I love what I got to see out of Consti at the beginning of that game. I mean, he was just ripping them apart. They got off to like a 6-1 start here, and it was electric, Tony. And it was, you know, the perfect game, I think, to introduce me and make me believe into the roster, this identity around DJ and what this is actually going to look like here. Because you know what? It was just so served up here to the end, and a 7-5 half, and I'm really looking forward to this T side. And it unfortunately feels like they kind of fell flat on their face.
Lag had this entity in Consti that was always on the move. It seemed like in every scenario, not even the ones where he needed to be desperately active and around, he was able to make himself a little bit of an unknown entity. His unpredictability, he was never caught killed in common angles. That's something he never really had to rely on in the first place. So when we see Consti flowing like this, when we see mid and late round reactions from Lag and where they can hang with Bounty Hunters, that's what gives me hope for their future. That's what gives me hope for potentially this map of their choice. And also, I will say, going into the second half, we lost a little bit of that explosivity, and they took a little bit more respectful angles as far as I thought that they would, and it kind of let the CTs in on a lot of areas where they were ugly in the most not really great ways for Lag in moments where they needed to be stable.
Well, and just real fast before we start talking about map 2 here
Sure.
as well, is that closer than you thought it would be, either one of you?
Well, first of all, dude, this is an FPL. This is the major. Here he is pulling out his damn knife, flying up the ladder in one of the most important rounds of that map, and it's their pick.
That's just insane, bro. At least you're doing it on day one. Like, we all know
Yeah.
that. Yeah. We can get a little bit crazy.
I mean,
in the
bro
groups
got an
here,
ace and a
but
4K.
Yeah, Group A ain't no cakewalk, man. You're
Yeah.
coming in here against legitimate North American competition, and, you know, potentially it's, you know, under the expectation that Bounty Hunters were underestimating them a bit. Here is Team Wicked captain Austin. We get him on camera real quick. Show up to Knoxville. He was playing with Mythic. I know they had a lot of fun over there.
They did have a lot of fun over there, but let's talk about this map 2 here, because we've got Train. We've got another tactics-heavy map. A lot of set executes coming through. Are you guys expecting more of the same out of this one, or is this where we're going to see Lag really push back on these guys?
To be honest with you, I'm really, you know, putting up my expectations for LAG here. When we got this originally around in the veto, you know, when I'm usually seeing LAG like run around in this tier 2 competition, it is with this train at the forefront of it, Tony. I mean, it is where they're able to, you know, step up to the Marsborns of the world and really like come into one of their best maps. I mean, it's, you know, quickly become in a lot of North American camps pretty common here, and that's where I actually think LAG makes the difference. I spoke a lot about Wolfie in the pregame and how I think he's one of the best players at the anchor spot, but he really struggled there in Nuke.
We have a hot AWP on Consti. We have some preconceived expectations as far as what Wolfie is going to bring to the table with what we've seen in Fragadelphia prior. And when I look forward to this map, I look forward to those two players being in tandem with one another as the DJ
Certainly.
system has absolutely fed into their strengths. Maybe some of the other players have started to struggle ever so slightly. However, that gives me some time to actually see them warm up into this map if they weren't on the last.
Well, either way, I think it's going to be an exciting game. And to get back into it, we've got more from Buckethead and All In Gaming. Fellas, take it away one more time.
An exciting game indeed was map 1. Map 2, now we are going to set our eyes on Train.
Yep.
Map pick of Lag. Lag doing pretty well, at least in the beginning part of that first map on Nuke. It did seem to kind of slip away from them once they entered the T side. What are your expectations going into this? Because I do still think Lag have a fighting chance in this matchup, but...
Oh, yeah.
Period.
I mean, honestly, again, it's going to come down to Consti with that op. We saw him such a dominant presence on that CT side. You know, he got the early picks. He put his team on his back early on. Sides flip, no op. We saw a sharp decline in his presence and pretty much everything from Lag as a whole, only getting 2 rounds in that second half. Again, not their map pick, but we are going into Train, a heavy CT side map where the op can, but isn't. The op is kind of a weird position, I feel like, when it comes to Train. It's very versatile. It has a role, but I wouldn't say it's like a necessity.
I wouldn't completely disagree with that. I think if you have an impactful opper, then the op is really important for the CT side of Train. However, with that being said, there's a lot of different things that I would say is more important for your CT side on Train. You want to make sure that you're getting control of at least one of the A extremities. If you're trying to go for T-Con or you're trying to go for Pop, you need to make sure that there is presence there early and you're trying to be aggressive. At least that's how I see the map. You know, the op definitely is very good for trying to anchor down on the B-bomb side and on the A-bomb side if you're playing towards that camera area. But Consti, either way, I mean, with the op or without the op, was playing pretty good.
Yeah.
Once again, I'll end my sentence the same way I ended my last sentence, but Pyria.
The stone wall that Lag just consistently smacked their heads against and came up empty-handed round after round was just Pyria. Cracking 20+ kills there after a very silent, 7 rounds, sitting at 7-7, and then just, well, he shot back a lot.
Yeah, it did just seem that Bounty Hunters really needed some time to warm up to the environment of playing on the LAN environment here in Philly. But once they did, they really did. They started to shoot back really hard. Honestly, Kaiser and Ninjas both with a pretty good game for themselves as well. I think Bounty Hunters do find themselves in a spot to potentially try to close out on that 2-0, but Lag's Train is nothing to sneeze at. Definitely a team that's capable. And speaking of a capable team, we also have a capable game that I see the beautiful countdown winding down. And we are going to get into it. Map 2, Lag versus Bounty Hunters, second map of the tournament. Anthony, take it away.
Well, this is do or die here for Lag. They win or they go into, well, not a great position. Losing the first of the BO3's. Winner does, again, go play Fnatic. And, well, who doesn't want to play a grandiose team like that? But the trades are already coming in, and then again, it's Bounty Hunters with a single-man advantage for now. The Glock's pushing forward, but still coming up empty, being bested by the USPs, leaving Sandman 1-on-4, 4-on-none.
None for him. There's one kill going away.
It's Bounty Hunters win.
Yeah.
I was confused for a second.
Hey, sometimes it's okay, but really good way for Bounty Hunters to open that off. Again, as much as I said it on Nuke, same can be true over here on Train. You want to make sure that you're getting every single possible CT round that you can get. You want to make sure that you're not letting anything slide into the opposition's hands. You want to make sure that you're staying aggressive and active.
Active they will, but with an ump. A very unlikely choice, but it may not matter against no armor at this point. Again, first pick going the way of Bounty Hunters as the Glocks try and potentially do exactly what the Rifles will need to start doing early on if Bounty Hunters make this a 2-0 start. Denying bomb plants. Ooh. And apparently denying any, you know, brains as well, because it's a little bit of a nasty headshot and nasty angle as well.
Yeah, I mean, when you have pistols to work with, that is such a hard angle to try to contest against. And now Wolf finds himself on his lonesome, a Glock in his hands, and trade that out for a P250. I don't think that the result's going to change much. USP had to come out to finish that off, but that's a second ace in the series for Pariah.
I mean, an ace map.
An ace map. Let's keep it rolling. You know what? Let's bump it up. Let's get his average up.
No, let's slow it down here. Okay, bud? It's starting to get a little ridiculous. Doing too good, I would say. But again, that was just an eco, just Glocks. No armor here for Lag, and not really much damage done either from Lag, as those Glocks couldn't really quite find any avenue of success. But maybe these AKs and Galils, backed by some good utility here, even with those bomb plants being denied, they at least still have reasonable weaponry to work with.
Yeah, you got something to work with going into this round. You definitely can start to whittle away at Bounty Hunters, but really good control into pop for the CTs right now. Lag's scared to even peek into the Brown Halls because I think they know that the presence is definitely going to be there and going to be strong. Instead, we will focus a little bit more towards Ivy. Consti backed up by one. We'll try to show presence there. Mason, meanwhile, able to find one kill, trades back and forth, allow Lag to have a 4v3. Zoc trying to swing into pop. No one there to answer that call, although this aggression is getting scary for Wolf. He's not going to be ready. Pop flash comes through, but not soon enough to blind his killer.
3-on-3. Things slow to a crawl here. Pop dog position unchecked and unknown as Sandman progresses forward here, tries to get some control of this A site, but that's the hard part about this site. So many angles to clear, so many potential avenues of failure. Maybe Ninjas might be the first avenue. So here comes the stress test. Swing from the FAMAS finds one, nearly a second, but the trades are there into a 2-on-2, a 2-on-1. Bounty Hunters back with that man advantage, and it's none other than Consti trying to take the first round here for his team.
Yeah, Consti needs to try to get this bomb planted. There's no way around it. 7 seconds left, swings out a peek, but now he knows that this is an unwinnable situation. So try to keep that AK alive while you have no money going into the next, and Bounty Hunters secure their third. And third in a row, third round of the map. Do you think it's looking... Do you feel scared at all?
Oh,
Lag,
yeah.
if you're Lag?
Oh, I mean,
you're only 3 rounds in.
In all honesty, I almost call a pause right here. I mean, you know, before the next buy, I would assume after this one, if this goes the way of Bounty Hunters 4-0 potential start for them, call that pause, and we talk, why the hell can't we get a bomb plant? What happened?
I mean, it's not a bad question to ask.
I mean, they've barely brought the bomb to the site, let alone started to plant.
I mean, if you want the actual answer, it's really good aggression out from Bounty Hunters. They're making this T-side scared to really go much of anywhere. It's only 3 rounds in, but the precedent has been set that Bounty Hunters, they're not just going to let you walk around and take map control. They are going to fight you every possible place they can.
It's that
and
early
look,
utility.
this round, look at this Ivy push.
Yeah, it's the early utility just denying access to site and funneling Lag into exactly where they want them to be.
Yeah, you're in a spot where you could double up, be bomb site right now, and that's exactly where they should be. A little bit of util does come through, but the M4 beats the pistols once more, make that 2 for Freck. And although Lag able to trade back with one, try to get this bomb planted. It will get the bomb planted. Lost Period does something crazy. Oh my God, speaking of crazy, what a flick from Wolf to find that headshot. 3-on-3, knows the position of one more. But it's going to be so hard for Lag to try to keep this site in their hands. Consti, the only one left. He does have an AK to work with, but no health.
Well, the round looked to be a little bit of greener pastures there for Wolfie at least, but eventually put down. Old Yeller. He got one with the deagle, and it was a fancy shot, too.
It was a really nice shot. I will give him credit for that.
It was. But, again...
Unfortunately, you don't win by nice shots.
Sometimes you do.
Okay, you know what I mean.
Yeah, I know I do.
This isn't a beauty contest.
I think you're pretty. I think you'd win.
Oh. Well, thanks. Now I'm excited to go into the 5th round of play.
But would lag win?
Oh, beautiful shot.
God,
Beautiful shot.
That would probably make me just like lean back in my chair and stare at the ceiling.
That would, if that was me in that shot, I wouldn't care that I lost the round. I'd be like, hey guys, you don't even know the clip I just hit.
Nice shot.
All right, T's swing through the T-Con. Presence close for the CTs, but it doesn't work in their favor as they only go 1 for 1. But the entirety of the defense is on the right bomb site right now. Oh, backstab, not able to come through. Instead, the nade finishes one off. Oh, there's so much damage going on from both these teams. Lag is so low. And now on to 2-on-2, there is the op-out for Consti. The presence that we said needed to continue to be strong. But with his teammate falling, it's all on him. 32 points of health, a scope, and a little bit of a dream. We've seen definitely a position like this, but maybe not quite the same. Not ready for the peak. Didn't want to give his position up with the early scope, but that puts you in a spot where you're in such a difficult gunfight.
Yeah, a lot less advantage at that point where, you know.
You're stuck between a rock and a hard place.
Yeah, and he was definitely in a hard place there. And again, I like the change of pace from Lag. They just kind of burst out Con. It looked good until it didn't. And that's just kind of how it be sometimes, you know.
Yeah.
But Lag, they're trying something. They're taking a stab at it. They're going back to good old trusted hero rifle on DJ. He does have armor, but will they have the aggression to try and cancel out what's about to happen to them here?
Ooh.
And getting the trade there, keeping it at least close at hand here. 4-on-4 Bounty Hunters.
I mean, DJ did such a good job with these hero buys in the previous map, so you hope that would continue now. With a little bit of space being taken, one player spotted. Consti tries to shoot with that Tech 9, but CT able to evade all the bullets. 3 CTs stacked up on this bomb site, where it does seem Lag are starting to exit, but great aggression from the IGL. Needs to try to get traded back by Mason, who has recovered an AK for himself, but he will lose it shortly after. Not really letting that gun sing at all. Wolf, DJ, 2v4. Bomb in their possession, but realistically, I mean, not much of a hope into this round. Unless DJ goes crazy.
Yeah.
Or Wolf.
Hey, we've seen the Deagle work magic before, but it was short-lived, and hopefully this round, he spotted the barrel at the last second, that jiggle peek right there. He's tucked in. They know what, but here comes the time, the swing nearly lining up, but it doesn't matter. Wolf falls, DJ falls as well. 6-0 start, and we did say train CT-sided map, and honestly, Lag need 3 to 4 rounds.
I would say that puts you at a pretty good benchmark.
Yeah.
I mean, on the bright side, DJ did go down before the time expired. There was still, you know, a decent bit of time there, but DJ, at that point in the round, you're in a 1v3, you have like 20 HP left. You kind of just need to die. Make sure you secure the money for the next round, especially when you have all the CTs that know where you are and want to hunt you down.
Yeah.
Speaking of the CTs, look at the economy over there. It's not perfect all the way around, but Kaiser has quite the pretty penny in his pocket.
He does, but something we don't see in their hands is an op. But we do see it on Consti, a T-side op. I'm going to be honest with you, I'm not a fan of T-side op train.
I am.
I mean,
I am.
But like, what are your points of success? T-Con and what else?
T-Con and Ivy. I mean, it's going to be less common that you put the op towards Ivy, but I do really think that the op is an important part just for Lag in general. But this T-side, you can try to pick off someone towards camera. If there is an aggressive play, that's when the op gets a little bit harder to work with. But look at this aggression from the CTs, already completely smothering T-Con. They leave it out after, but now Lag has to question for the rest of the round if Bounty Hunters has a foothold there.
Yeah, now you got to expend the utility that you really don't have much of to try and retake it if need to. Just get the information. Good boost coming up here from Ivy. That's Wolf. He's making his way around towards Brown Halls.
Yeah, Wolf needs to get activated in this game, I will say, and Consti as well. Albeit there hasn't been much that Lag has really been able to try to even do right now. But when you have your heaviest hitters both on the lowest part of the scoreboard, you really got to kind of question what's going wrong.
And here it comes right back again for Lag. They, comes to that point. How do we get back T-Con? They have to expend the utility to get themselves there, and they're already smoked off. 45 seconds left, and Bounty Hunters have played this to near perfection where this... when was the last time you seen a unicorn round where 5-10 alive on a save? I feel like this might be
There's no way.
No, there's not.
There's weapons on both these teams. If Lag don't go for a hit, I would be very surprised. But now the hit does come through. M4 good for 2, but DJ, smart guy himself, good for 2. Wolf able to secure a kill for himself as well. And it will be the 2-on-2. Oh my goodness, make that a 2-on-1 with Sandman on a late
It's not playing for him.
Not planning for him, and it honestly seems like Bounty Hunters is completely ready for this. I don't see a world where Sandman does anything. Oh, a little bit of disrespect at the end there, too.
I think he just, his mouse fell off his mouse pad. I think that's what it was.
Maybe you think
He
so?
flicked down so hard it went off the mouse.
Hey, I mean, listen, if I'm up 7-0, I'm probably being a little disrespectful, too. I'm not going to lie. Especially it's your opponent's map pick.
Is this where you start typing question marks?
No, not quite like that.
I mean, because again,
I would start screaming a little bit, though. The stage isn't too loud. I'm sure if Lag is able to break this losing streak and get around it, they will pop off.
Oh, yeah, I can't really see Lag being too quiet of a team, in all honesty.
They're not.
But again, there is still a chance at a 7-5 half. Granted, not an amazing chance, but there is still a chance. Lag just need to kind of do exactly what Bounty Hunters did on map 1.
Yeah, there's definitely a world where that happens, and that's a... Well, I was going to say a good way to start, but it's actually a 1-for-1.
That favors Tees.
Although, yeah, and you take out the heavy hitter on the CT side, so
yeah,
Lag find themselves in a decent spot and make that an even better one. They actually have the player advantage now. They just have to contest with that op of Kaiser. 1 to fall, 3-on-3. As I do fear Lag is being a little bit telegraphed right now. Beautiful timing for that peak to come through. DJ falls as well. Bounty Hunters wants to keep this as even as possible. Sandman, beautiful time backstab. And now it's just Frag. Spots the first one in the smoke. Should know the position of Sandman. A kill did just come through. Jumps up on that box, trying to dance around, and that's finally Lag, breaking the losing streak, cracking open that goose egg, getting 1 round on the board.
Like I said, 3 or 4 rounds is really the mark for a all right, T-half there, something to work with. It's not an amazing start, but it is constant. He's got the op, but something we haven't seen from him is many kills. He has a single solitary kill and such an essential piece to that first map where it was a whole lot closer.
Yeah. I mean, you can account a decent chunk of that first map to just Consti. You know, at minimum 2 rounds where he clutched up. Not to mention 3 rounds where he got a majority of the kills in that round. So him being out of play right now, definitely not great. And speaking of out of play, Sandman, first one to fall as this CT aggression continues. DJ puts an end to that, but Lag just can't get comfortable.
Is that just confidence coming out there from
I think so.
Bounty Hunters right there? Maybe going a little over-aggressive, a little overzealous. We've seen them, that kind of come back to bite them before, except in the form of a knife, but maybe this might, that opening, that trade, may have gave Lag a window into a second round potential.
There's a potential for it, but it's gonna depend on how Bounty Hunters react to this push out. Beautiful first kill found for the IGL over on the CT side, and now 2 kills fall their way as it is just Consti and DJ Op ready for the backstab. Hits that shot. DJ needs to try to activate with 1 more. 40 seconds left on the clock. Team Flash puts DJ out of commission for a second, but I think he spotted a shoulder, not able to get a kill out. The bomb in enemy's hands. It feels like an impossible situation for Consti to try to battle out of, but if anybody's gonna do it on this team, it might be him until he decides better of it, falls back and allows Bounty Hunters to continue their dominance, pick up an 8th.
No, doesn't seem like we did see what I may have predicted to come to fruition there. So Piria bides himself a little more space to work with here, sitting at a very respectful 12-6 currently. And Bounty Hunters at a respectful 8-1. Now, a 7-round league and a 7-round disadvantage for Lag to try and, you know, find something before this comes to a close.
And, you know, with such a, I would say a dominant presence on that first half of Nuke, you would think that maybe Lag had a little bit more going for them, but the T side seems to just be where they're struggling right now. The T side on Nuke, they only got the 2 rounds before the map ended up concluding, and right now, it looks like at 2 they'd be lucky to get in the second map.
Lucky indeed as they dip, duck, dodge, and dive the utility and the bullets. The run boost coming through the crossover, maybe bait out a shot, and they do. Perfectly timed there, gives Constantine that window to find the opening pick. Well, took them about 45 seconds to get there, but they got there and quickly fall off. Wolfie maybe gets a little overactive towards the back calls, but maybe pulls a player or 2 over while the rest of the players run out T-Con. The running Tech 9, nothing more scary.
Nothing more scary, especially when you're scoped in, but Bounty Hunters, they've been in these spots before. They know how to battle it back. Well, Consti is still good for another kill himself. Double op DJ. Consti try to conclude it now. The heavy hitter for the CTs is all
collateral
that's left. I'm gonna be honest with you, I'm not even 100% sure what happened. Consti did go down there towards the end, so there is no double op going into this round, as the Molotov burned him out. I think it was just an instant trade, Molotov for op shot.
Well, it all works out in favor of Lag, finding their second, and you know, one more is really the mark of mediocrity.
I really respect Bounty Hunters taking a timeout here. I actually really like that for the mental side of the CT side. Like, you know that you are in a great spot. You don't really have much to worry about, but as soon as you see the tiniest flaw in your game, you want to just make sure you jump ahead of it before anything else can go wrong. They want to try to close this out 10-2. They don't want it to be an 8-4. They don't want it to be a 9-3. They want it to be 10-2.
Yeah.
And I respect them for that. Oh, they actually have no money. I was looking at you the whole time I was saying that. I failed to see that Bounty Hunter's actually on a save.
Well, it was because of so many rounds of succession here from Bounty Hunters, and now all it took was 1 round to really reset them, because the mark of success isn't always the round victory, but how many you can keep alive to maybe keep that pattern of success going. And same could apply to Lag. They need to mitigate those losses, and they just have there. Good control from the AK Aspiria, tapping away with the Deagle, finds one more, and Lag, they do still have to be cautious.
At this point, would you even be surprised?
No.
I wouldn't have been, but Lag do close it out. And honestly, losing 2 there, not feeling too bad if you're Bounty Hunters. I was going to say, Lag, if you can have this completely clean going against Asiko, it's going to at least build some foundation of thinking that you can do it.
Yeah.
Losing 2 there doesn't feel great. You still got the round win. You're still feeling good about that, but you know that it could have been a lot cleaner.
It could have been, but it hasn't quite affected them financially, as they're coming in firm with an off, obviously, on Constantine for AKs. Bounty Hunters had to take a little bit of a downgrade. They have a FAMAS. They are light-handed in the utilitarian department, as Constantine fires off a shot, goes wide, and the aggression read perfectly by Wolfie.
You know, this is kind of giving me deja vu to map 1 at this point. Now we're starting to see Lag wake up a little bit. A bit of a different situation just overall for the story of the map. But a similar vibe nonetheless. And if Lag secure this next one, I mean, you're looking at an okay half.
Yeah.
No, you're not going to call it a great half, but you're definitely calling it something to work with as you head into your CT side.
Oh. I think something to note here is Consti. 6-8 after being very silent, very selective with his targets here. Mason just barely gets out of that fight alive, 3 HP, but now a 2-man advantage for Lag to continue to try and work with. And honestly, this is a very dangerous round for Bounty Hunters. They're giving Lag a feeling of potential success here.
I mean, you got to try to group up and go, but Wolf, not going to let any of that happen. 3 to close it out. Lag do breathe. 1 more breath in this second map. They want to fight to stay alive, and they're going to have to do just a little bit more as we head into the CT side, which is the second half of the second map. Ancient up to bat next if we do get that far. Interesting prospect, but it does all realistically come down to how Lag can play the CT side.
And kind of hinted at it before, CT side op, a whole lot more viable, I feel like, than T side op, obviously, giving Constantine a very large potential to kind of climb his way back in this leaderboard.
I mean, he's definitely warmed up since the beginning.
And Pyria has slowed down drastically. Still 14 and, and 9.
Still doing pretty good.
But I think at one point he was 6 or 7-0, I think. Yeah, because ace in the first round. So yeah, I think he was 7-0 at a certain point. And then, you know, still doubled up the kills, but 14 and 9, you know, kind of a stark performance from before.
No, definitely a bit of a fall off there. Now the South American side does gear towards the B-bomb site. Yuto comes over in. Wolf taking a lot of damage in that Molotov, half of his health gone. And the T's start to push out. Fruck is trying to pre-fire some angles, and glad for him, he does. Secures a kill for himself. Lag down a player. Bomb now being planted on their bomb site, and they need to try to find a way to stab back into it.
Well, if he has a smoke, he doesn't quite have that health, though. Maybe contemplating on at least dropping it. Oh, the back hauls trade comes through. Pyria falls, but in the same time, Ninjas gets the kill. And 2-1-3 taps at once, but Kaiser saying no abruptly. And suddenly, Wolf finds one past the pop relay there. And that is a must-win round for Lag. Now, unless they, they're probably, do you force? I feel like you don't have to, but you are going to give double digits to bounty hunters.
Yeah, if it was a situation where maybe bounty hunters have found their 10th air and you're trying to combat, stopping them from like penultimate map point.
Right? You kind of think about it maybe?
Definitely think about it, but they are going to err on the side of caution there. They are going to save into this round. Just a little bit of investment for the pistols to be upgraded, but bounty hunters should know what to expect from this defense. Trying to run out through T-Con, kills falling their way already. Sandman, Mason, only 2 left to try to fend off anything, but especially as Mason falls. Dire days for Lag.
Yeah, and again, Sandman 4-11 right now. Somebody we kind of hyped up quite a bit, and you know, the Stonewall performance we were hoping he really brought into it, that, you know, first line of defense, last line of defense, it seems like he's been softened up quite a bit.
Yeah, I mean, he didn't have a bad map one, but definitely not much he could do there. Bounty Hunters, that's 10, that's double digits. That's only 3 rounds away from Fnatic on the upper side of this bracket.
May not be as easy of a performance potentially.
Guns out for Lag.
Sun's out, not on Train, but the guns are out in turn.
Oh, Train is nice and rainy and emo. I like it. Fits my vibe.
It's a good aesthetic. Real good aesthetic here. We don't get the rainy maps. And honestly,
we don't get rain in Philadelphia. It's always sunny here.
Some might argue that. It actually has been fairly rainy here. But quick aggression, potentially out T-Con, thwarted by the smoke. And DJ with the spray through, but again, a little bit of team damage, hurt him just a little bit, but surviving on 2 HP. And the trade's coming through, and what just happened?
I'm not exactly sure. But a 3-on-3 is, I can definitely assure you, what's on the cards right now. A little bit of a technical issue on our part just got resolved. So we're back. We know what's going on now. 3-on-3. Low HP for a player on each of these teams. Lag, this defense needs to hold strong. They have a pretty good amount of aggression going on. They got a player in towards Pop now, making his way up towards those B halls. Wolf in connector. DJ, great way to take the player advantage back. Low HP player putting in good work for his squad, but still 2 more T's to contest with. Zot creeping around. The smoke will block off any sort of fight that could come through. But he's going to be calling to his teammate that at least this back line of defense is gone. The Galil not able to win the close range fight. Freck, 1v3. Lag need to win this in order to stay into the game. Two of these CTs are pretty low, so there's definitely potential. But with the Molotov going down, Freck being pushed out, not much he can do, and Lag do stay alive at least a little bit longer.
At least a couple more rounds here that Lag are allowed to play against Bounty Hunters. If things go their way, maybe they get a few more out of it as well.
Who knows?
But it is going to be another round for Lag, 5-10, still down 5. And the money not looking great, Constantly Opless, but he does have an M4. He does have the utility. The team does as well. It's just, again, just not in the hands yet.
Yeah, and I mean, for the remainder of this game, you're going to be playing with pressure on you. You know, because Bounty Hunters, at least they know if they let this lead slip away, there's a third map to contest with.
Yeah.
Lag need to come back right now and try to close out. You need to win over double the amount of rounds that Bounty Hunters need to win.
Quick math.
You know, I tried really hard to do the math.
Times 2.
Oh, wow. Hey, you're right. I actually don't know.
That's what double means.
I said over double. Hey, either way, you're making me sidetracked. T-Buy not perfect, but space being gathered is more than suitable. Wolf close by does go down the ladder. Potentially at a bad time if you wanted to go for some sort of peek. The T's not getting over aggressive in their positioning, just keeping the foothold there, making sure that they know when their hit wants to come through. They should have no problem with that.
What a potential retake scenario for Lag. We don't even see a kitten. Oh, the time.
What is happening?
That is just the worst timing. Very wild spray, and somehow Bounty Hunters, even though they got nearly timing, they turn the corner. Both CT players look left, and now it's Sandman. Donnie, I think Lag might just be cursed at this point to fail.
Oh, that was just unfortunate. I don't have much of a different word to say besides unfortunate. They had, somehow there was a timing where they pushed the right spot, players were looking away, but it just so happened that a late player rotating in was like, oh, wow, look at that.
Yeah,
Two enemies right in front of me.
4 out of 5 are making their way round through backhaul, and it's just one frack to really be.
It just hurts.
The key. It does. It does. Because they cleared right, they both looked right, and then they both look left because they're both kind of setting up for the one-for-one trade there. And
yeah,
Bounty Hunters already 15 seconds in, man advantage.
Yeah, DJ tried to get a little aggressive with that ump, but Zoc not going to let it happen. And now look, already through Ivy, although there is a trade for the CTs and maybe another timing that could work out. Oh, it didn't work out. It didn't work out. Consti, Scout doesn't get anything done. They're not ready for Sandman. Second player in the same position. Gets backstabbed. Backstab gets backstabbed. Maybe there's another backstab involved.
Well,
Getting a little out hand.
Tell as Wolfie gets forced out from Z. Forced to take a fight. He's got the 5-7. The crossfire not really set up, and he does get the kill, but gets instantly traded. Mason last alive, 19 HP. What just an odd round we've come to in the last 2.
I don't even like the fact that Mason's going for this, in all honesty, although he does at least secure one easy kill, but
yeah,
that's map point. That's series point.
It is.
And I do want to remind everyone that is here that Group A, which is what we're watching right now, only has 3 teams in it. Bounty Hunters, Lag, and Fnatic. Fnatic is waiting in the upper bracket due to seeding. So the lower bracket matchup will be the loser of this team versus the loser of the next game that we have on stream. Very easily, potentially, could just be Lag, Bounty Hunters running it back. We'll have to wait and see for that, but I did just want everyone to know that Group A is a little bit weird.
Yeah, it definitely is a little bit weird. But Bounty Hunters riding smooth now since the end of the first half of map 1. It has just been the Brazilian squad kind of just showing the local NA talent here exactly how to do it, and that's some sweet moves there, Donald.
I love the little music that we're getting pumped in. Make me want to dance, you know? Well, Lag is going to need to dance now. They're going to need to dance on fire because they have a lot of catching up to do. And this is their only chance to do it. DJ getting aggressive with that up once more in pop. I don't know if he's been hurt because of the amount of util that's being thrown. And although it was a good play, it is still a player advantage for Bounty Hunters. Now, Sandman easily caught out. It's just Wolf. 1v4.
It is just, you know, there's still more matches to be played for Lag potentially after this one here, unless Wolfie pulls, I don't know, a literal cat out of his hat right now. But the thing is,
a cat,
he
not even a
has
rabbit?
No hat. It's cat in the hat, cat out of the hat.
Yeah, he doesn't have a hat because he just got shot in the head.
It's true. Knocked it smooth off. It's gone. And so is this first match of the day. 13-5 Bounty Hunters really want to run away with it.
Yeah, Bounty Hunters now march their way straight to face the highest seeded team, Fnatic. We're going to have to wait and see how that plays out. Once again, Fnatic is playing with a sub, which they did just announce not too long ago. So who knows? There might be a world where some real shenanigans happen. I got to say, Bounty Hunters did look great. They looked, once they finally woke up into that first map, Bounty Hunters just looked like they were outpacing, outclassing, and outmatching Lag in almost every way.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we saw that I guess, a mental shift, really. That, you know, Bounty Hunters just kind of flipped it up. At second half of Nuke, things just turned. It was just like 8-9 rounds in a row for Bounty Hunters, and we didn't see them really let off the gas at all coming into train. Not even their own map pick. Lag's map pick, obviously. 13-5, Donnie.
I think you still have to give a little bit of credit towards Lag for that CT side that they were able to put up on Nuke. It was just something about the T side not quite clicking for either one of these maps. And when you're starting on a map that is CT sided on the T side, and you're already down a map, it's just really hard to try to get in. But either way, that is Bounty Hunters advancing to the upper bracket, and we will be back with that game right after a little bit of a break and a little bit of talk from our lovely analysts.
Fragadelphia fans, if you play Counter-Strike, you're gonna want to hear this. The 1v1me app is launching their Counter-Strike League. Get paid to play in the 1v1me Counter-Strike League. You earn a guaranteed minimum on every match and earn more when you win. Play late nights, weekends, weekdays. It's flexible and fits your schedule. You want in? Drop a follow and a DM to apply. Counter-Strike hits 1v1me Season 3.
I think there was a little bit of an issue there. Hey, welcome back, folks. We have got match number 1 done and dusted. There was a button stuck on my microphone there. I know you were wondering why you could see my lips move but not hear anything. Well, we've got that resolved, and it looks like the Bounty Hunters have resolved the issue of taking care of lag gaming here in match number 1. I've got Ninja from Bounty Hunters. Ninja, how are you feeling today? Oh, excuse me, let me... There we go. We're all set up over here. Go ahead.
Yeah, feeling really good with the W. We just arrived in Philly, so it's really nice to come in and win the game. It was a controlled game, and yeah, that's it.
Yeah, you guys looked good out there. I mean, it was a quick 2-0 stomp. Is that what you expected from the series?
Yeah, actually, we are very confident right now. We come in from a really good boot camp and also a good tournament, actually. Some not very good games, but actually it was pretty good to have a feeling of a LAN. And yeah, we started a little not so good in the beginning, in the first half, but after we just got the feeling and started rolling in.
Yeah, you guys looked good out there. I know Tony's itching to ask you some questions here.
Always looking to run my mouth.
He's got him queued up, Tony.
Yeah, well, I mean, you're the in-game leader of the squad, obviously. You jump in after Turtle, and you were talking to me a little bit about that. So kind of walk me through how the team was operating before as Fall is Calling and how far you feel you've come now with 2 LANs under your belt, maybe even 3 by this point?
No, yeah, it's the second one.
2 or 3?
Yeah.
This is your second, okay.
Yeah. So Turtle was the IGL before, and they were switching in between Kaiser and Turtle. They were looking for a fire IGL, and I come in as a perfect fit for them.
Yeah.
Actually, because of that, they had really strong voices in the team because they didn't have a IGL that had experience.
Yeah.
And I also needed to fit in when I joined to set my game and also help them to play their game. So in the beginning it was a little difficult to adapt, but now it's coming like really, really good.
Nice.
And yeah, it's flowing.
Well, I mean, to kind of segue from the IGL conversation and then shifting focus over towards Kaiser, he's now AWP, no worries in his mind needing to call a thing. He doesn't really need to do anything outside of saying, I want to go for a pick, I want to do this, I want to do that, whenever he feels like it. So how have you seen his transition from in-game leader into just strictly the AWP now?
Yeah, actually, he's helping a lot in the team. The team
Still,
in
yeah.
mid rounds. Yeah, he's coordinating the support in the mid rounds. So he helps a lot the team. We have a dynamic that everyone speaks a lot and builds the round together. So yeah, he's transitioning very well. And yeah, we have to wait a little for the boys to adapt to adapt with my game style. Also of calling, it's a little hard for them still, but yeah.
I've got one more pressing question. Is you are now playing with a player who, Imperia, has been kind of all over the board as far as what levels of Counter-Strike he's been playing at, you know, some of the highs, some of the lows, and then intermittently jumping back and forth. And now he joins this team and effectively is meant to be like your star. Like he's meant to be the guy who's getting most of the kills. How has it been working with somebody who has as much experience but with so much talent to still mold?
Yeah, it's obviously very good. Someone that we can trust all the time. And I have previously worked with Furia 2 times, so I already knew.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
Wow.
Back in Fury Academy and Arctic, so I already knew him, and it was really good to have the synergy already.
Yeah.
And yeah, he's someone that all the time we ask him if he's comfortable playing. He talks a lot when he's not comfortable, when he thinks that we are messing it up. And he's very vocal in that sense, and we try all the time to make sure he's comfortable to kill and do his impact that we know that he can do. And of course he brings some rounds that we shouldn't win, and that's like Counter-Strike.
Yeah.
We need those players.
Yeah, I think that's really well said. I was curious myself, actually wondering, I know you guys flew in from Brazil last night, and you said you checked into your hotel at 2 in the morning. What's that like, having to just, I mean, everybody travels, but
do you still feel awake?
Yeah,
awake?
Do you still feel awake, or is how is that going into the server on day 1 like this?
Yeah, that's one of the things that I think we didn't come off like on a good flow in the start of the game because everything was so rushed. We got 3 flights, 4 or 5 different cities to come here, and 30 hours plus of traveling. So yeah,
Good fun.
it's not it's not easy, but yeah, we are getting used to it, and it's coming handy right now.
It's not easy to try and want to be the best. I guess sometimes you got to make those kinds of sacrifices. And, you know, good to see you guys come in here. I know that it's a little bit of a stretch as far as your VRS right now is concerned, but one of the talking points we had was a lot of these teams coming here still have the opportunity to build up into their next season, you know, get more invites to these bigger lands, get closer to that next major as well. And I think that's pretty respectable as well for a lot of the teams that stuck around to this event. So thank you. Thank you guys, you know, for sticking it out and coming around and hanging out and playing good games.
Thank you guys. Thank you for the opportunity. And that's it. Let's win right now and qualify for the playoffs and have a day off to get some rest.
Yeah, well, you guys look good out there, and Ninja, we don't want to take too much of your time. We appreciate you coming up here and talking to us. Tony, again, fantastic questions.
Thanks, man.
For now, though, we are going to go ahead and go to a quick commercial break. So stay tuned, folks. When we come back, we'll have some more Counter-Strike for you.
shoots better. If you were as fat as your mom, I would have hit you a long time ago. What did you say about my mom? Daddy skins gunfights. Fight with weapons, not words.
welcome back yet again. We are well underway here for the Blocktober Fragadelphia event. I'm joined here once again on the couch by my lovely analysts, Get the Bag Mark and
Hello.
Why Not.
Good to be here.
Now, we've gotten to talk a little bit. We got to talk to Ninja there briefly about the Bounty Hunters win against Lag, but let's talk about Bounty Hunters getting up against a fairly one of the big name teams here, Fnatic, a very storied organization within Counter-Strike. And Mark, I know you've been yearning to share every thought that you have, but how are you feeling about this matchup? Let's start there.
I mean, I'm absolutely elated to get our #1 seed on stream. First of all, right, I mean, we're rocketing Group A here. That's what type of action you're going to get immediately off the bat, right? We already had two really, really talented teams in this group. There's one more we got to find out about, and it's the very tippy top of this thing, right? We get Fnatic coming in here at the time when the VRS, was taken into account to this event. They were the highest. They're our #1 seed here, Tony, and I think they're looking to take it all this weekend.
In the absence of one #1 seed Swedish organization with an international team comes another.
True.
So,
Well, I mean, Fnatic
Sayonara.
was still over NIP in those races.
sayonara to... No, they're not.
At the time, and according to the frag seating, it was.
Oh,
Fnatic was.
so, okay. Well, the NIP now having realized that, I guess, that they're a little bit ahead of their game. They might not be here, but cool to have Fnatic.
miss ya.
Might be missing Crims, for those of you who aren't aware. He will not be playing with Fnatic today. Instead, he will be replaced by Jacasmo, somebody very familiar to the system, a good player in his own regard, a little bit inactive as of recent, but it's good to see him back, and it's good to see him here in North America, when they need him most.
I mean, most definitely. I know you were kind of kidding around. Like, you told me on Twitter, you were saying, like, welcome back, Passion UA a bit. Like, it's great to see Jack Cosmo hop in with the function. But, is it actually Fnatic without Crims here? I think that's definitely a conversation to definitely consider here, because that's definitely one that you can't exactly hop over. You're missing the two-time major champ.
Yeah, two-time major champ.
That's actually exactly what I was going to ask you guys. Is I know that Fnatic is one of these heavy favorites in this tournament, but they're not playing with one of their star players. How much is that going to impact them?
Well, I mean, Crims, the thing is about Crims in comparison to Jacasmo is that I think Jacasmo has higher ceilings he can hit individually right now in his career. The only difference being is that we haven't seen that for a while, for one, and we won't be seeing him in the roles that particularly lean in favor of him being able to hit such freedoms. However, when we talk about Crims, he hasn't been playing lights-out Counter-Strike, but he's an integral piece to their puzzle as far as anchorage is concerned. And when they have stars that surround Jacasmo, one thing that does bode well for Bro is that the heights that we'd seen Jacasmo play was under fear in Passion UA. So it's been a minute, but some things you can't forget.
No, you certainly can't. But we're going to get right into these map vetoes here. What jumps out to you here, Mark? What are you expecting in this one?
What am I expecting? I'm expecting a train to come out immediately on the side of Fnatic here. It's this Mirage pick into the series, map 1, that's going to be rustled back. This wasn't in our previous series for Bounty Hunters, so we're going to try and catch Fnatic on a good foot. I would say that this is potentially a... probably as better of a spot as any for Fnatic to show up here on a map 1. They'll get their feet wet in a Mirage here pretty quickly. I'm still just looking into my crystal ball. Can we bring up that map too, Vito? What?
Oh.
No train.
Wait, hold on though, because it might be something. You're a smart little guy, and you brought the point up before that they may just leave that one to the end stage before. So it could very well be that decider, knowing that both teams do lean into it.
I'm really looking forward to this Ancient, though. I think this is going to be a fun one to immediately see what the temperature of this T side is going to be looking with Jacasmo back in. Just, turn the notch back to 2024, the very, very end of it. We got to just rip out that Passion UA playbook back into the function, baby. And, dude.
We're getting mixy.
What did I do?
You're
I don't
actually an
know.
idiot.
Yeah, apparently I'm just so wrong. I'm entirely incorrect. In the second pass through of the veto there, Fnatic are too intimidated by that train performance there. To be honest with you, I mean, Fnatic probably still won't have a lot of trouble in this series without seeing into their vast map, Tony. Why even really whip it on a map #1 when you can just skirt through without a problem?
Yeah, I don't entirely disagree with that point. And you know, also looking at this veto from the aspect that we were kind of hinting on is that Jacasmo is here, is that he'll probably have a little bit more room to flow on a map like Mirage, on a map like Dust 2. It could lean into him being reliable on only his individual skill to get 1 or 2 kills in anchor spots, assuming they're going 1 for 1. So that's what I'm most excited to see. Is it going to come down to him just getting the opportunity to find multi-frags and capitalizing, or will the pressure of that position mount too greatly on him? I don't really know which way I lean on that, but I think it's one that we'll have to keep an eye on as we go through this one and touch back on in the post-show.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, and something that I'm thinking about looking at these 3 maps of Mirage, Ancient, and Dust 2 is these are 3 maps that are very structurally similar maps as well. Do you think that plays a factor at this at all, or is this just Big D filling air?
You're definitely right. When you like put your finger up and it feels the temperature of this veto, I think you're definitely, getting a good read on this series kind of in that asset. When I was kind of riffing about, the way that I was trying to kind of temper an expectation towards a Fnatic T side on that Ancient, I think it's that same envelope that's about to be ripped right open on this Mirage. And that's exactly what I'm going to run back my point that I spoke about earlier. I think when you're trying to just get Jacasmo back into the function, you're getting here on a Thursday at Fragadelphia and you just want to get warmed up. I don't know, keep things simple here. Get Jacasmo ready, get him comfortable, and see if you're going to be facing the correct direction right at the beginning of the weekend.
Yeah, also the fact that for bounty hunters it might get, I don't know if the word is weird, but the fact that they just played 2 maps in the last best of 3 that they won't see at all at any point in this series is kind of a full reset button for them. They kind of have to not rediscover themselves, but activate themselves on points that they've not yet familiarized with against a team where lag would kind of be considered, compared to Fnatic, a warm-up, I think. I think that's fair to say, although they're on a similar level. I think that Fnatic are on such a different level on their best days that when you go into a map like Mirage, is Blame F just going to absolutely crush it? Is Cypher going to hit the entry points that are just too much to handle? It's all going to be a little bit of a question mark for me, but based on that interview we just had with Ninja, I think him and Fear may have a little intellectual battle of the minds going on in the beginnings of this game.
Yeah, it's going to be a really exciting one to watch. Now, we've talked about
That's
Fnatic.
Samuelson, by the way, behind them on stage. GOAT.
Is that the coach?
Nope, I think he's their manager, but still GOAT.
Okay.
Independent is their coach.
Okay, we'll shout out Samuelson. We appreciate you being here. I'm sure the players do as well. But we've talked a lot about Fnatic, and you started to kind of touch on bounty hunters there. I think that's a really interesting point what you brought up. The bounty hunters, if this goes 3 maps, they're going to have played 5 different maps on LAN within 2 matches.
And that's not even including a potential 3rd series.
Exactly, and a potential 3rd series out there as well, because Fnatic right now is up technically 1-0 in this group. Their opponent forfeited their series, so they're up 1-0. They win this, they move on to playoffs. Bounty hunters will have to play lag again, or if they lose this, Fnatic will have to move on. How likely do you think it is for bounty hunters to pull off the upset here?
I'm really not loving their odds. The fact that even Fnatic, I feel like, are doing what they feel like, are remixing this veto, letting Train out of it. They're just trying to keep away from where that momentum was just skirting off in the first series here. I don't think I really like the odds of bounty hunters coming in here even off of a really good win. I'm excited to see Cypher here on LAN. I've been dying to see it. I mean, he's just been an absolute demon online. We know what this guy's capable of. I think I'm really excited to see him on the stage immediately to rip. I think this is probably going to be a 2-0 for Fnatic.
I think I'm in the same boat. The only really thing that I'm keeping my eye on that I've, again, now the 3rd time said is Jacasmo and anchor roles. And Crims is somebody who kind of established what it meant to be a B anchor on Mirage in particular in the most formative years of the role in general. So when you look at Jacasmo put into that position, I am unsure as to what he was playing previously, but that is not a spot that is necessarily easily mastered, but in common Counter-Strike, most players understand about how to play that spot. It's just kind of hard to toe the line between rotating, utility usage, defensive play, aggressive play, as well as just when to call your teammates over or away from you. So if he's able to be as vocal as he needs to be in a system where he's not speaking in his traditional Ukrainian tongue, then maybe this could be fine. But Crims has been doing it for so long now that it's going to be hard to see how they toe the line with him no longer amongst them. However, there's room to be multi-frags done by Jacasmo, which would be pretty friggin' cool. I'll take that.
Yeah, I'm really seeing the same vision there, but I think it comes down less to the highlights. How's it going to sound in the VC where a guy that's literally the anchor of your roster, and you know, if not the actual in-game leader, but sometimes the spiritual captain. You know, Crims is like there consistently. I just have a hard time kind of, you know, winding up in my, you know, mind to see if they're going to be rolling into this so clean. I think if we see issues, you can point to the comms being a factor.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's great.
Well, I couldn't have said it better myself. Gents, I appreciate you guys' thoughts. We are going to toss it to a quick break here from our sponsors. If you guys stay tuned, we'll be right back with map 1 of this best of 3.
This ain't a damn bouncy house! Dude, you just messed up my gun! Oh, what an ugly ass skin. Thought shit wasn't supposed to sink. But no worries, Daddy's awake, which means no more gun problems. Let's see what we got in here. Big update on Daddy's skins right now. This ain't it, oh, you can finally play updated case battles. Try out the new game modes, or maybe... Oh, this isn't mine. Dude, I just need a gun. Yeah, here you go. Fresh from the factory, still smells like paint. Take positions! Well, you never asked for ammo. Go jump on your own heads. I'm getting some sleep. Daddy Skins, we've woken up. Bomb has been planted! Oh, come on!
Game 2 is what we're here to watch coming up. We did just see Bounty Hunters take over Lag in what was, I'd say, pretty convincing. You know, there was some good spots for Lag, but overall, Bounty Hunters did just kind of run away with that. And now they have to go against a organization of legends here in Counter-Strike. Fnatic, maybe not in their best days right now. They're also missing quite a important player on their team, especially on the mental side, Crims.
Yeah.
But they do have quite the firepower player to replace him with Jacasmo.
Yeah, an extended legacy here from this organization, and going up against Bounty Hunters, who did just barely skirt by on map 1, 13-9, but then going, you know, into Lag's map pick, taking train 13-5. So I think Bounty Hunters have kind of turned a corner here, an upward trajectory from them from, you know, a slow start, maybe, you know, knocking off a little bit of nerves there, but I don't think this team's too nervous. And now having to go up against one of the biggest hitters, arguably maybe the biggest hitter here, Fnatic, it's gonna be an underdog story here of day 1 proportions.
Yeah, and I mean, this is really important for Fnatic to win. You know, they're one of the teams that are hunting for the VRS points quite heavy-handedly.
Yeah.
So any advantage they can have within Seedon or within really anything is going to go a long way for them. It's definitely going to depend on if comms are affected by the substitution. Jacasmo, obviously, in his former team, speaking a different tongue, speaking Ukrainian, which was brought up on the analyst desk for a little bit. I don't really see a world where Fnatic drop this. It should be a 2-0. Mirage and Ancient, I don't think that the firepower is really going to be there on Bounty Hunters, and the tactical side I really don't think is going to be there either.
Yeah, I'm going to have to kind of agree with you there. I don't think we're really going to see being much of Dust 2, if at all.
Who knows?
Kind of, yeah, it's true. We are going to start off with Mirage. That is going to be Bounty Hunter's pick, obviously going into Ancient Fnatic's pick, but I think we see a very strong performance out of Fnatic. Maybe a little slow too, because they are, maybe still recovering from the travels over here.
Yeah,
Not
true.
sure what real practice or even prep they've got into it, other than just kind of going into this one cold, and this real being their first, touching of the computers around here. In all honesty, I don't know if maybe they went to a cafe earlier.
I do
There
know
are some
yesterday
other
they
ones.
were boot camping here. So
They were?
they
Okay.
haven't played a game today, at least they haven't played an official today, but they definitely are prepped for this tournament. I mean, like I said, I do want to hammer it home. This is a really important tournament for Fnatic.
Yes.
This is effectively all or nothing. They at minimum need to probably make finals. I don't know the
And
exact
they're
math.
like one of 2 teams that really have that potential
Yeah,
for
and
securing the VRS for invites.
And OG is also here, Saw is also here, Nine's also here. There's a lot of different ways that this can go down, and Fnatic needs to be on their A game. And like I said, I don't think they're gonna slip up with Bounty Hunters. I think that they know that they can't go easy. They know that they have to put everything into this game, and there's not a doubt in my mind that they will do that.
Yeah, and I mean, again, Bounty Hunters starting off slow themselves, but the recovery period was such a huge turnaround for Bounty Hunters. It gives them a little bit of hope. They are riding the high of, I wouldn't say an upset, but avoiding being upset themselves.
Yes.
And I think that was kind of their early wake-up call to, get things set and get things into motion early on, or else you could end up going against a fire stack of, well, unemployed NACS players, which is arguably the deadliest combo to have to go up against. There's nothing more dangerous than 5 NA players that have nothing else better to do than play CS.
You know what? I don't really know if I can argue that. I really think that you got a point there. And, I'm excited to see if Pyria can continue to have the form that he had in that first game that we were able to cast.
Yeah.
An absolute masterclass out of him, just on both maps, really being the driving home factor for his team, securing 2 aces in the tournament already.
One a map.
Both of them didn't even, you couldn't even process that they were ace until the time that it was
Garage
done.
one was just masterful.
Absolutely
just
beautiful.
Absolute masterpiece.
Left us dazed and confused, if you will.
Very, very much. Just smooth. I said, 6 bullets, 5 players, all kills. And I mean, since then, he was the driving factor for Bounty Hunter. Granted, obviously backed by something, but it wasn't all 5 players for Bounty Hunters really, starting to pick up that pace. It was, I'd say, about 3 out of 5 there, but that could also be there just wasn't enough kills on the tables available for, the other players.
Well, you know what I do know? Emotions are running wild already here in Philadelphia, and they're just going to continue to get more and more heated as we go into the first map of the second game. Fnatic, one of the biggest names at this tournament, look to start off hot, bookmark themselves a place in playoffs. The Bounty Hunters want to spoil that.
Well, it's the battle of the international teams here right now. And it is going to be some early damage being traded out here from the utility. P250 tapping away. But it is going to be kind of the turnaround, the bait and switch here for the B site. It's going to be here to try and find a quick 2 kills there. What is going on? It's already 5-on-2. Sorry, 3-on-2.
Yeah.
A 3-on-1. And the trades are coming through. And that late lurk, that kind of, divert meant nothing. That's Fnatic. No real reaction to it.
Yeah, they, they're here to settle business. They're here to prove why they're here. They're here to prove why they're vying for a major spot. And don't expect less out of them, honestly. I mean, look at the players on this team. These are all such experienced players. There's multiple players that have been to majors before. Cypher, of course, having a historic run with Into the Breach in Paris. You can say whatever you want about that Paris major. Into the Breach and Cypher were 2 of the most important aspects of that tournament. So
that's really when they became a very well-known name, I feel like.
No one knew Into the Breach before it.
Obviously they had other teams in other esports, but really everyone's like, ITV, what? Either way, it is going to be Fnatic finding the first 2 kills. Almost the third, though, but the Tech-9 does get the trade off. And then M4 continues to tap away, make it 3 there for Blame. 4, hey, maybe. He's channeling his inner bounty hunters here. Oh, gets taken away from him as Kaiser gets the kill with the Tech 9. The one kill thus far in the round for him, but still a very close round. A 1-on-2, the Tech 9. 2 easy taps here is all it takes, but no, the FAMAS gets the kill. Fnatic make it 2-0, but a close one. And no bomb plant, a little bit of money invested in that one with some upgraded pistols. And now it's going to be bounty hunters on to kind of like the deco.
Yeah. Blame F. You know he's there for the eco kills. And he's living up to that. 6-1. Very nice start for him. Bounty hunters, since they invested into the previous, as you said, with the Deagles out, all 5 of them, we've seen Deagles have some nice shots. Nothing too crazy has happened yet, but maybe this is the turning point.
Ooh.
Furia, always good for 1, opens up the round, immediately traded back. But hey, a pistol taking out a rifle early into the round, one of the best things you can ask for.
Yeah, and you always want to mitigate those losses on the CT side, so going 1 for 1 no matter what, even financially, favors the T side, but doesn't quite matter. Blame F already starting to light up that scoreboard once more as he sits at 8-1, 9-1, still kicking around. Hey, triple for him, and Blame F, you know, I said they might have to shake off some of the, a little, wake up here, but I don't know, I think Blame F just circumnavigating all that and just going straight to killing and success.
Well, I did say at the end of the day, mechanically, I think Fnatic are just going to outclass bounty hunters. And by no means is that disrespect.
Do you really think they're going to throw anything technical out right now?
I think they might keep their tactics close to their chest for now because, deeper into the tournament, we really got to worry about it. Nice shot from Jambo to open up. Opper already feeling himself 4-0. Leaving bounty hunters in a bit of an awkward situation. Now you don't have any presence in mid. The bomb is all the way back towards the beginning of apartments. And both remaining Ts are trying to meet up with their teammates. Meanwhile, over on B, it is only Fear with an MP9, so weaker weaponry might be able to get caught off guard. Although, as I say that, Cypher starts to snake his way into the bomb site as well. And a late vibe for mid. Oh, beautiful shot to open up the IGL. Proving his worth. Now the hit's going to start to come out on the B bomb site. Bomb is ready. Right, jumping through the MP9 at close range. Hard to try to contest with a miss spray, but still 2 CTs on the B bomb site for the time being. The T's have to try to back their way out. Bounty Hunter's not comfortable going for this. And Chasmo, the substitute. Player not even looking. AK acquired 3v2. Bounty Hunters really not much you could do in this situation.
And Fnatic, outside of obviously wanting to win this round, they need to keep that 3 players alive as the money's not out of the woods just yet. You see Fracky, as well as Bounty Hunters, obviously, but Fear not too far out from under, $1,000 realistically. So Fnatic aren't going to have maybe the money to continually go into this, 2 players alive, 2 players alive, 1 player alive potentially. So Bounty Hunters just, kind of need to bide their time here and start continuing to chip away until they can really start finding these rounds.
Yeah, and they're lucky that no one's hunting for them because not having money going to the next round would not be good trying to save these AKs, but they will keep their lives, and there is enough money for the rest of their teammates to invest into this round, but it will be a timeout just to talk over that decision a little bit more. And
I do respect Bounty Hunters. They're always,
I respect the way that they use their timeouts. I think it's very good.
Agree. And that we don't see that a lot around in NA anyways, I should say at the tier 2-ish level. We see timeouts go wildly unused at all times. It could be 8-0. You'll never see a timeout. They'll just keep running it down.
An important factor to that is also having a coach. We see a lot of these tier 2 teams in NA, not really utilize the assets in front of them because they don't have that person that's outside of the server to kind of help out, just control the tempo, control the emotions. That is a wildly, underappreciated factor. Beautiful shots during this round. But Bounty Hunters, they know that things could get out of hand pretty quick, so you want to make sure you're dealing with your economy correctly, you want to make sure you're dealing with your emotions correctly. And I'm sure there's got to be a bit of pressure just seeing Fnatic on the other side of the server for these players.
Yeah, and I'm not really sure how often these 2 teams really meet up at any point, whether it's online or not, but I doubt next to never. So this is going to be a first for Bounty Hunters, and a first for probably 99% of the teams here outside of the few upper echelon of the teams here, you know, the OGs and that such. So this is all new territory for, you know, the lesser teams, the ones that are the underdogs, the dark horses here. And Fnatic, they just got to continue to be Fnatic, while the rest of them have to really step up the performance to even begin to match even a small portion of what Fnatic really brings to this table.
Well, Greg's going to jump out on the site, not ready for Fear behind him, and now the rest of his teammates are trying to help with Cypher. Quick to dispose of those bodies. He will get caught off guard, but with rotations already coming in, Kaiser is the only player left. A good headshot to collect at least one, but with 3 CTs trying to oppose him, nowhere to escape to. Fnatic continue to cruise flawless.
Yeah, and this is kind of what you expected here. Good setups, good trades, good spacing between the players, and Bounty Hunters are consistently getting 2 kills, but again, it's the trades. They're always right there. They're always just a step ahead of what Bounty Hunters are bringing to the table, and a lot of these kills are just, you know, Fnatic just caught about to throw utility. The op has been from Jambo solid thus far as he sits 5-1, potentially looking for a 6th there, shot through the smoke, and this is going to be another eco for Bounty Hunters with the hero rifle on none other, Donnie.
Ooh, hear ya. I gotta say, it's always a bit humbling watching, you know, real professionals play this game, and just seeing how good they are reaction time-wise, crosshair placement-wise, being able to stay
than
steady.
What we are usually working with.
It's just, it's humbling. Nice shot. Speaking of humbling, maybe making sure Fnatic doesn't get too far ahead of themselves. B-bomb site, decent position for Bounty Hunters to find themselves in. BlameF and Jambo trying to battle back, but BlameF falling to the flames. Jambo, 1v4 situation, op in his hand. I mean, sure, financially you could afford to go for this, but you got an op. You're not really going to be able to get much done. You might as well just fall back and save.
Yeah, no need to give Bounty Hunters a free upgrade to themselves here, but it may matter. Not as he gets caught out as he finds
really good round.
Death. Yeah, really switching up that pace, kind of just running it down B and winning the fights. Maybe a little fumble from Fnatic, but I can't particularly say they're too stressed out outside of BlameF. And Fear actually having to go to an MP9. And again, Bounty Hunters, again, consistently getting at least 2 kills around, now finally getting their first round here. And we see how it's already affected that CT economy.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, Bounty Hunters, one of their greatest assets is their ability to control the pace of the game, and they showed off there. Fnatic not ready for the pace that Bounty Hunters brought to that round, and was able to catch him off guard, even though the weapons weren't quite up to snuff. Now with a bit more of even, Rapid Ray BlameF. A lot of aggression in through T-spawn.
They do have the Lurkin Palace, though, still.
They do. And Cypher boosted up, not quite able to hit his shots. Casmo completely blinded, allows Zoc to come in for 2. Now Wild Spray through the smokes. Not going to have anything go for it. Cypher almost burning to death. Luckily for him, evading it.
You call this, right? This has to be a save, unless BlameF can really
find
some masterpiece here.
Not even a reason to go for it. You do have a kit, I guess, if you want to try to justify it, but you have an advantage. Just play it safe. I do think something that NA Counter-Strike could do a little bit better at is learning how to play it a little bit more safe, a little bit more
conservative.
Yeah, you just gotta like.
You mean we shouldn't just run it down by every round?
You know what? For some reason, I don't think that. I don't know why. But
I think you might be behind the curve here, Donnie.
You're right. You know what? Maybe it's me. Maybe I'm the problem.
It's true. It's true.
Well, Bounty Hunters, you know, evading some of their problems, as now that's the 2nd in a row for them. 5-2. 5-2 feels a lot better than 5-0.
I mean, the numbers are adding. Ooh.
Close.
very, very close, actually. But again, Fnatic taking their time out early. They're going, okay, the money's not great. No. Jambo, probably going to be opless from the looks of that money. But we are seeing some rifles being bought up. Whether or not they stay in the hands, they don't just kind of sell them right back here. I'm not opposed to this from Fnatic. Obviously, they can quite easily make it work, but
no, I mean, you use the weapons that you saved in the previous round, and you just maybe.
Yeah, I guess BlameF actually still has money left over. So did he get that dropped? I think maybe. So yeah, everyone's staying around $2 grand still. So a Still a very effective buy.
Yeah, I mean, throw some util on the players that can't afford the weapons. Have them just be in a more supportive role for the round.
Yeah.
Make sure those guns take the real brunt of the force. Definitely a doable round, but Bounty Hunters, with that being said, they should know roundabout where the state of the economy for Fnatic is. So expect them to try to use that to their advantage, especially with the op-out on Kaiser.
I mean, we've seen what Pistols have done on this very map multiple times against multiple teams, so you can't really count Fnatic out of this round, especially with 2 rifles kicking around here. But Fear already getting dropped. The dink does come in, tagged down low, has to actually switch to a pistol himself as he's dodging the bullets. The trade comes in, and it starts getting a little sloppy, Donnie.
Yeah, Pyria, I mean, beautiful from him to stay alive. Maybe not the best.
The fact he got 3.
Yeah, maybe not the best use of Fnatic's manpower to peak in the fashion that they did, but you still got to give it up.
Oh.
Either way, Blame F, only 1 left alive. No way.
Oh.
No way, Pyria's ready for this.
Ships passing
Do
the
it,
night,
do it, do it, do it. There you go. A little bit of revenge for lag in the previous time, even though the knife kill didn't come through, but we always love to see a little bit of a backstab.
Oh!
Blame F doing a good job staying alive so far, but yeah, clearly too much to handle to an extent.
You know what it is?
Yep.
Bounty Hunters couldn't land the knife on
That's
their
what I'm
first
saying.
map.
Yeah, so Blame F said,
no,
hey,
this is what you
this how you do it, buddy.
You walk the whole way, not that last step. Trust me, it's easier that way. And honestly, all things considered, Fnatic did at least find 2 kills. The knife obviously going to add a little extra bankroll to them to maybe help front the money for an op in the future. And that future, Donnie, is now.
The
future's
future
now,
is
man.
now. Jambo, what future does it hold for him?
Is he a fortune teller?
You know what? I don't know. I'm not a fortune teller, I'll tell you that much.
Are you a fortune
Marky might be
predictor?
with the way he was predicting maps before, but
That's true.
yeah.
He's a wizard.
Hey, guy's got some talent. And you know what? I want to see some talent on show in this server. Bounty Hunter's doing a great job to try to fight their way back into it, but Fnatic now, as we previously stated, the money a little bit better for them. This is the chance to try to cut all the momentum from Bounty Hunters before it gets too late. Stack up towards this B bomb site. Fear's in a good spot, but I think he's about to get cleared. M4 doesn't beat the AK at close range, although such low HP on Freck, who is still kicking. Instead, Zock's the first one to fall. A nice little headshot found. That's the low HP player out now. Fnatic secure themselves a player advantage. Bounty Hunters, once again, kind of looking a bit dazed and confused. Tapping away. Not quite able to hit that shot.
He does at least get one back, and Blame F burning to 31 HP, but a man advantage. Jambo still having that op, maybe one of them passing it over, but the wide swing and dink comes in as Ninja. Last alive, 1-on-2, maybe a 1-on-1. He gets it down to him versus the op. Jambo, he sits post up and market for the cross. The spray comes in, good damage being traded here, and just swing, and that's 4 in a row for Bounty Hunters as they're coming in hot.
Very, very nice stuff from, again, the in-game leader, the person that you usually don't expect to step up in the kill department, but
Someone's got to do it.
yeah, Ninjas is doing quite the job on this T side of Mirage. Only 1 round away now from tying it up to 5 apiece. Fnatic, their money once again not great. Blame F does have an M4 to work with. He's 15-5, I've just realized, which is quite the impressive scoreline, but he needs his teammates around him to step up. Jacasmo, although, you know, coming in and subbing, putting himself in a bit of a difficult spot. 1-6, not quite able to really get the feel of the game going yet.
Well, Deagle's starting to chime in here. 5-7s at close range here as they force their way as playing anti-flash there for a split second. Cypher gets taken out from that early push there from Zach as they're going to continue to force their hand here as the Deagle does find at least one, but still a 4-on-3 full bomb site control in favor of Bounty Hunters. But Fear playing close. Here's the reload pop. He swings, gets the kill, but one more down here for Fnatic. 2-on-3. The flank comes in. Blame F with the hero rifle. Can he be the hero they need? He starts moving his way around, starts clearing some angles out, sprays in as he's trying to find some damage, but he's just biding his time, waiting for this plant.
All you have to do right now is make Bounty Hunter's uncomfortable. BlameF getting a little too aggressive. Now it is just Fear with that 5-7. I mean, great damage considering the weaponry that Fnatic had to work with, but not quite able to bring it all the way. And it is a tied-up game, something that, honestly, I did not expect to see.
No.
Considering the start of the game that we had. But, once again, guns out for Fnatic. Op out again.
Ooh.
Bounty Hunter's timeout. I like that. Don't want to get too cocky. You want to make sure that you're still in your zone. You're still making the correct decisions that need to be made in order to continue to push this game further in your favor.
Yeah, definitely wanting to let Fnatic stew on that one. BlameF, really, he didn't have to force that fight. We saw his teammates sitting in towards CT spawn. Perfect. He would have heard nearly everything of a rotate. The time wasn't in there. Granted, he give it another 10 seconds, then maybe take a little gander towards the site. But again, BlameF overextending himself just a little bit. Granted, maybe due to the confidence of being 16-6, there's a potential. But
that's
now
just
we're
BlameF
5-5, Donnie.
Normal BlameF things being 16-6. Yeah, 5 apiece. Bounty Hunters putting themselves in a doable spot. I mean, a great first half to have. And it's honestly, it's looking a decent bit more of a team effort than the previous games. Freck not quite getting into the game, but doesn't need to when his teammates are firing off like that. Speaking of firing off, BlameF continues his tear. It is traded back immediately. But not before the T's push out onto the B bomb side already. The bomb isn't with them, but the kills are. Furia is still doing such a great job. BlameF being very loud about this flank, trying to spray through the smoke. No bullets able to land. As the bomb gets planted, Fnatic down a player. Try to retake this bomb site. No, they're falling off. You can't go for it, especially after BlameF just died there.
And I said it, Bounty Hunters feeling themselves from the first matchup there. And now,
as they should.
Seems like this has transitioned to a very fruitful first half here. A potential, 7-5 half, 6-6 nearly guaranteed at this point at the very least. As they lock in 6 and the lead against Fnatic, one of the big hitters here.
Yeah, one of the biggest names for sure. I mean, as I stated before, sure, the strength of the team might not be what you think of when you think of Fnatic. You think of the glory days, but still.
Well, those were good times back then.
When
Cobblestone was still around.
Oh, Cobblestone. When Overpass had a boost that you could just jump over. I'm looking at you, Fnatic. I remember what you did.
We all remember.
Yeah. You beat LDLC, but at what cost?
Yeah, but it's a great scout play, though.
I mean, it was great, and they had a little fun song made about it.
That's true. And there's only like 2, maybe 3 teams that have fun little songs about them.
That's true. Maybe Bounty Hunters can be the next one as they continue to try to pull off this upset, at least securing the tied half, as you mentioned before. But now this aggression from Fnatic into the B apartments. Right? Not quite the play you want to go for. Run around with your knife out. At least the trade is there right behind it. Cypher, you need to try to step on the gas right now. That's a good way to do it. One kill collected for him. Trying to double up. Not quite able to do so. And Jambo getting overwhelmed while Scoped in. Now a 3-on-2 in favor of the T's once more. Trying to retake. Beautiful taps out from BlameF to even up that score line. But Kaiser finds himself in a good position. Moving towards E-Box. Meanwhile, Zoc playing in the apartments, not ready for the peak. Zoc, 1v2, first spray is good. Now, Chicasmo is standing with it all to do. Taps the bomb, swings around. Zoc's not gonna fall for that one. Now with the Molotov at his feet, he's forced to push out, not able to connect the spray, and that should be Fnatic keeping it even as we head into the second half.
Still a very stellar performance here from Bounty Hunters, and Ninja,
great.
13-7, obviously being a little overshadowed by BlameF's performance at 18-8, but the energy I feel like equally matched, obviously.
No, yeah, you gotta love what's coming out from both of these teams right now.
Frack has 2 kills.
Freck, not Freck.
Frack, sorry, Freck.
Yeah, close.
Yeah.
Yeah, 2-8. He's not really having the strongest game right now, but when you're 6-6 against Fnatic,
it's true.
Can you complain?
No, but I feel like Ninjas is like, please?
Guys, for real, anybody help? Piri is still doing good for himself. Maybe not the heights that we saw of the previous games, but
Hard to
still, I
match
mean,
that.
he's doing well for himself.
Yeah.
Ooh, dual Berettas close to the apartments.
Such a ninja thing to do.
You know what? Maybe the sneakiness able to pay off. Not at all, actually. Fear, that Glock to the head will put you to sleep for sure. Now, Period trying to tap away, not quite able to get anything landed at first. He will come up with 1 kill for himself, but not before the bomb gets planted. 4v4 is this retake. I do not see a kit in sight for the CT, so action will have to happen sooner rather than later. Cypher knows the position of one, although he's on low HP and the numbers are even, so they still have a chance, but they have to activate now. Dual Beretta is not going in favor of Fnatic, and all of a sudden, Jambo's the only one left. Bomb's planted for him, but he needs to cross the windows without getting tapped away at, and that's exactly what's going to happen. So Bounty Hunters take the lead in this matchup.
I blame the dualies for all of this. I do. I do. The aim cone on dualies, if honestly stuck with the USP, probably could have got at least one there on site, but instead the spam comes through towards the one player towards that cat area, and it came up
Period.
big nothing here for Fnatic, and that's well, after last 9 rounds, that's 8 rounds, that's 7 in the way of Bounty Hunters.
Oof. Oh, yeah. You know what?
It was 5-0 Fnatic at one point.
It was. Fnatic really letting this game slip out of their fingers. They do justify the force buy, however. So they don't want to really let Bounty Hunters feel too comfortable, but this is a risky play. You know, you're justifying a lot of money into this. You're going to have to take the save in the next if you don't
win it. No kit on
it.
Bounty Hunters, though.
Huh?
No kit on Bounty Hunters.
That is true. So bomb being planted #1 priority, as it usually is, but now with a little bit extra spice added to it.
Someone's having fun.
Zomblers. Yeah, Zomblers did something. Don't know who they were playing, but they're excited.
That sounds like a win. And that's exactly what Fnatic need here, Donnie.
They
Lock
do.
in.
They do. You tell me to lock in when you started getting
I'm
sidetracked
sorry.
first?
I'm sorry.
That's
dude.
what I thought. A boost up. Blame F trying to see something into the sniper room, but instead connectors where he's going to connect his bullets to. Now he's sitting at a pretty 20 kills. His teammate is traded back immediately. Jambo out of the round, and now Blame F also to fall. Bounty Hunters 4v3 in favor of him. Tech 9 of Fear kind of stranded in top of mid. MP9 forced out. Player in apartments. Bomb makes its way over towards its teammates. 20 seconds left. Fnatic, I mean, they could try to push up through comp, but especially with that kill coming through, I don't think it's even worth to try to swing there. You just need to try to get out. You have no way of winning this round. Fnatic, in all honesty,
not looking good.
Fnatic look like they don't know what hit them. They're letting the clock run down probably a lot further than they would like to. They really are just not, they're not winning gunfights at this point. We were talking about the whole first 5 rounds that Fnatic just looked so much better, but hey, maybe they don't need the pause yet, you know? Wait until after the pistols, until you have the next buy. You can really flesh out a plan for that buy round.
Yeah, I mean, you could. I miss the old days of Go where people would use like a save like this, buy nothing, and just sit and spawn and buy themselves 2 minutes of talking time.
The Frenchman's tactic.
Yes, yes. Give up.
but
not
around.
Really. Yeah, and Envy would never give up, you know, a series, but they'll give up a round for some good talking points.
You know what? I do actually kind of miss the good old way of thinking about it, or just standing in a Molotov when you're on an eco round, just being like, all right, all 5 of us, we're gonna burn. And burning is exactly what the ship of Fnatic is doing. Nothing seems to be going their way, honestly, since the beginning of this game. 6-9 being the scoreline. Bounty Hunters 1 point away from hitting double digits. Albeit, I mean, this is their map pick, but
9 out of 10 rounds, man. 9 out of 10 rounds.
It doesn't feel good for Fnatic. It doesn't feel good if you're a Fnatic fan. I'm starting to sweat. If I'm vying for Fnatic in this game, I'm starting to get very uncomfortable.
I mean, you just look at the scoreboard for Fnatic. Jambo, who started off great with the op 6 and 10. Blade Maps 20-11. Jasmo 5 and 10. Fear 8 and 11. Cypher 5 and 13. It's
Yeah,
It's
I mean,
not the outcome
names you
we
need,
thought.
The names you need stepping up just aren't really, you know, you're Opera on Jambo, you're on a map like Mirage, you need the op to find some effect. Cypher, as it was talked about on the desk, has been looking so good in these previous tournaments, especially in the online ones, and just not able to get online in this game so far. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. I mean, it is still only a 3-round game.
I mean, we're talking about how not really great Fnatic is doing, but I don't want to take it away from Bounty Hunters. They're playing good CS right now.
They are. They're doing such a good job at controlling the pace, which, again, I feel like is such a beneficial part of their playbook. I mean, South American teams in general, I feel like they're so good at controlling the pace of the game, and they really get it to work to their advantage.
And again, these are two teams that most likely, as far as I know, I'm sure our desk could inform me a little better. I don't think they've played before or really met head-to-head in any sort of fashion.
No, I can almost guarantee you that's not the case.
Ooh.
Or that is the case, excuse me.
But it was a good play there. They double up, though, quickly. Fnatic find themselves at an advantage. Now, BlameF chiming in with 2, and again, BlameF puts the team on his back, pulls them into the site to try and get this bomb down.
I don't know if they know about the HP on the T's, but I don't think it would make much of a difference. Bounty Hunters do seem to be just going for this save that might be able to be stopped, but instead BlameF losing his life. Still going for the save, though. That kill doesn't affect the outcome of this round. Playing it very conservatively, not wanting to give up anything that needs to be given up. Sure, you can see it around, but you get to just play it as safe as possible, make sure the weaponry is as good as possible, and try again in the next.
Well, Fnatic, for the first time in the last 4 rounds at this point, maybe 5, I'll say I can't forget, find themselves around. And honestly, can they even do anything with it? They found 1 round before, but Bounty Hunters quick to recover. They still have a 2-round gap to tie this up. So they got some ground to cover, and they got to do it quick.
2 out of the last 11 rounds is not a good thing to think about.
That doesn't sound like winning, Donnie.
No, that actually sounds like losing. And if you can't tell by the scoreboard that we're currently looking at, I think Fnatic's losing. I'm not going to lie.
Just a little bit.
Just a little bit, but
They're not out of it.
they're not out of it by any means. They did just pick up a round. They need to continue to push that forward just a little bit. It is still close to a tied affair. Bounty Hunters, like I said, I mean, they're just doing a really good job of controlling this map, controlling the pace. Beautiful nade, does so much damage to the unaware T's. Oh, and more util. Oh, poor Cypher.
But he didn't die to the utility. I was shot through the smoke there. And
Yeah,
BlameF
Cypher just got absolutely, just in every way screwed over. But Jambo at least there for the trade.
took a little bit, but we got there. BlameF, a little under half HP, 45 to be a little more precise with it here. But mid control at a minute left on the clock here. That bomb's starting to make its way up towards mid. They start stacking their way forward here, take the fight towards connector. BlameF swings, but he's met with 3 CT players to go 1 for 1, and 1 for 1's nearly always favoring that T side. But the lurk, though, the lurk could be the big sign here that it's actually going to pull them back over to the A side. They're going to take the long route around. And this should be a bomb plant for Fnatic.
Yeah, it shouldn't matter. I think Bounty Hunter's plan right now is to just do this gamble stack in the very, very off chance that they end hitting up the B bomb site. But they know that there's a player on A already. They know that they've conceded the site. Just once again, try to go for this save, unless maybe a kill on the cross can coax them into trying to go for more of it. They did spot out a shoulder, trying to spray through that wall, not able to connect anything. Remember the low HP on Jambo. This could get scary very, very quickly. 1 player moving towards the firebox, 2 playing close to that ramp. Anything is possible right now, but it does seem that Bounty Hunters, once again, are just going to concede this round. Play it safe, pick up that ops you have it into the next round, and allow Fnatic to inch ever so closer to tying it back up in their favor. And, you know, before you were saying that Ninjas was probably asking his teammates, like, guys, please do anything. Look at BlameF. I don't want to be that guy, but BlameF is 23-13, and his next closest teammate is 8-11, and there's 2 of them.
And that's Jambo after getting 2 kills in the round. 8-11 currently before 6-11. Man, I mean, upward trend a little bit here for Fnatic. They can tie this up. Bounty Hunters with at least one more buy left in their pockets. There is some residual income left here for the CT side, but not much left over for them. You know, some scraping by with under $1,000. Kaiser with a little bit more. It's still going to be a rough purchase. The timing here on this mid take could favor Fnatic, and it does. Opening pick, but not for long. Quick trade back is for Bounty Hunters into a 4-on-4.
Yeah, Zok might have gotten a kill, barely escaping with his life. 1 HP left to work with, but at least he has a little bit of help coming up from Cat. Try to completely isolate that mid fight. However, the T is actually working themselves around the world. You saw Blamef do a little jump, and his teammate turned around like, hey, what are you doing?
You're doing too much.
What are you doing? Don't do that right now.
We're down.
We're trying to focus, all right? This op on this angle, if Fnatic do try to hit the apartments, it's probably going to be a contact play. Oh, there is a decent bit of utility, but that's exactly what I was worried about, especially with your heavy hitter out of the round and a backstab now secured behind you. Fnatic a minute to work with, but just stuck in one of the worst positions they can be.
Oh. Unfortunate scenario there where Kaiser maybe tried to reposition himself instead of backpedaling a little bit. And Fnatic have found some footing into this round. Backstab coming in from Ninjas, though.
He's
unexpected. No one's looking his direction, though. He could find the planner as he backpedals to reposition. Spots another, not expecting one towards Van, leaving it all on just 1-on-2 here. 1-on-1, Jambo trying to hold off this CT player for a little bit longer here. Let this tick down. He doesn't have a kit. There might have been one drop to sight. Spark tries and moving his way around. Empty pillar into the open, and he wins. Gets the 2K, and there it is. Bounty Hunters gaining a little bit control back, a little bit of that lead that was at 1.3, now back to at least 2.
That's a big pop off, too. That is some excitement in the air. That's double digits. And we're looking at, I mean, I would love to say a potential upset, but like we said, Bounty Hunters map pick, I just didn't really see a world where this would happen. And
I'd consider this an upset, even though it is Bounty Hunters map pick. Bounty Hunters calling another timeout, and I really like this.
You want to make sure your emotions don't get way too far ahead of you.
Not even that, but like, again, Fnatic know they're down. Now they're getting in their own heads. They're not just, you know, preoccupying themselves with playing the game. Now they're like, well, I did this wrong. Maybe, I mean, Grant, this is a tier 1 team. They're obviously not as fragile mentally as, you know, other teams. Yeah. Boy, am I frail. But no, I can't expect that. But, you know, Bounty Hunters, they're playing this right in every sense. After each match, they're keeping themselves cool. They're keeping that economy in check. They're keeping their mental in check. They're not getting over ambitious. It's good for Bounty Hunters. I'm liking what I'm seeing here.
I mean, I'm liking what I'm seeing, too. I hope Bounty Hunters continues to perform at this level because I do think that going into a map such as Ancient or Dust 2, realistically, anything is possible for these guys. But Fnatic need to try to battle back into this and not make that a possibility. Close this out as soon as possible. Don't get inside of your own head. Make sure that you know who you are, and who you are is the top-seeded team at this tournament.
But right now, they may not feel like a top-seeded team as Donnie starts scoping out the scene over here. As he looks to the main stage where these two teams are battling it out, and Fnatic are potentially on their dying breath here in this first map.
Oh,
great swing there. Great opening kill there for Bounty Hunters. Again, early kill for that CT side.
Yeah, and they're playing it really good. I mean, they're just conceding the space. You have the player advantage. You know you have the weaponry advantage. Just let Fnatic make their mistakes, and that's exactly what Bounty Hunters is doing. Somehow missing that shot, very close to being able to land it. Chasmo, excuse me, falls either way. There is a nade kill to respond back, but yeah, Fear left completely out to burn. Unless Jambo makes some magic happen, which still is possible, it's not possible anymore.
I like what I'm hearing from Bounty Hunters as well as seeing Bounty Hunters getting very vocal over the success they've had thus far. And honestly, I'd be hyped too, keeping 3 alive. Yeah. Again, keeping that economy stable, keeping that op in play for Bounty Hunters. Everything's clicking. And Fnatic, the solenoid's failing them right now.
Timeout for Fnatic. And you know, we talked about, well, excuse me, we didn't talk about our beautiful analyst desk or couch, whatever you want to call it.
Yes.
Did talk about the potential teams in this tournament that are here just to kind of have fun and mess up other people's dreams. And
Get an early start on VRS as well.
that's potentially exactly what we're looking at with Bounty Hunters. Obviously, it's only day one. This is a qualification game, but I mean, there's still a lower bracket for the loser of this matchup. This is all for seeding. You know, there's plenty of time to recover lost ground. But imagine if you're Fnatic heading into this tournament and you lose your first game. You know, I don't imagine there's a world where many people, including any of those players, thought they'd be in that position.
And now we look at this buy from Fnatic. 2 Deagles, a Galil, 2 Galils actually, and an AK. But that Galil does get the opening pick. Blame F, quick to fall. And again, Blame F, the big hitter on this squad, out early.
That's 25 and 15 on the waste, but at least Jambo able to find one for himself, secure the player advantage for this T side. Freck knows the potential of a player pushing up connector, and with a deagle shot on the other side of the map, all of a sudden, Kaiser, the Opper, is the only player left to remain. Bomb is being secured, presumably going towards that B bomb site, and Fnatic should feel like they have this round in the bag. They should have this round in the bag.
Maybe a little sense of relief here, but round's not over with. Kaiser can still take out a few players, and he does. He's going to make this one expensive. I don't think he's going to take a shot at this, right, Kaiser?
You know what? Do it. Have some fun, Kaiser. Come on. Go for it. Go for the round.
And he's got a player in ladder, so he's heard all of this, so he knows exactly where this is coming from.
That is true, but, you know, maybe Fnatic is going to get a little too comfortable. There is a kit in play. There's a full kit of utility as well. But there's a player from Cat looking straight at your head. And that will be Fnatic continuing to fight, making the scoreline 11, Bounty Hunters 9, Fnatic.
Now, we did say this was going to be a 2-0.
Oh, well, yeah, I did. Do you are you implying something right now?
Donnie, I would never.
Are you implying
But I am
that
implying that there's a real good potential for at least map 3.
Are you implying that it could be a 2-0 in the opposite direction as we thought?
Maybe.
Oh, I mean, that's an interesting prospect, but with the economy broken for this CT side, Fnatic should still be able to swing into double digits as long as they don't let this mid push catch him off guard. Fear knows what's up. He's trying to fall back. Jambo in the back line, able to collect a kill as well.
Oh.
Although a deagle shot does ring to be true, Fnatic still have full control of the A-bomb site. They've completely pincered. Great spray control from Cypher. Completely pincered that mid push. And it is just Pyria. Only one left. He has an AK. Try to save it. I mean, you're not going to go for the round.
I mean, Pyria is still doing good for himself. Numbers-wise, 16-13. And I mean, all of Bounty Hunter is just a killer away from being positive. Obviously, Kaiser 16-12, Ninja 17-11. But still, all being overshadowed by Blame F.
Yeah, I mean,
who just hasn't slowed down even with the lesser performance of the rest of his teammates.
Blame F is a shooter, man. Blame F is just a monster in terms of mechanical Counter-Strike. He's putting himself up to 26 kills. I feel like there's not really a time where you don't expect Blame F to just, you know, maybe you're not always expecting him to top frag because that's an unrealistic expectation, but you're expecting him to get a lot of kills almost every game. And especially when you're going against weapons that aren't perfect, because Bounty Hunter's economy is starting to slip away really bad. I mean, they do have the rifles invested, but there is still an MP9 over on the IGL. Maybe something that can be taken advantage of, maybe not.
There's a world where Fnatic make this 11-11 and Bounty Hunters are on a half-buy kind of mix here, and Bounty Hunters could get themselves to map point. Or sorry, Fnatic could get themselves to map point. I didn't think I'd be saying it the other way around now.
Your brain doesn't know what to think. You had expectations, they've been crushed, and now they're back, maybe.
Yeah, I got nothing.
Not a great spray, especially because that allows Jambo to catch off your teammate. Although there's a trade back pistol trying to come out, getting completely surrounded. 4v2, favoring the T side. Freck and his in-game leader trying to figure out a way to keep this round alive. The timing is everything here, and it will be just a quick tap to the
I
back.
was thinking there was a knife, Donnie.
No, Blame F already did one knife kill in this game. Come on, we can't expect two. We
Right?
Or can we?
You know, I've never seen Tony more locked in my life, just perplexed with what he's currently watching. Whether it's disappointment or excitement, it's hard to tell. Is good. I get a thumbs up. Is good.
That's all. I mean, I feel like that's all you can say to this game because, this is getting interesting. Freck stays alive for the time being.
Blame F really wanted the quads.
Oh no, Fnatic, don't throw your guns away.
Oh, they don't have...
Oh, Fnatic,
Donnie.
don't throw your guns away.
Donnie, I'm scared. Hold me.
Oh, this isn't great for Fnatic. I mean, it's fine realistically, especially because they didn't lose all of their players.
But
I mean, it's fine. Fear just has a little bit less money. He can get a gun dropped to him. Everything's fine. It's just...
unnecessary?
I feel as so, but you do force bounty hunters to not have anything going into this round. I lied. An M4.
The hero.
Ooh.
Is this a...
Ooh, I don't know how I feel about this. There is an M4 bot, there's an MP9 bot, and there's some pistols upgraded. Bounty hunters trying to avoid Fnatic
There's
finding...
still money on Zach, though.
Map point, I know, but I feel like the save might have just been the better call.
I think they realized that they got Fnatic down to a single player, and they want to maybe make this, when they hit 12, force Fnatic into a really poor financial choice here.
Maybe, but...
Which I think they still can't even with Fnatic's
Yeah,
money.
I was going to say, unless you're losing track of the economy if you're on the side of bounty hunters, which is very possible, you know.
Maybe, but doubtful.
Realistically, this is where Fnatic do march forward into map point, even though it looked at times very likely and then unlikely, and now kind of a mix of both.
We're back to reality?
Snap back to reality, and there goes Gravity.
Nope.
Or should I say there goes Blame F.
Close though. Oh, maybe a little more here.
One more?
Maybe a third? No, eventually does get traded there. Back to a 3-on-3, a little more Never mind.
3-on-2.
Fear just decapitates a bounty hunter's player there towards bottom mid, and a man advantage for Fnatic and a quick turnaround, but still dangerous nonetheless.
Yeah, good read for both these teams. Both are going to the right place at the right time. Fnatic about to hit out onto the B-bomb site, and meanwhile, there is a backstab coming in quite quick. It won't quite be able to catch off the T's that are pushing in, but it definitely will be an unknown quantity coming into this retake. And now it is just that unknown quantity of the backstab. Zoc, save it.
I mean, you
gotta
had
save it.
Frack force in.
Oh, okay. That's it. You gotta save those. I appreciate the idea that Bounty Hunters has trying to kind of go for glory right now. But I think this is when you gotta take a step back and realize really what's at play here. Even though that MP9 isn't the greatest gun in the world, it's at least something that you could have had a bit of a better investment into this next round.
A little more utility goes a long way.
Well, utility's fine, but you could have...
No kits, though, for bounty hunters.
Yeah.
That's,
But definitely a doable buy. It is a doable round, and Cypher...
Unless...
in a spot to try to get the opening kill. That's one spray good, not quite able to fully take down the next. But still a 1-for-1 trade, as we've mentioned before, oftentimes favors the T side. Especially when the low HP player is pushing into the arms of the substitute. Player advantage now in Fnatic's favor. They are on map point. They do look to close out their opponent's map pick in the coming seconds of this round. Opper getting dinked is not what you want. He's forced to fall back. Utility comes raining in. MP9's not going to be much help, especially towards stairs. Molotov forcing the Opper out. Ninja's a potential to do something, but he gets absolutely obliterated. A spray through the smoke at least makes it a doable situation. But low HP on Kaiser means he has to be absolutely perfect with this scope gun, and that miss gives his position up. The man that's name has been called so many times in the previous game has to try to close it out, and some good damage. Both these T's are so low. 13 and 17 apiece. He's pushing through. Now, just Jacasmo to try to deal with the reloads there. Furia somehow able to battle back and force overtime against a team that I bet nobody here thought they could even stand toe-to-toe against.
Fnatic, not even. I'm kind of at a loss for words here. Yeah, kind of a thumbs down. I agree. Dude, Donnie, that was an absolute.
I love overtime.
Me too. I think we all do.
How do you let a 1v3 slip out of your hands like that? I'm not gonna lie.
Timeout. Yeah,
I would take a timeout after that too, because that's a situation that a team like Fnatic should not find themselves losing.
It was the jumping crossover to ticket booth. I can
Yeah,
understand
2 players did that.
I can understand wanting to it, but bruh, jiggle that. Just jiggle it. Get a little jiggle.
I'm sure.
Maybe a little jump spot over, who knows? But like that is a play that like realistically, I'm surprised you didn't die in transition midair. You got away with surviving the cross at first.
I'm sure our desk is gonna have something to say about that once this map
Tony's
is
not
over.
even taking notes anymore. He's so disappointed.
He's just got a look on his face. He's not happy.
Hands through hair, everything stress.
He's never mind. He's very happy. I lied. All right, well, overtime is going to kick off. We'll have to see if Fnatic can really lock it in here, figure out what they're doing and how to not lose a 1v3. And Bounty Hunters continue to try to force this upset.
And there's a chance directly into it already, but it is going to be Fnatic with the first kill. Nade going out in towards window from Ninjas, does some good damage to Jacasmo, but can't quite get the kill, and this spam through the wall catches him off guard in the flank, coming up in through Murder Hole. And Donnie, are you okay?
Yeah, I'm okay. I'm
disappointed, excited,
fearful of the outcome of this slow push. Up does it take advantage of that fight, and Fnatic down a player in the first round of overtime. Still a minute to work with. The bomb and his teammate are at least close by, but this op creeps closer towards the catwalk. Player spotted out. Teammate finds the opposing kill, but now it is just Fear running into the A bomb site where there is one player waiting towards that ramp. I do believe that is Freck. Instead, he doubles back into the arms of the op. And that's Bounty Hunters feeling pretty damn good about their start to overtime.
And realistically, 1 for the CT side is the norm here. Match pause. This looking like a little bit of a tech issue.
Would appear so. Would appear so.
On the side of Bounty Hunters potentially here as they start switching some things out. Might just be a little bit of a headset issue. Not 100% sure here, but they'll get it sorted out. But let's bounce right back into this game here. Fnatic down now into OT after having a comeback, which they were up, then they were down by 4, then they were up again, then they were tied again.
This is like the we're so back graph. You know what I mean? Where it's like, oh, we're so back, it's so over. We're back, it's so over.
That's what it feels like.
And now we're just right in the middle.
It's like, and here's your lead, and it's gone.
Yeah,
and here's
like,
and gone.
You almost got it.
Gotta be quicker than that. Gotta be quicker on that.
And you know what? Honestly, a tech delay might be one of the worst outcomes right now. You're not able to talk to each other. You're just kind of stewing in your own emotions, thinking about what's gone wrong thus far in this game. Bounty Hunters, sure, you're in overtime. You're in just as stressful of a situation as Fnatic, but it's a completely different side of that coin. You're in a position where, sure, you've battled hard, but you weren't supposed to be here. You were supposed to effectively get 2-0'd, and now you're in the lead going into overtime.
I'm going to be honest, my expectations going, this should have been like Fnatic 13-7.
I was thinking like a 13-8, 13-7, yeah.
Yeah, like a reasonable but not a blowout, but not necessarily a close game where Fnatic stressed. Now all those times that they didn't kind of throw their full tactical executes in a sense out, they're looking down now by a round.
Double op out for the CT side as well. And that could be an interesting sight to deal with. I don't think it's come out this entire game so far. So maybe Fnatic not going to be ready for it. Blame F 32-20.
I mean,
Jambo's caught up to at least where he was at previously, but still, like,
oh. Does
guys
this work?
needs at least one of these. That's a good kill to start it off. Sure, the trade back comes in, but look at the low HP now. And with a player advantage, or excuse me, with a even player, but down one for both teams, the T's feel good about that.
Yeah, they would have to at this point. 4-on-4. Zach down to just 19 HP. The boost coming in up towards window. And who else would you want to boost up to navigate around these CTs but Blame F?
Timing couldn't have been worse for the Opper. Kaiser gonna lose his life. Sure, there's a trade back immediately, but I don't think Fear's position is even thought about. Doesn't seem to be. Here's the rotate, but there's another player close by who's gonna be ready for that peek. Bounty Hunters. That was honestly a great little bait and switch there.
That felt so purposeful. Realizing that there could have been a second there. The op falls quickly there to the AK, and it's leaving it. Cypher and Jambo, 2-on-2 here. That's Fnatic. If they don't win this one, I think it's going to be a hard second half of OT, if not.
Oh, I mean, mentally, how you got to be feeling after this. The op does drop down on the side to try to block off the CT push. That does come late, and he gets the shot through the box. Are you kidding me? Cypher. Oh, a player that sure has expertise and experience, but this 1v2 with all the pressure mounting on him, not able to hit that first spray. Player peeking from CT, picks up the first spray. Furia, 1v2 versus Cypher, 2 HP. That's the clutch, 13-13. Fnatic are still in it.
Donnie.
Oh, goodness.
Donnie, I don't think my heart could do this tonight. It's day one. Slow it down a little bit. Come on, please. 13-13. We go into the last round of OT here in the first half, and I mean, at the pace we're going, Donnie, how many OT?
Ooh,
One OT.
you know what?
Maybe
I
two.
saw a great game that Fnatic played, and it was against M80.
Okay.
And it went to like 8 or 9 overtimes. Let's beat it. Let's have the longest game of CS2 ever on the first day of frag. Why not? I'm here for it. I'll stay here till the 5. I don't even care.
Donnie.
Darth might did that game. He's here somewhere.
We're not going home, that means. We're sleeping under the desk.
I love sleeping under the desk. All right, let's see what these teams have in store. Who's going to have the advantage going into the second half of the first of potential many overtimes? I like testing fate. Anthony is not happy with me.
No, I don't have the energy. It's day one. Don't take it all from me already. Save me a little reserve here. Please, I beg of you. Minute 5 on the clock here as Fnatic are just dwindling down the utility of Bounty Hunters here, but the trade started coming in, and it looks like it's Bounty Hunters on top for now, but for how much longer? Jambo lasts alive, up in hand, 1-on-3, makes the jump.
I mean, that's the first start of what you got to do, but I think the scope and the footsteps should have been heard. But the player in market does get a leg shot off, not quite able to secure the kill either way. Jambo forced into this fight, peeking around, missing the op shot. Bounty Hunters, they're up.
Donnie.
Yeah.
Say you've reincarnated yourself as Blame F. You're dropping 33 kills in overtime versus a Brazilian squad that you thought you should probably pretty handily beat. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling pretty sad. I'm
Okay,
also, you know,
that's normal.
I'm a pretty sad person, I'd say. So I feel like
Definitely up there.
I don't think I've ever been in this situation in my life before. So I don't know how.
This feels like the one time I actually had a good game on Ancient and nobody else on my team when I was playing with you
the
did
XM?
anything. And I'm like, the only time I'll ever do anything good around here.
Well, we'll have to see if Fnatic's going to be able to do anything good on Mirage, or if it will just be the South Americans to run away with it. A bit of the spoiler for the seeding. Good nade, does good damage onto Bounty Hunters, and 2 kills fall in favor of Fnatic. This is the team we expected to see. Kaiser,
Blame F gets a quad.
nothing he could do about it. Of course Blame F gets a quad.
Did he hit 40 yet, dude? Come on.
And there was a bit of a scream from the side of Fnatic, so their energy is still up. They know that they have to mentally be into this game.
Yeah, I want to see some finger pointing.
You want to see some finger pointing?
You.
Hey,
You.
not cool, man.
Except I'm pointing that finger at my team like, see, guys? That's how you do it. That's how you get quads around here. Take notes, kids. I mean, Grant, I feel like Blame F probably has a few years over a lot of his own teammates here, but...
Oh, yeah. Just a little bit, but, I mean, Fnatic tie it up. They still have to try to seal this deal. It's not like they're all good from this time being. They do get the opening kill. Period out of the round. Definitely a good way to start. Jacasmo really starting to come into this game, I feel like. It did take him a while to wake up, but now finally cracking even on that scoreboard. Very good for the substitute.
But Cypher, dude. Cypher.
Hey, there's always next map. Maybe Cypher doesn't like Mirage. You know, maybe he just really
I mean,
doesn't
dude, fair. I don't even like Mirage, so I fully understand. But that's also, I'm a B anchor, so like, it's a miserable life I live.
Ooh, good util damage. Sockbrat down to about half. Playing it pretty slow, trying to focus on this mid control. 3 Ts are waiting for this smoke to fade, but there's 2 Fnatic players on the other side of it. As it comes down to it, this is gonna be everything. A beautiful transfer, and that's 3 for BlameF. Only Kaiser left.
Did it.
Sitting on the ramp, tapping away. BlameF trying to go for that kill, not quite able to find it. Okay, this can get scary if we overpeak like a
Nah.
previous round Fnatic.
Nah. Nah,
Surely not.
Third time.
Surely? Good nade.
BlameF's going to swing for a quad. He won't get it, but he will at least get traded up, I fear, most likely. I'm predicting the future, Donnie.
That's
for
15
distance.
seconds. We're good.
Never mind. No trade needed. BlameF only gets a triple.
All right.
Rookie numbers. Only 40, dude, in 29 rounds. Quick maths.
Hey, you know, I'm proud of you for that.
15, 15 is 30, minus 1 for the 14. That's 29.
Cool. No clue what you just said to me, but you know what I do know? Fnatic are on map point.
We've seen them in this scenario before, Donald.
We have.
Surely they won't reenact history again because we learn from our mistakes, right, guys? Right?
Yeah, sure.
Surely we don't
I think
play it off
Fnatic
the
just
back
want to
of
go
Blame
to
Out.
Ancient. No,
You mean Dust 2?
Ancient's next. Dust 2 is a third.
Oh, I see what you're saying. They don't want to play 3 maps. I thought you were
No,
saying they want
no.
to.
I think they just want Mirage to be over.
They don't want to make this a midnight end game here when we still have 1 more to go.
I think it'd be fun.
I think you should shut up.
Beautiful kill for BlameF to open up. Trying to spray down another one. Okay, all the pieces seem to be falling into place, although there is a trade back for Kaiser. 3v2 being the advantage for Fnatic as they look to close out Mirage after what should have been a quick game. No way. Frag finds himself in this position. The player connector gets taken down, although now he's in 1v2. Knows that there's one in underpass. Should be aware at least of the rough positioning. There's the other CT as he did just kill his ally. Making his way over, has to pick up the bomb, has to try to get this plant down. He still has plenty of time to work with. I mean, this is a lot of pressure on Frag.
Oh. Jambo taking a little damage there from the Molly. He works his way around. This is good position. He's, oh. Surely they spray check the smoke. They get the dink in, and there we go. Whew, finally.
A little bit of a
just wanna
sweat to
point
wipe
out-
off your brow.
Nobody on Fnatic got past 20 kills while BlameF dropped 42.
Hey, well, you know what? Everybody needs a little bit of BlameF in their life, you know?
Can you be my BlameF?
I can't promise all that, but I'll try my hardest to.
That's all I
Either
ask.
way.
I don't ask too much, but dropping 42 kills, I feel like it's doable, right?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Fnatic, after quite the heater, do secure that map 1 victory. That was the map pick of Bounty Hunters. Next up will be Ancient, but we'll get back into that after a little bit of a break and a few words from our lovely, lovely analysts.
Well, that was quite a game,
Yeah.
Tony. We were sitting here watching it on the couch. We're back again. I'm Big D, by the way. I'm joined
If
by...
you couldn't tell, yeah.
Yeah, in case you didn't know who we were already, I'm Big D. I'm joined here once again by Why Not? And there's a mysterious second analyst lurking around somewhere. Oh, here he comes. He's coming in.
Well, look what the cat's dragged in.
Look what the cat dragged in. He was so... I mean,
Hold on, let's do a little switchure, all right? Let me.
Yeah, let's get back to
Let me get in pause.
our correct
Set
positions here,
position, okay?
gentlemen. Well,
Lost.
yeah, that was quite the game, though. I mean, it was we're getting an overtime barn burner like
Yeah.
that map 1 in group stage here.
Yeah, I mean, when you talk about a game like that and you look at the stat lines, if it were on HLTV, it would be pretty crazy to see what BlameF put up in that map, and it's kind of hard to deny that he
No
put him on
kidding.
their back.
Yeah,
That'll be a lost relic to the Thursday history of Fragadelphia. What did he have in the end? 42? Way too many. I mean, I don't know if it's already been said, but growing pains on the stage. I mean, needing a lot of energy up there already. Like, you come up there, clearly, like, I even mentioned it to Tony, like, watching, like, Cypher's body language, like the rest of the team, man, they're just waking up out there. I felt like I was watching Sandman again. I know I was kind of calling him out in our first series. Obviously, like a common travel day for a lot of us here, but, you know, I kind of just mean more with, you know, obviously Chicosmo fitting in with this lineup, and I pointed to, I think, communication concerns probably causing a lot of,
Yeah.
you know, if there were to be problems, that definitely looked to be the case here at the beginning of this Mirage, but they figure it out, man, in dramatic fashion.
Well, that's what's so weird to me is that they don't have Chicosmo filling for Crimson spots. Instead, it's Fear on the CT side at the very least who is filling over as the B anchor, giving Chicosmo a little bit more room to work at A. So, in-game leaders typically do have that role of B anchor, if not one of their other riflers. It's kind of interesting to me to see that Chicosmo wasn't the problem over at A in terms of, I think, the communication line. It felt like more often than not, there was a little bit of a breakdown in terms of the mid-round and retake scenarios over on the B side for their CT side, and then even going on to the T side when they found themselves in post plants on that side of the map, clutches were coming up bounty hunters.
Well, and Mark brought up a really interesting point, and to talk more about what you're saying there, the fact that do you like this was kind of a surprise from bounty hunters, but do you feel like they're kind of showcasing something, some potential right now in these first two series, or like Mark said, is this more Fnatic is starting to wake up here and just kind of get their feet underneath them after a travel day?
I think it's a little bit of both. I think we already, having seen them against Lag, are seeing some of the same successes as far as what they were employing in their game style. Talking mainly about a lot of their mid-round re-peaks and then peaking into same angles after a time period has gone by. Like, I can give 2 examples. In one round, in the ladder room, there was a player in which who had just taken a kill, backed off, re-aggressed a few seconds later, and then went to go do it a 3rd time. The only difference is that the 3rd player actually had gotten by their line of sight, but those 2 kills are already more than enough to get an idea of what the Fnatic game plan was. 2 players going up cat at that stage, it's not going to be an A-pop, guys. We're not working up cat with 2 players. And in that same vein, at the bottom side of mid and connector, we saw a bounce back and forth off of both the window player in Kaiser, as well as the player in connector when it came to their re-peaking. So I think that that's really good, and it shows that their mindset is similar to how it was in the first best of 3.
Yeah, and Mark, I know you're super familiar with the South American region. How are you liking what you see out of bounty hunters so far?
Look, man, I mean, on paper, like, again, I'll echo the sentiment. Like, with a little less humor, because, like, dude, if we're able to, like, I mean, go back to, like, covering, you know, bounty hunters and, like, the usual tournaments that we see them in, like, I mean, a result like that against Fnatic is gonna say a lot. So, like, hopefully everybody's paying attention that's watching this online and, you know, can see that, like, I mean, we're pulling up to some really, like, really interesting international competition just immediately off the bat. I think that, like, even in my, like, most wildest dreams, where, like, if I saw that, you know, becoming a close loss in, like, a result like that, that went beyond. I mean, it was a really impressive put out there, to the point where, to be honest with you, it's going to be a very interesting ancient. I think we're about to roll up into.
And
I mean, 42 frags to get there. Dude,
I was going to say, I have one thing to
crazy.
say about that, is that Blame F wasn't Bait F, you know what I mean? Like, that joke is kind of long dead in that moment, where actually I had moments where I had to criticize him for over-peaking, which is crazy considering the fact that they had some of the coolest setups on their CT side. That double con setup, 1 player top right looking into the wall, Blame F taking first contact from the deep left after the smoke faded, absolutely genius. He nets 3 kills from that spot, and that's really difficult to get even, I think, 2, let alone securing the 3rd, and that's really just round over at that point. Connector is a high-impact position. High-impact players play these spots. It's mechanically gifted individuals that are granted that responsibility, and seeing him rotate into that area of the map and make it look like his own, very nice.
Yeah, without a doubt. He was a very exciting player to watch throughout that series there. Well, before we hop into map 2, I do want to get you guys' quick predictions. Are we going to see map 3 on this, or are Fnatic going to close this out here on their map pick?
Definitely not. I think we're going to go out 2-0 here. I think, you know, a wake-up call like this at the beginning of it for Fnatic, especially for a player like Cypher. I think you're about to see a big turnaround game out of him, and they're going to close it out on Ancient.
I'm going to have to concur. I think Mark has a valid point. I think that map was a pretty good statement for me from what we could potentially have gotten from the Bounty Hunters, but then going into this one, seeing as they don't close out, that's where my red flags start to raise, and all things considered, I think it's still going to be a positive outlook for them moving forwards. Absolutely.
Well, we're going to find out here in just a moment. Let's go ahead and get you guys back to our casters here. We've got Buckethead and All In Gaming.
Bye-bye.
All right, Anthony.
Yeah.
We had our fun. Fun.
Did we?
Bounty Hunters,
Yeah.
they showed what they can be, but I think now is time to go back to reality for both of these squads. Fnatic, no. Sure. They may not be untouchable, but now they know that they cannot slouch their way through this tournament. They need to really start to dial it in. I'm still going to say it's a 2-0. I think that Fnatic is just going to power through Ancient. I think there's a world where fun
This is their
things
map
can happen.
pick, right? So
This is their map pick, and I mean, Fnatic is a good Ancient team. Like, this is one of their most comfortable maps.
yeah.
I do think that was a harsh slap in the face of what reality actually is going into this tournament, and I do think Fnatic still closes out 2-0. Do you, my friend, concur?
I do, and I hope that's the case, because I've got some lovely Olive Garden sitting in the back that I'm looking at them breadsticks and chicken. I may have started digging into the chicken.
Just the chicken? No.
It's the least greasy thing I looked at. I mean, them breadsticks, brother, the butter on them and the garlic, and you know it's bad for my fingies and touching stuff, so no good.
I had a
Just
singular
chicken.
hot pepper from the salad.
I saw.
Yeah.
You was gripping that thing in your teeth.
Yeah, it was a little spicy.
Isn't that kind of the point?
I mean, yeah, more or less. And what is the point of this matchup? Let's remind everyone, this is the upper bracket final of Group A. So, the winner of this will be continuing on to go straight into the playoffs, have the higher seed.
Yeah.
Loser of this will go to face lag, which if we are concluding that Fnatic win,
It's a matchup again.
it would be Bounty Hunters versus lag once more. And that's a whole can of worms that we can't get into until we know for sure what's happening.
That's true, because Fnatic aren't out of the woods yet, and that...
No.
Like, honestly, if Blame F doesn't do exactly what he did last map, then Bounty
Could
Hunters...
you imagine a world?
I mean, nobody broke 20 kills in, what, 30 rounds?
Yeah.
While Blame F's dropping 42?
That's what I'm saying. If Blame F, take Blame F out of the equation and put in a different player. Same rules, but just not quite as effective, right? Fnatic just loses that game. Like, they lose that game probably 13-8, 13-9.
Yeah.
Maybe even
Let's
lower.
be honest. Blame F had to put... He took off the backpack. He pulled out the travel luggage. He shoved every one of his teammates in there, forced them on a flight, and landed across the finish line of only map 1.
Only
We're on
map
map 2. That's not even done.
Well, speaking of map 2, it is Ancient. Bounty Hunters look to stab back at their opponent's map pick. Meanwhile, Fnatic try to close it out on their own. It is them starting on the T side. They are grouped up outside of B. They're waiting for what aggression could come out from Jaguar. I do see, I believe that's Pyria. All right, poke his head around just a little bit. He takes some damage, falls back. Now the position of almost every single T is known. So this hit, I do believe, is going to come underway.
They will slow it down, but eventually force themselves forward here. Cypher tapping away, does get that first kill on towards Ninja, a name we said quite a bit as well. And that is Pyria out. 2 big hitters here that Bounty Hunters have proven to throw those names around. Now 3-on-2 post plant with no kit. But they do got the dualies though.
Yeah, I mean, realistically, what can be done? I mean, a few taps to the head can be, and these dual Berettas might be able to get effective too, but Cypher in a close angle, jumping around. Dual Beretta's making himself try to find the kill, not quite, but I mean, the rest of the CTs get cleaned up. The dual Berettas eventually find their target, and Fnatic, once again, find themselves a pistol.
But big key factor here, Dolan, that we may have skimmed over. BlameF didn't need to get a sim kill.
Hey, would you look at
Cypher
that?
got 3.
Hey, you know what? And that's the Cypher that we expected to come into this. Like I said, you expect...
What do you end with 17 kills or something like that?
I don't...
Maybe less?
Yeah, I think he might have been like 15, 16.
I think Fear or Jambo might have been the only one close to 20 at like 19.
Fear and Jambo both did step up towards it. Honestly, and so did Jacasmo. In all honesty, especially considering that he's coming in as a substitute. Sure, this may be a core of a previous roster, but
yeah,
a core of a previous roster from a long time ago at this point. Fashion UA no more, now they're American.
Quite the turnaround. Didn't expect that one. But are we going to expect BlameF to walk through this smoke? No, but he will hold firm till it does start to dissipate. In the hands of Frack towards top mid. BlameF. It's now or never. Molly starts spreading forward, gives him a little bit of space, a little access towards top red. Tavquay is going to expect the at close range, dodges the delivers a little bit of utility, but it's actually the Galil of Jambo to get that first kill and a second there. Well, Galil's just tapping away here.
That's what you want the Galil to do. I mean, a lot of damage done to at least one of those two rifles, but at least the impact is found, and now Fnatic can make their way out onto the B-bomb site. BlameF has found himself through Red Room, trying to sneak around into CT. But he needs to be ready for Ninjas, who is in the close corner. A dink comes off, but not quite enough to secure the kill. Now with only 7 HP, he collects a Mac 10 for himself, and I would assume that Bounty Hunters do try to save just from this point on. Yeah, bomb's gonna get planted, all the CTs move towards the other side of the map, and unless something crazy happens, Fnatic secure themselves a second.
Yeah, you would have to assume there. I mean, it's not a big save. It's not, you know, I mean, it is potentially game-changing weaponry, but not the standard game-changing weaponry. You know, Scouts, Mac 10, an ump, there's potential, and any potential is better than nothing when you're having to go up against USPs and,
there's a world where...
Yeah, they meet.
I think not, though. I think Fnatic just stays back on the other end of that tunnel.
Yeah, I mean, Ninja's just the canary in the coal mine here, and should skirt on by.
Oh, except for the bomb thing.
You know, I was thinking in my head, I'm like, maybe he takes like 2 damage, but like, you know, at first I'm like, I feel like he dies here, but then I'm like, nah, I don't know what I'm talking about because, well, I'm not at his level.
That's, yeah, I had the same thought process where I was like,
and he probably thought that too, but then at the same time, he's like, depending on where Fnatic planted,
that is also true.
And they planted like the front default. So maybe just within that range of doing probably nearly exactly 7 damage to him. I'm kind of curious now. He had to have been right on the cusp of it.
Well, either way, I mean, matters not anymore, as Bounty Hunters did lose that round and did lose the gun that was trying to be saved. So it is only the UMP and the Scout in play right now. It is nice to see the UMP getting a little bit more attention.
We did see the MP7 as well.
Ooh, okay, 5-7 could have been a bit troublesome there, but instead it is the T's to just clean that right up. All of the CTs over the A-bomb site have hit the floor. 3 towards their spawn, but I mean, the pistols can try to collect some kills, but there is armor. You don't really want to risk that. The UMP should definitely be saved. And Fnatic, once again, find themselves in the clear. This is how last map started.
I was like, this feels vaguely familiar.
Oddly similar.
Yeah, yeah. But again, all it takes is 1 round to really turn this round and set that pace right back in the way of Bounty Hunters. And if there's something we've learned from the Brazilian squad is all they need is a little bit of wiggle room to give themselves a mile.
Don't give any team any slack. I think that's what, I think at frag events, that is what is most important. You cannot let any team chew anything more than they should.
Because like realistically, if you're Fnatic, do you really want to drop a map to Jack Rose Dumpy? Probably not, but they're
Hey, we'll see what happens at Mega Jersey, all right? Who knows?
There's a chance.
You're saying there's a chance.
There's always
no, but even like at Knoxville. I know you weren't there, but no radar.
Yeah.
Almost took a map off of NIP in the group stages. I mean, I think it ended up like 13-9.
And I feel like no radar are a little below of what Bounty Hunters brings to the board, but
Yeah,
still a very
they're an advanced team.
competitive
They're a team, but like, you know, you
Shouldn't be
can't
that
let any
close.
slack off.
Yeah, and that's the thing about CS here, especially in NA. We're built for upsets because, whew, boy, do we lack the success.
Yeah. We also lack the employment. That's why we're always so dedicated to the game. Either way,
Hell yeah.
Fnatic open up. A little bit of a trades back and forth, but it still ends with them having the player advantage. Make that 2. As it is only Zoc left. Not a lot of HP for any of these Ts, really. But I doubt that Bounty Hunters know that information for sure, so the M4 falls back, especially considering it is now at 5 points of health itself. And Anthony, I don't know, something feels similar to last game, and I'm getting nervous. It's only the 4th round, and I already am...
It does.
The anxiety kicks in.
It does feel eerily familiar, but this is Fnatic's map pick, and Grant, this is the same pacing we saw on map 1. Fnatic seem like they've woken up. They've come to the conclusion that Bounty Hunters are a team that they do have to go blow for blow with and dodge OT. Don't go map 3. There is just, because map 3 is Dust 2, right?
Map 3 would be Dust 2 if we get there.
That is like most, I feel like, Brazilian teams' home turf. They just play Dust 2 so good, and I've noticed in a lot of the South American scene that they just played a little bit differently than I feel like, NA or the EU does, and they're just really good. A lot of Brazilian squads are really aggressive on Dust 2.
Never forget when Renegades 13-0'd SK on Dust 2 during what would have been NA Pro League at the time. One of the best days of my life.
And speaking of upsets, I mean, Astralis just, got 13-2, 13-0'd?
Well, recently?
Yeah, like yesterday or 2 days ago, I think.
Oh.
I think it was Astralis. A team that should have never.
Well, Astralis ain't what they used to be.
Yeah, well,
Questionable.
are any of us nowadays, Donnie?
You know what? We're all getting old. What can we say?
Time
But you know what's
catches up
not
with
getting old?
everyone.
This game isn't getting old. I'm excited to see what is to come as there are guns.
Ooh.
Ways, a bit of a wild spray, not quite able to land in favor of the Brazilian.
Oh my damage.
So much
Well,
damage.
TK. We missed a good TK. We got that a lot
Blame
in
F.
Series 1.
Blame F doesn't want to get team killed, so things could get hairy.
Uh-oh. Well, I mean, there's still very much a chance because you have nearly everybody but Jambo, who is the one currently peeking and getting that kill. Is this going to be another save for Bounty Hunters? Are they just playing for the exits? Yes, they are.
I really like this type of Counter-Strike. I know it may not be the most exciting to watch. You beg for those big moments where someone goes into
Everybody
a
wants to see a good
situation.
clutch.
Everyone wants to see a good clutch, but when you're talking about just pure Counter-Strike, I love the commitment to a better tomorrow rather than a almost impossible today, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, 100%. I do fully agree with you. Tactically, this makes sense. It does. As much as, we've all been in those pugs where you're up 6-0 and you type saving again, ? That's kind of what it feels like, but it makes sense.
You think that's what, like, Cypher's doing?
Yeah. Nice save. Lol.
Nice save, nerd.
But yeah, it makes sense. Like 1-on-3. TK through the wall.
Ooh,
Okay,
extra slow-mo replay for that, too.
That's unavoidable.
Yeah,
And at Blame F, you're just like, huh?
Blame
What?
probably didn't even know it was a team kill until he looked at the
Probably not. The kill feed,
feed.
never lies.
ball don't lie. And you know what else doesn't lie? Pistols. We'll have to see what Bounty Hunters can try to do with this type of weaponry. So far, not much, although one kill does go in their favor, albeit with a lot of health on the line. 4v4. Ooh, and someone's found their way all the way into Bucket. This actually is an interesting position considering
Bucket.
Jacasmo is playing close to Jaguar. This is a completely unknown spot. He does get cleared out eventually, trying to double back. 5-7, only good for one. And it is only Freck, who does have at least an M4 to work with, but maybe dreams besides that.
No nightmares.
Nightmare, nightmare, nightmare.
No. Dreams, nightmares.
Oh, like
The
the case.
Philadelphia anthem.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, call back.
New Jersey.
It's a Philly thing.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't get it.
I'm also.
I'm North Jersey. It's different. You're in the Philly side of Jersey. I'm in the New York side of Jersey.
Whatever. No dreams, just nightmares if you're bounty hunters here. And
I mean, Fnatic used to pray for times like this. You know what I mean?
it's true. It's true. And they have been blessed with just that 6-0 start. And it has been 6 straight rounds of not even like necessarily 1v1s. I think 4 out of the 6 rounds have been saves for Bounty Hunter.
Yeah.
Now we're looking at it. Kaiser's got an op. I'm not really, to be honest with you, I'm not even sure how many times Kaiser has had this op, but this feels maybe a little bit different.
This is the first time the op is out to play for either one of these teams.
That's true. I mean, T-side op, Ancient.
Yeah, you can make it work. It's definitely not a necessity.
You can always make an op work, but why should you have to?
All right, well, finally, an advantageous position for the CTs, although trade it back immediately and make that a double trade as, ooh, everyone's dying everywhere. It is ending up with Fnatic a player up, but, oh, never mind. The Opper is running Molotov, his position's known. This is not gonna end well for Bounty Hunters. 7-0.
It kind of feels like Bounty Hunters giving up a little bit.
I think that was a very silly play.
Giving up, but that's 2 rounds in a row. Last live player just kind of runs at them. And I get it, if you have a rifle, maybe there's a play, but like, you got an op, brother. You get one, you're most likely insta-trade. And
true.
I mean, granted, Bounty Hunters are throwing aggression down. They're changing that pace up, but the pace has proven that they still can't keep up.
Yeah, this is where we see the real Fnatic. This is where we see what they're actually capable of on home turf. And no slouches. I mean, look already. 3 CTs bite the dust. Although there is one trade back. 5-7's always good for a little bit close
Jambo
range
hasn't
fun.
died yet, and neither has Fear.
Oh. Hey, you know what? Let's see how far they can take it.
Can they take us higher, Donnie? That was the question.
You know,
To a place.
where blind men see.
Are we?
Cypher almost getting dinked down through that. And Fear also losing quite a lot of HP himself. Forced through the Molotov spray, not quite able to land. Furia, the only one left. Definitely a doable spot, but such good utility from Fnatic to force the fights in the positions that they want it.
That's 3 rounds in a row now. The last player alive for Bounty Hunters died in that exact same spot amidst a fight in a molly. 3 rounds in a row now. That just further proves that Fnatic are like some sort of puppet master, pulling the strings of Bounty Hunters to sway them to exactly where they want. You can fit in a Metallica reference if you want.
Yeah.
You trying to?
No, I'm letting it stew. I really liked that. I was appreciating it. I was letting it sing, you know?
Okay. Letting it sing.
No, I mean, I assume Fnatic did their homework. You know, they expected to be picking Ancient into this matchup.
Yeah.
I'm sure they also, you know, no disrespect to Lag, expected to be playing Bounty Hunters. So I'm sure, like, I feel like Fnatic, a lot of this probably does come down to them actually just knowing what they're doing and knowing what Bounty Hunters want to do on this type of map.
I mean, this is Fnatic 8-0. This just feels like Fnatic's pick.
Yeah.
Right now, and they're in full control. Even if Bounty Hunters can clean up the rest of this half, yeah, 8-4. I don't give Bounty Hunters much faith, and the op finds the first kill. Kaiser finally getting himself across that line there to get himself that kill with an op, and maybe a little bit more here. Finally, Bounty Hunters picking it up and last alive for Fnatic. Quick to fall from the op again, and there we go.
There we go, 8-1.
Would you look at that?
1 round secured for the CT side, and you know what? I feel like I've seen this story before.
Yeah, but 8-4 was different.
That is
It
true.
was 6-6 at the half, right?
Yes, the previous map. But hey, I mean, that just put a little bit of extra pressure on yourself, you know? Play with the...
Do you thrive under pressure, Donnie?
No, I crumble immediately.
You're not a diamond in the rough. You're paper mache under some small child leaning a little bit onto it.
More or less. I mean,
like a paper mache volcano.
hey, listen, you know what I'm more worried about?
Mollies?
The fact that Fnatic somehow have control of the B bomb site. They're not quite able to fully get the CTs out of there. Zoc is close by, but Cypher creeping behind this smoke. And speaking of creeping behind, very beautifully executed. Cypher's the only one left. CTs know his position, spray through the smoke. Bounty Hunters continue their little wave of momentum and find themselves a second.
Brazilian squad finding a little bit of resurgence of success here into the dying rounds of the first half. Map 2
I'm into it.
for overtime.
Yeah.
Don,
About 5 of them. 6 of them.
think of the cold Olive Garden catering in the back we're missing right now. It's all going to be good. They're going to eat all the breadsticks, Donnie.
Sure, we got a microwave or something.
Bread? Ew. Microwave breadsticks?
I'm not eating the breadsticks. Hey, we got to focus on the game, Anthony, all right? Stop
I'm
talking about your
hungry,
Olive Garden.
dude.
Start talking about Fnatic. Once again, their map pick. Look to close it out into, but Bounty Hunters now finally having a little bit of life. Molotov not exactly landing in the spots where I think the CTs wanted. But this is quite a different Fnatic that we're seeing just into the early round of the game. There's no more of this super in-your-face trying to get all the map control you can early on. This is a much more respectable side of Fnatic being shown.
You know, ever since I pointed out that Fear and Jambo haven't died, they've gotten no kills and died each time.
Oh, this is all your fault, Cypher. Uh-oh, running out of bullets, switching to the M4. Not ready for the swing.
Uh-oh, was expecting a third?
No, not quite. Not ready for the close angle, but a 3-on-3 is still doable for Fnatic unless Freck has something to say about it.
Well, Fear may be cowering here in towards Caves, makes his way forward towards Jaguar, just be felled by Ninjas. As Bounty Hunter finding a third, and there is a potential. They close this out 8-4, obviously 8-0 at one point here for Fnatic. So Bounty Hunters, as they do, they like to play from a very tough position. And maybe, you know, all in all, Bounty Hunters really do just thrive under that pressure to form into more than just a rough diamond, but the epitome of perfection potentially.
Well, maybe. I mean, there's potential all over the place. It's going to start with BlameF trying to open up a double. Albeit 2 different players, but something that should not have happened for Bounty Hunters. They can't get anything going in this round. Finally, a bit of a trade back, but Fnatic find themselves in such a good position. Kaiser already the only player left.
8-4, potentially on the board here for Bounty Hunters.
Oh,
not like this, right?
Oh,
right, Blame
surely.
You see him in his chair, like, my bad, guys.
Sure, imagine.
Kaiser switches to the AK, and there's a world. He does have a kit. He has a molly, so he can force potentially the last 2 remaining players that are doubling up towards Donut into the open. Maybe they line up. Maybe the spacing's not there. Maybe Kaiser gets a triple. Maybe they find a 4th.
Oh, need to start to happen soon. I mean, Donut needs to get cleared out. I think Kaiser should have a decent idea of where these teams are doubled up at, especially after that Molotov comes in. He needs to try to force the fight, swinging around, finds the first fight on the right, but Cypher a little bit quicker. It is Fnatic going up 9-3 in the first half of play on Ancient.
Well, BlameF not having to do as much this time around. 11-9, but still at the top of the scoreboard, not in kills, but just in total score. Fnatic in a firm position, but this is a gap Bounty Hunters can close in the first opening couple rounds here. They can make this a 9-6 before Fnatic can touch some rifles.
I mean, that is a true world that we live in. We have to see where the pistol takes us. I mean, there's a potential for the pistol to effectively spell the end of the series for Bounty Hunters as well.
That's very true, Dolan. Very true indeed. BlameF walking his way down towards mid, tucks himself in firmly towards Cubby. Oh, finds one quick tap, but does get put down abruptly by Zach. 4-on-4 as Bounty Hunters look to reclaim this momentum towards the end of the first half.
I like this play that they're going for. A little bit of a slow wraparound. Fnatic completely leaving this B bomb site open. And now as they push through a main and down an elbow, they should know exactly what's going on, but it doesn't mean that they're going to be able to get the kills. That's a nice few little taps from Jacasmo. Needs to try to find at least one more stop. He's from making it into the site, although the rotates have already come in through CT. 2v3, 2 low HP CTs. Fear wants to push this smoke so bad, thinks better of it, waits for his teammates to circle back around. Oh, the timing couldn't be any worse. Kaiser does eventually see it, but he's gonna have to find more than one, especially because his teammate just fell. 1v2, Molotov is there. That could get a kill on the low HP player. That's exactly what's gonna happen, but the dual Berettas do seem to be true. There is a kit in play. There is no doubt in the world that Fnatic have hit double digits.
10-3, Donnie. It's maybe not the fever dream we were expecting here, but definitely Fnatic riding a high.
Yeah, I mean, they needed this.
More adrenaline from overtime than I think the success of overtime from map 1. And I think it was just, you know, Fnatic waking up from hibernation pretty much in towards map 2.
All right, well, Fnatic try to close it out. Now they're in the position where they realistically can do this before Bounty Hunters can let out anything more than a shriek of pain. This isn't an elimination game, but this is a very important game, again, for seeding. I know I've beaten that dead horse, but also just, you know, to have the availability to relax a little bit until playoffs start.
Yeah, and honestly, some teams, they really do just need at least a little leeway here. You know, not always having that pressure on them. Granted, some teams do thrive and some don't. Right now, Bounty Hunters on immense pressure to find themselves their first T-side round.
Well, they're going to push in through elbow. The CTs perfectly retreat into donut, so no contact to be made at all. You got to love the aggression that Fear has going up outside of Jaguar, playing behind that smoke. I mean, once that smoke fades, there should be a perfect pincer, unless the Ts are able to hit some nice shots. That's one good one. MP9 has to find the kill onto elbow, and that's exactly what happens now with 3v2. Burke and Kaiser.
Well, they don't have bomb.
They don't have bomb. I mean, it's in a retrievable spot. It should be, at least. They obviously don't know that the players in mid have retreated. But now it's always the question of where do you go with this? You have so many different ways to outplay yourself. You only have 30 seconds left. You need to make the decision now. And look at that long wraparound from Fear all the way towards the outside of B main. This is a beautiful read by Fear.
Oh,
and
no.
I doubt Bounty Hunters is ready for this.
Fear's in a good position to actually catch them walking up towards red. Grant, their eyes are going to be kind of focused towards this ramp spot.
Okay.
Spots the head, brings it back to a 2-on-2. Now, around the Fnatic really need to find themselves into to definitely try and continue to smother Bounty Hunters.
Well, there should be a kit on Fear's body, but that's a easy way to try to quell Fnatic's excitement to retake this. Cypher, the only one left. Big nade does a lot of damage to him, and he's not quite able to find that kill. Kaiser surviving with 1 HP. Bit of a full house between himself and Freck. Bounty Hunters, I mean, although they're staring down the barrel of a Fnatic 2-0, they're not giving up quite yet.
No, Kaiser the only one currently positive. Everyone else quite a few kills off even that mark. Kaiser sitting at 13-9, kind of pulling the Blame F experience right now, as he's trying to just continually feed Bounty Hunters a lifeline round after round after round. While Fnatic, they may be on a little bit of a force buy here with the Deagles and a single MP9 on Fear.
Oh, Fear's burning a lot. Yeah, he's completely stuck in no man's land there. So Bounty Hunters take that player advantage. Cypher trying to get aggressive with this 5-7. May be able to catch somebody out depending on the timing of his swing. Not quite going to work in his favor, however. Mac 10 gets the better of that offensive. Campo close with the Deagle. No one's going to peek into him, though. Bounty Hunters should just be set to run away with this round, at least hypothetically. Fanatics has a pretty good read of the situation, though.
They do. Grant down 2 man, a minute, sub 1 minute on the clock here for Bounty Hunters to make a move. But Blame Meth need to at least find himself 2 in that position. Taps from them 4. Ring True eventually getting the kill towards Jambo, leaving just 1 player for Fnatic. 1v4.
I mean, nice shot to start it off, but realistically, you just got to run away with that AK. They're probably not going to let you, but you don't have no kit to work with. You know that you're getting pincered. Just the luck of where you're looking. 1 good spray, almost out of bullets.
Oh.
Getting a beautiful tap. Oh, if there was a kit, this might be absolutely disastrous for the South American side. But instead, all is well, although suffering a few deaths. Nothing they can't recover from, and Bounty Hunters continue to chug along.
Maybe not, Donnie. The economy's run low here for the Bounty Hunters squad, and maybe losing that extra player towards the end has affected them just a little bit. We do see 1 Galil, 4 AKs for the rest, and still utility on the board, but a downgrade nonetheless, leaving a whole lot less room for Bounty Hunters to kind of continue forward if this round goes wrong for them. Granted, it is just USPs.
Yeah.
But we've seen
hypotheticals.
worse things happen.
I mean, that's 1 kill. Maybe if they can get a little bit more, we could be talking. 2 kills is more than 1, but yeah, everything's fine. Everything's fine in the world. Everything's fine in the world. Bounty Hunters looking great. Jacasmo, no way he gets another one. 4-round game.
4 rounds.
4 rounds.
And Fnatic only need 3.
You know what? I feel like we've been in this spot before.
Seems familiar.
All right, let me create the best storyline I possibly can for you.
Oh,
Bounty Hunters.
yeah.
Battle back.
Uh-huh.
7 overtimes. Force map 3. Map 3, 9 overtimes.
Donnie, are you just looking to not go home and not eat? Is that... Because at a certain point, I'm just going to say, I don't care. I'm going to eat and cast.
I'm just joking.
You can't say those things. You know the kind of power we have, Donnie.
Well, we have a caster's curse, so if anything, the opposite of what we say would happen.
That's only if it's something funny.
Yeah, and I think overtime would be funny personally. But hey, we have to lock in. There is a bye for both these teams. A little bit of utility left to be wanting for Fnatic.
Wanting indeed. No op we've seen from Fnatic for quite a while now.
I think we've seen an op this entire game for Fnatic. I don't think Jambo picked it up at all.
I really don't think so, unless it's been kind of scavenged amongst the remains of his enemies. I think that's all we've really seen. And under a minute left. No damage done on literally anybody on the map so far.
Well, Blame F actually has 99 health.
You're right. That's on me.
But they're gearing up towards Donut, and the hit does seem like it's going to come through. 1 smoke can try to stop him. But the T's want to continue to push. They will get that 2 opening kills. Trades back and forth. 1 player advantage for Bounty Hunters.
Fear and Jambo. Last alive here. They're both going to be rotating their way through CT, planted safely for Donut. Molly coming out, forcing them into the open. But Molly just a little bit off in the reposition from Frack here. It's good. Finds the kill, leaving Jambo last alive, 1-on-3, and this should be a save. And Bounty Hunters, they find a 7th.
Oh, so what you're saying is there's a world.
Oh, a world where we lied to Tony about map 3.
Well, Fnatic at least get to save 1 M4 into the next round as Jambo not to be hunted. The money, mediocre at best for the CT side. I expect a save to come in.
Yeah.
Minimal investment, maybe upgrade a pistol here and there, but just kind of let Bounty Hunters continue.
Is this their first time out?
Second.
In the second half?
First and the second. No, yeah, second. Pretty sure.
Well, Fnatic took their time to get to a pausing point, but they got there. They have some concerns, potentially giving Bounty Hunters 8 putting themselves at a 2-round lead, and it was 10-3 at one point here.
Ooh, it was. It was, but
again, Bounty Hunters under pressure, dude. They're just a different team.
I actually really like what I'm seeing out of Bounty Hunters. Like, I really enjoy what I'm seeing out of them. They are a team that doesn't crack under pressure. They're a team that's they're going to stay in your face no matter what. And I really love to see it.
Doesn't matter what side they start on, they're a second-half team.
Oh, you know what? That actually does prove to be true so far from what we've seen from them. We'll have to see how this entry goes. The AK beats the pistol. Surprise, surprise. Jacasmo completely flashed off, burning alive, and kills continue to go in favor of the T-Force. Jambo, once again, last alive. He's in T-spawn.
And he needs to save this one here as Cypher's on 1,500. Fear's on 13, so definitely a rifle that needs to continue to kick around here. As, yeah, Donnie, I'm kind of with you on this one. I think we're in for a long haul.
Yeah. Take a seat, sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. As Fnatic, I wouldn't call it a ride. I'd actually say it's quite the slide. Slide downward.
It's a ride because it's a roller coaster. That is for damn sure.
We're so back. It's so over.
We're back again. Don't know why I ever thought we weren't back, but we're back. Certified.
Bomb explodes. Bounty Hunter. 2 rounds being the difference. Fnatic doesn't look too deterred, though. I don't see much stress on those faces. I do see Bounty Hunters quite locked in, though.
All right, come on. 2 more. That's what that face was. Honestly, very stoic amongst all of them. Very quiet.
Yeah, this hasn't been a very loud game, even with the emotion behind it and the importance behind it.
I feel like only a little bit. We saw a little bit as Fnatic came back in towards overtime.
Yeah.
We saw a little bit when Bounty Hunters closed that gap on map 1.
But map 2, nothing.
Quiet.
Ooh, there is a stack up at elbow. Bounty Hunters 2 kills the better over Fnatic. Although at least there's a trade back and decent damage onto Ninjas. Ooh, there's the kill. Okay, so a 3-on-3, 2 players towards elbow. Flame F, seemingly no one was there, but Cypher a little too aggressive. Gives up his life for not. Fnatic, player disadvantage.
Well, Donnie, we have our standout star here for Fnatic again. Jacasmo, 21 and 13. I'd say putting up blame F numbers at this point. And now leaves me wondering, how is Jambo 8 and 8?
He saved a lot during the beginning of the CT side. He was the player that saved like 4 rounds in a row.
That is true. A lot of saving going on overall. Blame F looks to try and save his team, but will Jambo save once more? No, mollied off. Crazy smoke coming down. He himself was wondering where that went, but poorly timed as he clears the smoke before it blooms up a wall after wall, but he says, we ball.
Way.
Matters not as he walks through, starts clearing out, spots the barrel, gets the kill, puts Jambo into a 1v1. He's got the utility. Did he spot him? He puts the nade out, taps it once. Is he going to bait out a swing? He spotted the shoulder. He does have a kit, so he can force this fight. He just has to get the timing, but it doesn't matter. Zach with the kill, and he put him within 1 striking distance versus Fnatic.
A ballsy play from Jambo, but just some nice shots in from Zach. Bounty Hunters refuse to die. They're only 1 round away from hitting double digits, 1 round away from tying Fnatic.
Again. Is his map 1 over again?
History repeats itself, my friend.
Is this what insanity is?
I mean, listen, if I'm one of the players on Fnatic right now, I might be feeling a little bit insane. I will be honest.
In the membrane? Got no brain?
In the brain. MP9 forced to deal with a full T-Force out on the A-bomb site. Doesn't work out too well. Turns out that SMGs get a bit outclassed by a lot of AKs.
Jambo's got an arm.
Oh, would you look at that?
Hey, first time for everything here, but it doesn't seem like it's going to be the first time Fnatic will win a round if they don't pick it up here. And at this point, yeah, it's a save. Donnie, we're back at square one. It's 10-10.
10-10. We'll see.
And it's almost past 10 already.
I think it is past 10 already. No? I don't got a clock.
My internal clock says yes. 10-12.
10-12. Well, that's not the scoreline. It's actually 10-10. Ooh, nice shots. Not letting, I mean, albeit 2 pistols get saved into the next round, but still, anything you can take away from them.
Yeah, it's armor out.
That's true. That is very true.
And that's another Fnatic timeout. And I'm concerned, Donnie. I think we might see ye old dusty map 3 here. Things keep going the way they're going. And I mean, if I'm a Fnatic fan, am I disappointed?
Yeah. I don't even, like, I don't think that's a question. If you're a Fnatic fan or a Fnatic player, you're thinking,
Or a Fnatic coach.
hey, what the hell?
Yeah. Yeah. And maybe after tonight, Fnatic does a little more homework. I mean, I feel like they went into this one a little light, potentially. I'm sure they did some light reviewing, maybe some looking at a little bit of the maps just for picks, but I feel like kind of Fnatic went into this one maybe a little unprepared for what they're really being put up against right now. A solid Brazilian squad that has everything to prove.
Everything to prove and nothing to lose at all. Flash doesn't allow that AK spray to be effective. Instead, Jacasmo opens up the round, and I feel like this is the first time in a while Fnatic actually puts himself in a decent position to start off. Pixel angle doesn't work for BlameF, and oh god, Jacasmo gets absolutely annihilated. Head on the other side of the map. The entirety of Fnatic's defense is on the opposite site of where a majority of bounty hunters lie. Although this aggression from Fear can be good, especially if he doesn't actually need to be seen. Cypher's the one to get that kill all the way from the bottom of ramp. The T's start to make their way into Donut.
Oh.
Jambo backline op kill. Fnatic actually find themselves in a spot where they should be able to close this round out.
They're planning for Donut where 2 players are and unsuspectingly fall. Now it's down to Zach. Last alive here, finds some damage versus Cypher, readjusts here, maybe takes a fight towards Jambo, gets into a 1v2. Surely he can't do it, gets mollied into the open, crosses back over, time ticking away. He's got a nade. He takes a little more damage as he's just trying to work around that smoke. He tapped it again, he realized it, but they're sticking this time around. He's gonna drop the nade, but I don't think it matters at this point. And that is Fnatic winning the round, dropping after time. And Fnatic find a second round in this half.
When you put it like that. When you put it like that, it's a bit more painful, isn't it? Hey, but either way, you know what? Who cares the numbers? All that matters is the actual winner. Whoever hits 13 or whatever overtime interval you are in first. That's all that matters. I mean, Cypher's still forced down to a FAMAS. Op out for the T side. 2 kills go their way.
You were saying?
Dare I say, this might be a tied up game again.
Seems like Fnatic can't do much with their small victory here.
Now.
But time will tell. Jambo still kicking around with that op, but this is Fnatic probably saving here as the bomb will be planned. We see no real movement other than furthering themselves from that bomb site. And oh, Donnie, my boy, we're tied back up again, 11-11.
We are. 11-11. If you're a fan of angel numbers, you're probably feeling pretty happy about that at least.
I'm not.
Okay, well, I apologize. Cypher from Moss, able to get 1 kill. Not anything more than that. Oh, and the economy is not great for Fnatic. I actually fear that this game slips away from them from this round.
You mean like
you need to keep these guns alive.
Like a map 3?
And the op goes down. Both of the CTs fall. you could justify going for this force, but realistically, I would call a save here. Or I guess like a half investment, you know? You have to concede map point.
This is a tough spot. Granted, Bounty Hunters are playing for a lot more. Fnatic are just trying to dodge in map 3, so it definitely heavily relies on Bounty Hunters at this point to make it work. And Fnatic, they still have at least one more map to fix what's currently happening, but maybe they don't need it. BlameF finds the trade, keeps it a 4-on-4 as he gets back on towards the site on just 12 HP. In the meantime, Fear gets felled by an AK.
Well, there is a trade back to keep it 3-on-3. Make that a 2-on-2. Everyone's killing each other, but the bomb is getting... Why are you standing the Molotov when you're planting? I'm sorry, I got scared. It's a 2v2. Cypher's secured himself an AK.
He planted for Donut again, where he knows the last 2 CT players are.
Well, it doesn't matter if the op is trained on it, and if you get sidestepped, Bounty Hunters somehow find map point.
Man, this... I said first half, man, this feels like a Fnatic map if I've ever seen one, and now, well, it's not feeling that way. I'm not so hopeful here for Fnatic, but at the same time, the buy is on, and I think Fnatic, I think they just like playing overtime.
Yeah. Yeah, you know what? Maybe they're just trying to get as many rounds in as possible, you know?
You get the reps in early.
Yeah, you missed your first game because of the way that the groups were. So they're just trying to get as much Counter-Strike in as possible on day
Maybe
one.
if Fnatic wasn't so good, they wouldn't be seeded so high, then they could actually have played 2 best-of-3s instead of 1 tonight. But at the pace they're going, they're going to put up enough rounds to have equal to 2 BO3s.
I mean, let's be honest. There's a chance where Fnatic have to play 2 BO3s. Let's not say that Bounty Hunters, like, can't win this.
You're very right, Donnie. You're very right. I just kind of forgot that there's still another BO3 after this one. Being completely honest with you.
Well, all right. This is the last opportunity for Fnatic to try to continue playing in their map pick. Bounty Hunters, I mean, just an impressive game so far. Each player being brought to the light when their name is called. They're doing so well for each other, playing great team Counter-Strike. You really have to give credit where credit is due. Slow spread allows the T's to make their way towards Donut. Shadow advantage for Jacasma, who has played this spot a few times, so I would assume that the elevated spot is going to be prepped for on the side of Bounty Hunters. Meanwhile, on the other side of the map, a little bit of poking and prodding towards Jaguar. Fear wanted to face this smoke.
Oh. Wow. First kill there goes the way of Kaiser with his op on this T side here, taking out the op of Jambo, who, again, has only really started to find any real success here on map 2 was with that very op, and the swing comes in and it goes 1 for 1. Fear right there to trade it back, giving Bounty Hunters, oh no, Donnie, I think things are going awry, and I think we will see Dust 2 on the board, and there we go. Map 3, Dust 2, here we come, Donnie.
Yep, we are heading over to the sandy bastion of Dust 2.
Oh,
A very, very good performance out from Bounty Hunters. I don't think anybody could take away anything done this series from them. Sure, Fnatic choked. Let's be honest. Fnatic choked.
9-3 half.
I mean, they won the first game, but they still choked. But Bounty Hunters mentally staying so strong into this game, punching way above their weight, and they're proving why they're one of those teams that can just upset whoever they want. But either way, map 3 will come to you guys, but not before we head to a quick break. Stay tuned. The action will come straight back to you soon.
Introducing OBS Tail 2, a powerful new camera that enhances your live production with AI power. With built-in auto-leveling, Tail 2 sets up perfectly every time. Tail 2's stunning 1/1.5-inch CMOS sensor is paired with an advanced neural engine. Together, they lets Tail 2 capture breathtaking 4K at 60 frames per second. With the upgraded AI Tracking 2.0, human tracking is now more intelligent and responsive to rapid movements. Experience Tail 2's 5x optical zoom, expandable up to 12 times, delivering remarkable clarity from close-up to long range. Thanks to Tail's new integrated pan-tilt zoom rotate structure, enjoy seamless vertical 4K video shooting. Control OBSBot Tail 2 wirelessly with exclusive apps right from your mobile device. With PDF technology, every movement stays perfectly focused. We crafted an advanced 12-piece optical system for unparalleled clarity. As well, Night View mode delivers stunning clarity in darkness. This new generation of AI now extends double-click tracking beyond humans to objects and animals, with an expanded database for enhanced recognition. OBSBot Tail 2 takes your multicam setup to new heights. The smart remote controller brings seamless switching between cameras, while Tally Lights provide instant visual feedback for your production. Use OBSBot Talent for comprehensive monitoring and seamless switching between OBSBot devices. With various professional connection interfaces, Tail 2 adapts perfectly to diverse video production scenarios. Tail 2's 3D and NDI compatibility enables seamless integration into virtual production, while AI features expand your creative possibilities in the virtual realm. Tail 2 supports up to 5 hours video shooting. For group settings, Tail 2 expertly manages multiple subjects, maintaining all participants within the tracking frame. Supporting NDI connection, multiple video sources can be integrated seamlessly. Plus, the 360 degrees rotation base enables full rotation and 5-hour extended shooting. Additionally, Visca and Pelco DP support ensures smooth control through universal pan-tilt zoom keyboards for preset positions and image adjustments. Ready to revolutionize pan-tilt zoom cameras with cutting-edge AI, exceptional image quality, and robust compatibility. Start your new Tail with the new OBSBot Tail 2.
Created by OBSBot.
I can't believe what we just watched, guys. That was absolute bananas to see Bounty Hunters come back like that against Fnatic. I mean, that was a 9-3 half mark. You were sitting there watching that with me. I mean, we thought maybe we'd get overtime, right?
Yeah, honestly, it was sort of looking like it. Fnatic were kind of needing of the Heimlich there for, I think, a good bit of that second half. And it kind of looked like they were about to like spit something out there, you know, including a 12th round. Wasn't in the itinerary. I kind of want my boy Tony to like literally just say the thing again. Like, if only we had HLTV for this result. You know, I could go home and point to this every single time I want to refer to the Bounty Hunters Ancient, because now I got to go back to broadcast and just tell everybody that Bounty Hunters beat Fnatic on Ancient. And now I have like a challenge bracket I can point to, you know, but like these are insane scenes happening in the groups here. I did think while, you know, passing that, man, I mean, either LAG or Bounty Hunters, their Fragadelphia is going to end on a Thursday. Right? Like, that's what's going to be the decider of Group A. That's going to be played off stream, the drama there. But, man, I mean, so much tension here in Group A, but so much wrong with Fnatic, Tony.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the scores of not only map number 1, but now map number 2, we've got a lot in terms of data to lean on. Whether or not it can be seen anywhere else, people who witnessed it here tonight are not seeing the Fnatic that we had come to expect coming into this event. Also having the caveat that there's a stand-in that only takes you so far. That's only an excuse that you can use to a certain extent, and I'm sure that they aren't using that as one. I'm sure that they came into this expecting a little bit more out of themselves, and seeing as they have one more map to prove that they deserve any more time in this tournament, then they better show up now, because if they can't take Bounty Hunters, I'm not going to be slating them with high conversations in regards against a wild card or an OG.
No, certainly not. And we saw this from NIP in Knoxville, right? Their I think second map or second match that they played in the group stage, one of the mixed teams took like 8 rounds off of them, and everybody was like, okay, hold on, is NIP defeatable? But like the question for me is going to be, do Fnatic after this series, do they snap back into form and then like clear all the way through the tournament, or is this really how much power Crims has on the roster?
I think that's a tough ask, only because Dust 2 is a very volatile map in and of itself. It's one that obviously a lot of players and teams will talk about, especially, I mean, no offense, at like lower levels, it's like spawn-based Counter-Strike,
right,
or set pause Counter-Strike, or a little bit of both, you know, a mixture of being able to take your spawns and do something a little bit out of the ordinary if your default would be concerned. And with Chikazmo in the mix, I don't know what that's going to look like. Nobody can really guess what that's going to look like, but it is going to be very, very important that in the mid-round they don't crumble and they don't falter on their communications being any different than it would have been with Crims. That's something we said in the beginning, and that's something you harked on, and especially in a third map, nerves might be going a little bit, you know, maybe self-doubt. Whatever the case may be, you have to be on your peak form, and they're aware of that.
And especially where I think that it's definitely a tilt factor as well. Like, I don't know, I think that it's a range of emotions that you're definitely feeling on this side of Fnatic. And I mean, even where, like, I was telling you the whole time that it's like, take a look at this team's body language in comparison. I mean, you know, it sort of seemed like where you were riding the hype train in map number 1, like right to the like upper end of the cliff, and then it just fell off, right? Like as soon as like you were able to win that overtime, we're going, okay, that's probably, you know, where Ninjas and co are gonna have their best run in this game. That was not the case. The best run was out on the back end of that T side, Tony. So that's why I really look forward to a Dust 2. I think that Bounty Hunters are probably gonna be the most unpredictable they've been in this series, popping out here. But it's also been underplayed by Jambo this entire time. I don't know who has the higher expectations coming in for you for sort of this third map.
Well, individually or team-wise?
I would say individually, definitely.
Individually, if we're talking about expectations, I think that I look to this map, and Jambo has to be a difference maker, because Kaiser is a good offer. Kaiser isn't Jambo on paper. Kaiser isn't a player who's been able to push himself to the limits that he has in times past. And Jambo is a player that now more than ever needs to prove that Fnatic picked him up for a good reason. Fnatic have a history of picking up AWP players, them looking good prior to being in the roster, and then fizzling out a little bit when push came to shove. This is not one of those times. This isn't even the push or the shove, for God's sake. This is a complete crash down if they can't do it. So if we're gonna see this guy on peak form right now, that's gonna need to carry over into every game following. So it's almost like a double-edged sword when discussing who I think individually needs to show up now, because it's for the rest of Frag.
No doubt. Well, I mean, I still can't believe that this is a day one group stage match
kidding.
that we're getting in this series.
Day one.
Exactly. Well, and let's go ahead and figure out how this all closes out. And to do that, we got Buckethead and All In Gaming one more time for you guys.
Going to be here. I didn't think we'd get to this point. I doubt most people in chat and the viewers right now didn't think we were going to get here, but Fnatic being put to the test versus the Brazilian bounty hunters squad, and they're looking to collect on this bounty. Yeah. I mean, what are you thinking score-wise at this point, Donnie?
Let's just call it
13-9, Donnie says, as apparently his mic's not working. Yeah, don't worry, it's cool. It happens to best of us. But yeah, 13-9.
13-9. I'm really hopeful that it works out pretty good. It's really funny that no one heard the little intro I did. That's a real shame. But hey, either way, I'm ready to get into the game.
And get into the game we will, hopefully soon here. So we do a little hot swap mic in action here. And again, Fnatic have everything to lose currently at this point, and it's pretty much Bounty Hunter's game to win at this point. Fnatic on the back foot, and it's really starting to feel that way. No, Donnie, I cannot hear you. No, I can't hear you.
No, I can hear myself.
Hey, I can hear you now. I think he's back.
You can hear me now.
Hey, let's
Hello,
go.
hello, hello, hello. Oh, I hear my echo. All right, so I just had cold Alfredo and pasta, and I'm ready to watch Dust 2, Fnatic, Bounty Hunters. I don't know if anyone heard my prediction. I still think Fnatic take this. Maybe it's just false hope at this point, but 13-9, we'll call it. I feel like anybody can really guess as good as me right now where this is gonna go and how this is gonna end up. But oh, I forgot, knife rounds, yes, third map.
Oh, yeah. I
Knife round, yeah.
Forgot that was a thing as well.
Yeah, look at it, knife round, yeah. Okay,
Yeah.
so presumably Fnatic, Okay, Fnatic are gonna choose the side that they want to start on. What are you thinking? If I'm Fnatic, yeah, I want to start CT side.
Yeah, but it's got to be more than a one-man show here for Fnatic. At this point, it's not looking strong.
No, I mean, nothing is written in stone, but instead written in blood, and we'll have to see how the blood does shed on this third map. Fnatic,
Blood
Bounty Hunters, and we are ready to get into it.
Right, Donnie? Blood for the Blood God, skulls for the Skull God. Skulls for the throne. I don't know. I forget the direct quote there. 40K quote. Don't worry about it, Donnie.
Yeah, it went over my head.
I'm sure
either way.
somebody understands me.
Not I, I'll tell you that much.
Well,
this weirdo.
Whatever, dude. 40K
right.
is awesome.
Tapping through the smoke is Blame F. No one will be found. He does know that there is a presence in mid, as that smoke allows the T's to evade any sort of line of sight that Fnatic may have. And no cap presence from the CT side. Only what I believe is Fear playing back towards Car for the time being. They're going to see Util come in, so they should know that the T's are about to hit. Ooh, smoke down into CT. I do like this play. Get a few to drop in. Completely able to overwhelm the one CT that's defending. And already, Bounty Hunters find themselves in a great position, especially if another kill comes in towards long. Cypher tapping away, not able to get the kill. Bounty Hunters feeling good.
Feeling good, looking good as well. 5 on 4-on-3 before I could even finish my sentence there. Fnatic find their first kill in this round. The Dooley's still kicking around there on the Jackmo as he finds one, and seems like that may be all he finds there. And is Fnatic saving already? Yeah, they are. And that's okay, because realistically, there's no kit and there's no time.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like it's more of a forced save than anything. Blame F going down there isn't exactly what you want, but not much of a choice. You can't really fight your way back into that site. So Fnatic do concede the first piss around of this map. Bounty Hunters, we'll have to see how they're able to work with that advantage. They haven't started a game in the lead yet.
Wow. Yeah, now I think I never. That's true. Well, no, I think Fnatic won the first round of last map. And
That's
that was
exactly
really
what
it.
I just said.
Oh, I'm thinking the opposite. Donnie,
Yeah, no, it's okay.
listen, man, I'm a sleepy old man. And all I've had is 2 meatballs.
What?
1 meatball.
What?
2 meatball.
All right.
That's it.
Scout scoped in. Not able to see anyone through that smoke. A few pot shots don't find anyone to connect with them. Once again, Bounty Hunters find their way into cap, but not going to fully capitalize on that yet. No use to force an issue that hasn't presented itself yet.
Well, they start finding themselves in a good position towards mid, but they walk right into the grinder here as the kills come away with Fnatic now with a 1-man lead for now, for this very moment anyways.
For this moment, but it can all change. Maybe a little bit of a boost up. Ooh, the new crosshair that came out with the update that happened in the middle of our tournament. Not a great kill to give up, just bad timing more so than anything, but good damage done to both of these Ts. A 2-on-2 health advantage in favor of Fnatic, but the site completely given up. A kit in play on Jambo. Really good post positioning here from Bounty Hunters. It's such a hard site to try to break into, especially when you have no utility to work with. You just have to wait for this smoke to give out and kind of brute force your way in. And as the clock...
There's no kid, Donnie. I think they're kind of just giving up.
Jambo has a kit.
Oh,
Jambo has a kill too, and honestly, Cypher has a kill too. And look at that, 5-second defuse. You little silly goober.
Did you hear that?
Yeah, finally a little bit of life out from the vocal side of these teams. You think that a matchup this intense would have a little bit more screaming behind it. We are in Philly, of course.
Get as loud as you want. It's okay.
Get as loud as I want. I'll start screaming.
Well, let's not peek the mics just yet.
No, I'll take the mic off. I'll just start screaming at you.
Oh, you know what, man? There's plenty of time for that later in the night.
Fair enough. A cross without the CTs being spotted. And not a great buy from Bounty Hunters, of course, dropping their bonus round as Fnatic 4 spot in the previous. And now they find themselves, I mean, Jambo's got an AK. Everyone has rifles except for Fear, who has been using the SMG a lot.
Yeah.
Seems very comfortable with, especially with the MP9.
I think that's also a financial restriction as well. We haven't seen the best money out of Fnatic consistently.
Fair point.
And Fear, he hath no fear, like a scored man with an SMG.
Doth thou have no fear? Well, you know what Bounty Hunters don't have?
Much time.
Much time, much weaponry, but they're going to try to go in through bottom mid, smoke off for that cross. Fnatic in good positions to try to deal with that. One spray is good from Cypher, that's all he'll be able to get though. Flame F able to combine, always good for a bit of a multi-kill. Fnatic starting off hot, only dropping 1 kill in the 3rd round of play, and I feel like at this point we can say Fnatic is trying to avoid a bit of an embarrassment. I feel like that is a safe thing to say. If you can come out swinging on this 3rd map and have it go, you know, pretty solidly towards you, I feel like that makes up for the shortcomings of the first 2 maps.
Yeah, I have to agree, but Fnatic are definitely, you know, playing for their own ego's sake as well.
Yeah.
Not wanting
Don't
to be
wanna let
vested
that
here
happen.
in this early on, day 1, match 1 kind of scenario. And ooh, Fnatic just barely being able to avoid the last tick of that molly that would have signed his death in blood and probably human ash. Well, it is going to be a very slow and steady, maybe a little over methodical, rotating back in towards Long as they walk straight into a smoke, and it is Fear again. SMG in hand.
Oh, he
Falling
falls back at the perfect time.
Oh, well, just to drop off some utility, like some quick groceries, you know.
Bit shopping. MP9, I mean, it's a bit of a long-range fight, but surely SMGs should be able to overcome all these Glocks. There is one scout that could be a bit scary. Oh, and that's exactly how it starts off. A body shot. Fnatic need to try to combine with these. Jambo, 3K. The only one left is Freck, who got injured earlier on in the round, and that is a clean round for Fnatic.
As clean as it's going to get, realistically, only some damage on Fear, but he's going to drop off that MP9 and shuffle around some rifles there, but it's going to be M4s and the op on Jambo. And Dust 2 is definitely one of those maps where an op is an essential CT piece.
Oh, yeah.
And honestly as well, don't be afraid. Sorry, that's not an op, that's a scout. My bad.
I do love the ability to use a scout. Like, I think the scout is a very underutilized gun, and I'm happy that it's getting more affection in gun rounds, in all honesty. Like,
And second round buy, scout, yeah.
no, but I'm saying, like, you know, if you can't afford an op, but you still want to have that scope, I don't think buying scout's the worst idea, especially if you can get that tag off and have someone spray him down for 1 bullet. It's beautiful.
Yeah, I mean, tagging up for 13 more damage, that's all you realistically need. Usually, you know, if you're tagging chest, you're hitting for about 73, so easy finish for an M4, or realistically a close range MP9 swinging through double doors.
Finish for a pistol.
Yeah, I mean, realistically, yeah.
Ooh. CT aggression at the perfect time. Does get countered just a little bit, but Blame F continues to do Blame F things, leaving only 1 T in the round. Freck, I feel like we've been here before. Oh, but we haven't seen a shot like that before. Now this gets interesting. 1v2. Bomb is on his back. He's got a decent bit of time to work with. It just matters how Fnatic play this. Chasmo is close by, spots the legs, doesn't do enough damage to get the kill. Freck pushes closer to the doorway. 30 seconds now. He needs to make a decision of where he wants to go. There is a crossfire on his position. That's all she wrote.
That is all she wrote. A very quick and abrupt end to the letter being sent to bounty hunters as they get thwarted one more round here. And there it is. There's the op. Unmistakable.
The big green.
The biggest green, actually.
My fault. Jambo.
The AUG is green.
Is that an R8?
What?
Kaiser's got an R8.
Okay. Yeah.
I would love to say that's a misbuy, but you can sell guns nowadays. Oh, okay. Well, interesting start to the round. Bounty Hunter's actually able to find 2 of the CTs with a nice little push in through Long. R8 still concerns me. And he wasn't even one of the ones to pick up the rifles that got secured.
Which means everything's purposeful.
I want to see him get a highlight reel with this.
Oh.
Nice spray from Cypher, but Cypher dies to an R8 on land. Can you believe this?
First one and feels like probably forever at this point. And Bounty Hunter's man advantage, and well, it abandons the. Okay, there we go. That gets a little concerning there for a split second, but Jambo last alive, and Bounty Hunters, they stole one away. I wouldn't say it was because of the R8. It definitely had a factor.
You know what? I'll be the one to say it. I'll be the one to say it. Bounty Hunters won an eco round because of an R8. You can't tell me otherwise. You know what?
Time.
If there was no R8 kill, it would have been a 3v3, actually.
Yeah.
And then the guns would have... It would have been a completely different situation. I'm saying it. We haven't seen something like this since JL had a 3K with it. On Dust 2 as well.
Dust 2 is an R8 only map, I feel like.
Apparently, you know what?
If you're going to buy an R8, it's because of you're playing Dust 2. No other map where you're like, you know what, man? Why not? Because there's something about the accuracy of an R8 when you're just aiming down for long with it.
A little bit of highlights from the previous rounds. And there it is!
Bada bing.
That's what we call the bada bing.
The big bada bing.
Oh my goodness. Well, either way, okay, Fnatic still has plenty to work with, although Bounty Hunters now with a lot more in their hands.
Ooh.
Nice opening kill. Fear getting really aggressive in through mid, trying to peek into Suicide. Dancing around the boxes with another player. Cypher's there to back him up. Smoke does prevent any more pushing, but Fear does lose his life to the player. Palm Tree,
Wow.
Beautiful spray through the smoke. Allows Bounty Hunters to quickly run away with this round.
Maybe definitely forcing their own hand into the open, and now it's Jambo on the op, last alive, and this is what remaining money was left for Fnatic to kind of scrape together a buy, and now that buy has crumpled underneath the pressure from the Brazilian squad. Is definitely seeing some arms being raised, definitely hearing some nices now from the squad. And Bounty Hunters, they're doing it again, Donnie.
Yeah, I don't know what type of emotion I'm feeling besides excitement for the prospect of what's ahead of us. I want Bounty Hunters to be as competitive as possible, and when you're dealing with a mid push and somehow not able to find a single kill against those pistols, that's not the best, but you know the B-side's open.
You sure do. These USPs make their way forward. Cypher with now the recovered hero rifle, and maybe he's trying to make something happen here, but instead a swift death befalls him. 3-on-3 rifle recovered, but this is an armorless M4.
Yeah, I still think Fnatic just go for the save. But okay, yeah, no, just get exploded. BlameF might try to stick around, find a gun. He does pick up an M4, so now he can briskly walk his way through mid, secure that into the next round. Fnatic, I see this as an absolute win. Except for, like, the round number, but...
Yeah, you know, the important factor, because how many times am I going to say with these two teams right now that we're tied up? It feels like at least 5 or 6 now at this point.
And you know what? I do really want to make it a point, because we have kind of harped on the fact that Fnatic was supposed to run away with this game.
Yeah.
I think Fnatic, there have been flaws within the game, but you can't take a single thing away from Bounty Hunters. I think they're just...
Oh, yeah.
They're very locked in right now. They're playing good individually. I think as a team, as I've said before, they're doing a great job at setting what type of tempo they want to play at. They know the type of Counter-Strike they want to play, and they're going to force you to play that way. And if Fnatic can't adjust to that, then maybe they're not the ones meant to win.
I mean, in all honesty, we said it earlier after the first map that if BlameF didn't drop 42 kills, this could have been the reverse, you know, sweep here from Bounty Hunters.
Yeah.
Just a quick 2-0.
Man, exciting world we live in, and BlameF is the first to fall. Oh, those Cypher! Nice little double up. Spray transfer, a thing of beauty. Secures Fnatic the player advantage, almost finding another one through that. But instead, Bounty Hunters now resort to trying to use Cat to their advantage once more. It is only Jambo with the op focused on that corner for right now. There is a smoke in play. This angle could be smoked off, but instead Kaiser seems to just want to slowly peek into the opposing op, which is never a good idea. Yeah, but not able to find another one. A very nice shot out from Ninjas. And a bomb site secured with the retake now being forced of Fnatic.
Time on that nade and almost a shot through the smoke, nearly netting a kill, but it's Frack last alive. 1-on-3, position towards Cat, known, shot in the head. put down, and Fnatic regained the lead for now. It doesn't seem like they're ever really too far safe when it comes to Bounty Hunter squad.
No, Fnatic can't find a place to be comfortable in.
Yeah.
You know, and I think the same can be said for Bounty Hunters. They sure are forcing a lot of interesting fights, but they're never necessarily comfortable in a game. Everything we've seen so far is them coming back, and I wouldn't say that's a comfortable spot. And right now, with a matchup like this, where it's very, very even so far, not a comfortable spot to be in either.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, again, we've fanned the flames of failure for Fnatic, but really it's the success that Bounty Hunters have really put forward, proving that they can compete at a higher level than a lot may have written them off for. Whether that's due to the faults of Fnatic or the success of themselves. Again, opening kill.
Oh, bad op miss.
That's a huge miss, and you see the reaction there from Jambo as he understands the circumstances here, and the trades come in, and it's one left alive, but it matters not. Donnie, we're back again, tied.
Honestly, and you could start to see the faces on Fnatic. They're starting to emotionally let this get to them a little bit. I can see just from where we're sitting to the stage that, you know, when one of these players dies, it's affecting them. They are starting to get upset. And all you're seeing out of Bounty Hunters is more and more excitement every time they get around.
Every player at any level of CS is susceptible to just fatigue.
Yeah.
I mean, whether it's not the extended play here of a bunch of rounds in a row. Donnie, what am I watching?
I don't know, but Kaiser, he has an op, and he's the only one left after Cypher absolutely annihilated the rest of his team. One op shot is good, but still two to deal with. Jambo, op of his own, and Fear. He's got an M4 to work with. If the CTs get aggressive right now, oh, he comes off of the bomb at the perfect time. If he pulled out the op, I'd say there was a possibility the Tech-9 not quite able to fire off a shot that would have been lethal in time. So Fnatic at least secure that tied half.
How did Cypher survive for so long? He kills one, then nobody looks his way. They look away from him. He gets to reload, spams a whole nother mag of the Deagle, gets another kill, and then gets traded. I'm so lost about everything.
You know what? Sometimes you don't need to be found. Sometimes you just have to allow yourself to succumb to it, and I mean, Fnatic right now is succumbing to a lot of death. Only two players left, Jacasmo and Cypher. Definitely not a impossible position to be in. The two CTs are playing close to each other towards the bottom of mid. Jacasmo starts to march his way in through CT. This is going to be a very difficult retake, especially considering the aggressive presence on Cat. Cypher not even close to ready now. Jacasmo, the only one in between Bounty Hunters and a tied half. Molotov goes out towards Cat, but I mean, there's not even enough time to really work with. Already half tick. Has to try to clear out so many angles. And that is the Brazilian force continuing to stay strong in this game. 6-6, map 3.
What a world we're currently living in right now, Donnie. Fnatic, the behemoth, the legendary organization, potentially being dropped to lower brackets day one. Well, lower bracket of qualies.
No, lower bracket of group. Lower, elimination game in groups. How about that? How about some of this for you that, you know?
Yeah, well, luckily for them, there's, you know, if you do get first rounded, Philly's got some stuff to do around here.
Yeah, and luckily for them, if they do lose, it won't be covered and it won't affect their VRS, although they won't be able to qualify because they're not in a position to qualify. They need this. They need to make playoffs.
Yeah.
It's not even like a situation where they can lose out early and be comfortable. They have no choice but to win and make it deep into playoffs. Otherwise, you can kiss this season goodbye.
You sure can here as they're going to take contact towards mid. Bounty Hunter's going to take a step back here, try to reposition. Kaiser quickly falling. to the brute force the Fnatic bring to that B site. And now Bounty Hunters, is this another state?
I wouldn't hate to save this armor. There's 2 players with armor. If Ninjas wants to try to go for something just to get some kills, get a little bit of extra money, that doesn't bother me, but save this armor. There's no point of trying to go for a retake on one of the hardest bomb sites when you're down on a pistol round.
With no kit, no utility, it is
exactly.
Kind of a dying cause, quite literally, and setting up for some exits to, you know, get an extra $50 a kill here, especially add on to the value of getting kills with the pistol. You know, you could net yourself a good extra couple $100 to maybe front a pistol into the next round, maybe save it and bring out a little extra utility, or maybe an op if you're ever so lucky.
Oh, definitely not yet, but the force buy is going to come in. FAMAS, Scout. 2 SMGs and 1 more FAMAS for good measure. It's actually quite the even buy if you look at it. A little bit of damage through that door early on. Jambo hitting a nice little shot there. But look at this aggression from Zoc. All the way up towards Palm Tree. This is a weird angle to try to account for.
Yeah, it's very like one-off position here from Zoc towards Palm Tree, and Fnatic very wary. We've seen the aggression through mid before, but that is from Fnatic. I'm only gonna force them back just a little bit, but Zoc unwavering in this position.
Yeah, well, the aggression actually works off. He's able to net 1 kill and fall all the way back, secure that player advantage. Kind of make Fnatic scramble just a little bit. They're gonna try to gear themselves back towards top mid. They still do have Cypher roaming around in those tunnels. Refresh the smoke out there while the rest of his team focus on the catwalk. They should hear the rotation of most likely both these players, but Moss does good damage to the head. 1 kill goes in favor of Bounty Hunters. Fnatic may be able to run up on the site, but I mean, there's still quite the defense to deal with. Jumping SMG kill, FAMAS kill in the back, Cypher. He's on a flank, he's far behind, he can't stop the defuse. Bounty Hunters do find themselves back in a tied game. Unless, you know what, maybe he'll just jump Mac 10, why not? Nah, it didn't happen.
I mean, no one's really had more than a 2-round lead in the last 7-8 rounds at this point. And it's starting to show. We're seeing the gaps being closed on the scoreboards themselves. No real standout star for either squad, which is very surprising. Everyone well within like 1 kill of quite literally everyone else. You know, you either have 8, 9, 10, or 11 kills per player here, and the scoreboard reflects that.
Scoreboard does. Fnatic, not much in the bank to work with. Although an equal trade at long does prove to be at least a little bit fruitful, so you can try to make your way up. Not ready for the AK to peek, doesn't matter. Kills continue to go back and forth. Guys are nearby with this scout, not able to quite land any damage. But the bomb not able to have crossed through long quite yet. Now it does make its way onto the site.
Oh, that bomb down, Fnatic putting up a wall here, trying to hold off Bounty Hunters for just a little bit longer to swing it right back in their favor for a single round. But they did do good enough here to get the bomb plant down back into a 2-on-2. The trade's nearly instantaneous. Scout v Scout. Who can scout the other scouter a little bit better? As the smoke blooms, the scout peaks, damage being taken down there. It's down to just Kaiser, who has the scout. But it's going to be a save for Kaiser.
He can't.
And Fnatic.
I don't want to say lucky, obviously a bit of skill there, but that could have been a lot worse. Fear also avoiding dying to that bomb. Very nicely done from Fnatic to keep it back and forth. No one able to secure 2 in a row quite yet, although this is still the early days of the second half of the third map. of the second game, of the first day,
Yeah.
of the last tournament of the season.
Yeah.
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 All right, so bye not beautiful for the CT side, but still a bye nonetheless.
Oh, Kaiser tapping away with the scout. Can't quite land any damage just yet, but the nades do come through on Cypher, and the quick shots in from the MAC-10. The AK cleans up another one, and Fnatic are revving up to finally put potentially 2 in a row. And, well, Donnie, we haven't seen this in quite a long time.
I wouldn't say anything. Well, now you can say it, actually. I thought Freck might have had a chance to get a little bit more done there, but it is Fnatic finding their ninth, finding 2 in a row on this second half. I don't know if that was Fnatic or a team in the pit, but someone's
I think
excited.
it's a team over there in the pit. Might be Zomblers? Well, that's where they were
Are
sitting
they still
earlier.
going?
I generally don't know. They might just be playing like a pug or something at this point.
Ooh, that could be fun. All right, full buyout for the T's. Op in hand, and only default pistols out for this CT side. So they will try to gamble towards one direction, and it seems that Fnatic has this perfectly read already through the B-bomb site, and Bounty Hunters none the wiser.
Well, the USP stack make their way through the long double doors, but seems like the CTs and Ts trade positions as their utility and flash is getting dumped down as they find the first kill. Fear looking for maybe a little more, start to adding up to the tally. He's got some teammates close by him as the firing squad activates, and Ninja's last alive here to try and maybe get an exit. But I think he's gonna come up pretty not empty, actually, as he gets the double tap, and Cypher's like, how, dude? How did I not hit him?
This is when your emotions start to get the better of you. Although, 10-7, at least you found double digits. I don't want to say this.
Oh.
However,
This feels familiar.
I've seen Fnatic let these slip away.
You know, Donnie, I'm no detective, but I think you might be onto something here. We've seen Fnatic get comfortable with the leads. We've seen Bounty Hunters abuse that exact thought and put themselves back into a very tying position to bring it right back.
Or will we see it once more? Or will it finally be the map that Fnatic needed? Flash perfectly. Finds the CT, but still one kill going both ways. Cypher securing that player advantage for Fnatic. Now they do try to hunt through those tunnels. All 3 CTs pushing through the smoke. Looking at middle, a missed flick from Jambo. Does allow the CTs to cross, but at what cost? They still fall. Kaiser can't get anything done. Fnatic, penultimate game point.
Pause does come in from Bounty Hunters as they're trying to gather themselves to this point as they're starting to flail, as that is 4 in a row from Fnatic, and it seems like Fnatic have a handy lead, but the good old pause for this Brazilian squad has proved so much success in the past.
You know what? I can't even argue with that. It seems like every time that Bounty Hunters take a pause, they just win 8 in a row.
It's the turning point. It really is. They found exactly what they need, and it's just...
I mean, they don't got money, though.
They don't, but they got a scout.
They got a P250, 5.7, 5.7, 5.7. Some Uto. You know what? I'm down for it. Let's see something silly happen. Oh, well, not the type of silly I was talking about. A collat from the Alpha Jambo. Make that 3 already. I don't think Bounty Hunters are going to have the same fate as the other times they took timeouts.
No.
Hate to say it.
No, again, I think you are right, and you are onto something there. As Fnatic are looking to close this one out, as maybe they're as tired as we are, Donnie. I don't know. Realistically, time zone-wise, they probably are getting pretty eepy.
Jet lag? I mean, they'd probably be waking up around now.
Yeah, because it is 5-hour difference, maybe?
Depends on where. 5 to 7, I'd say, for most of Europe. But you think Ninjas does anything here?
No.
No?
Full stop, just no. He had a 5-7 maybe. P250 still has to hit the double dink in. And whoever's turning on the human sirens over there, I'm curious as to why.
It's because somebody needs to call
It's because of you.
an ambulance for bounty hunters. They are looking beaten, battered, broken.
Bruised.
Fnatic finally show why they are such a high seed at this event, putting together a good map. They find themselves on map point. But is this finally the time that they close out?
I mean, I hope so.
All right, way to kill that momentum. Either way, it's a bye. We're ready to roll. A bit of aggression into lower tunnels. A lot of damage being done to Fnatic.
Ruh-roh.
Oh, I got bad news for you, Anthony. That's a double up. Fear and Jambo, the only two to remain already. After Freck puts on quite the performance. I mean, in no way is this round already won for bounty hunters, but you have to imagine they feel pretty good about it.
Oh, they do. Fear fakes it once, fakes it twice. Molly forces him out. The swing, big miss from him. If he got that kill, it would have been pretty solid on his part. Even Jambo picks up another Molly. Flash goes over top, but he's got so many avenues to deal with. Bounty hunters throwing out a little bit of a life vest out to their teammates to buy them at least one more go at it.
One more round.
It's 12 all they get.
I will say, I mean, the money on Fnatic is absolutely phenomenal right now. I don't see a world where...
Shut up and don't finish the sentence.
Fnatic timeout.
There you go. Thank you.
I feel as if I'm getting bullied on the broadcast.
As you should be.
Ooh, but we got the nice beats.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Ooh, funky.
Ooh, yeah. Bounty hunters need 4.
That's true. That's very true.
When you put it into perspective like that, it really doesn't sound too bad.
It doesn't. It seems very doable, especially
Yes.
for Fnatic. If they get confident, they start maybe giving bounty hunters that momentum. And then by the time, you know, we see bounty hunters maybe get 3 in a row, we see that money being broken from Fnatic at that point.
Yeah, there's definitely a world.
You know,
I would assume
existential circumstances of them like planting bombs,
let's
successful
let's not even talk about
know.
it. Let's just live in the moment. That's what we need to do. That's what bounty hunters need to do if they want to try to claw back at this one round at a time for the potential of probably the biggest day one upset that at least I've been a part of in Fragadelphia, and that's a great way to do it. Blame F, a man that we've said his name so many times this series, already taken out of the round.
Yeah, but surprisingly enough, Jambo having the real match right now, 19 and 10. Leading the server in kills, but maybe for not much longer. They get some trades going on here. The op chimes through, finds another. It's a 4-on-2, 4-on-1. Fear, my guy, my brother, set me free, please. 1-on-2, he needs the ace. No! The Brazilians find one more.
The definition of insanity is doing something over and over again and expecting a different result.
I'm punching air, Don.
And I got some bad news for you. I've seen Fnatic with a lead a few times, and I've expected the same result each time, and I still, to an extent, expect it this time. So either I'm insane,
I think we're all insane.
or Fnatic actually does it.
I was insane once, actually.
Locked you in a room? Rubber room?
Yeah. Oh! What?
Yep, it's happening.
Yup.
It's happening. All right. Jambo, the heavy hitter of this particular map, out of the round. Such an aggressive stance in long. Now that longhouse is conceded. The CT does fall back towards his actual bomb side of defense. Ooh, Fnatic, I mean, not in the worst spot ever. It does really put a damper on your plans to be down a player so early in the round. But it only takes 1 kill to even it back up. It's not bad map control right now.
Double up on bounty hunters as well.
Oh, I actually didn't catch that.
That's a huge investment and actually a huge gamble. Granted, I mean, this is do or die for them, so I like it. I do like it because Fnatic hasn't encountered on any of these maps thus far the double up. Good reposition as well. Might be able to spot the top of the head on the right side. Smoke. Maybe not.
Oh, he actually has a leg off.
Almost gets a collateral as well. And 4 chiming in. Bounty Hunters. What?
Oh my God.
To 10, and they're getting loud.
Faria, 4K. You can never count a South American squad out of a game.
Nope.
And now look at the buy that Fnatic's gonna have to play with. They're forced to take a half buy. You can't invest everything you got because if you invest everything you have and you do lose again because you're losing the momentum, you're effectively making it an unwinnable situation. All bounty hunters need to do is stay strong during this eco round, and that's exactly what they're gonna do. 2 kills to open it up. Cypher tries to get back at it with the scout. Not gonna be able to get done, at least so far. 1 more op shot. Barbaria does eventually get traded out. Tech9 tries to tap away from Cap, but Cypher, the only one to remain. He does have the AK in his hand. I've seen a Cypher clutch before. That's a good way to start it off, a headshot, but nothing more. Bounty Hunters, 1 round away.
Donnie, I hate to break this to you.
Yeah, what's up?
This is just day 1, brother.
This is day 1, and you think that's bad news? This is Fragadelphia back in Philly. This is what we're supposed to be here for.
Is it?
The heartbreaks, the success stories, the potential to knock off one of the most prestigious organizations in esports.
You have a point there, Donnie. I'm also laying on the desk upside down, so I'm so concerned about this right now. Either way, it is going to be Bounty Hunters firing off that first op shot. Quick potential trade here, if possible, with that Galil, but no. It's Bounty Hunters first to fall.
Good name damage on to Blame F, but yeah, as you said, Fnatic do have the player advantage right now. Oh, I mean, think about how heartbreaking it would be for Bounty Hunters to come this close and yet fall. Frek's in a good spot. Oh, and Kaiser's coming along with the op as well. That's 1 kill. Op nearby, doubles up.
Oh,
this push needs to get stopped. The Molotov forces them out. Only Jambo left to deal with between Bounty Hunters and forcing overtime. He's flashed out, not ready for the swing, and that's overtime. Can you believe it? Something that we thought would be done in 2 maps in a very quick time has gone the distance, overtime in 1 map, and now overtime in the decider.
Well, Donnie, I'm doing my happy dance because I didn't want to sleep anyway. It's fine. It's fine. Everything's cool.
I'm hyped.
I'm
locked in. I'm ready to go. I want to see this upset happen.
Me too. I think it's a good turnaround, and I think this is kind of, you know, rattling the cage. Why are we doing that? Don't do that to me. Don't. No. It's too late for your shenanigans right now.
Now that's the real frag.
Yeah, that's actually true.
All right. Fnatic started out hot, but the M4 able to spray down 2. Flash does perfectly allow for Fnatic to even up the scoreline. Zox close with his M4 playing behind the smoke. No one's ready for it. He's going to fall back after finding 1 killer. Maybe stick around just a little bit longer. Meanwhile, towards bottom mid, Frek's not ready for the push of Cypher. Cypher almost dropping that kill, but instead, he will pick it up. Drops himself down to 20 HP. Jambo, burning alive, puts a smoke down. The bomb. Oh, no. What are you doing? Zoc, this is not the play. They're trading places in the smoke. What's happening? The no-scope comes in. Fnatic has the player advantage, but you can never count this up of Kaiser out of the round.
No, you can't, especially when you have the low HP of Cypher. He has the rifle. Jambo He's going to scoop up that bomb. He's got a long, arduous journey to cross over. Position now going to be given away from Kaiser. He's going to peek, almost does get tagged, I think, by the op itself, actually. Good shot goes wide. Fnatic find their first round in, well, seems like an eternity.
You know what? And you want to blame some of this on the fact that Crims isn't here. Obviously, a leader of the locker room, per se. Someone who's so experienced. He may not be your IGL, but you know he's in every single round. He's in every decision that's in the game.
And it's not from the lack of performance from his substitute either.
No, but you have to think that maybe it's just the mental side of the game that's being affected.
The presence that he brings.
I think that might just be it.
Because they're not playing the normal kind of comfortable CS. Unless
see, now they're starting to get aggressive. This is the Fnatic we like to see. The op not able to do anything. Only 2 players left alive already. So many shots missed. Zach, you're the only one left. Fnatic seem to line themselves up with a 14th.
I think Fnatic just wanted to stretch their legs a little bit, get them extra reps in, and well, just really play for it all. Every round, they want to go the full length and then some. As Zuck at least finds 1 residual kill, but it doesn't really mean much at all at the end of the day.
I mean, it doesn't mean too much. Money's not looking good for the CTs. This might be the clean sweep for Fnatic in this first half of the first of potentially more overtimes. But as good of a position that you could possibly ask to be in if you're Fnatic.
As an abysmal buy, too, for Bounty Hunters.
Yeah.
I see an
And we got a groovy beat.
An MP9. I'm grooving. I'm feeling it. I don't think Bounty Hunters are feeling it. That hype, that momentum has fallen deathly silent right now. The FAMAS even comes out. That is only 2 M4s. And Fnatic could make this a clean sweep.
It's a little bit of a better buy than I thought it was going to be. I guess I did my mental math wrong.
The utility's a little lackluster.
The utility's definitely lackluster, but I thought it was going to be a lot more bare bones than this. There's still a definite chance for Bounty Hunters to try to pick this round up.
And it's going to start with avoiding being picked from Jambo, and they do. They skirt their way around the op through double doors, push in towards top mid. Good aggression here from Bounty Hunters, but instead, it just helps to pad the stats here for the Fnatic squad.
I do like the idea behind that play, though. You don't want to just give up what you've been doing. You know, even though you may have your back against the wall, you still want to play your game. That's what Bounty Hunters have done so well today. But now down a player on the CT side, down in weaponry. Surely this is the time for Fnatic to fulfill the destiny that we had laid for them at the beginning of this game. Of course, we still have another half of play and another round to finish. Only a minute left.
That is very true, and it's only a single-man advantage for Fnatic as well. This might, we just like to assume it feels like a lot more. Under a minute left on the clock. They take the fight towards top mid. Fear, quick to fall, and running through the mollies, Blame F.
No way.
I don't know about that one, man.
Oh, a little bit overzealous on that peek and suicide. Now, 3v2. One CT completely blocked off. Where's the top of mid? The other one pinching in through lower. They need to try to deal with Cypher early on. That's a good spray. But I don't think there's a kit at play in all. So Bounty Hunters need to go quick.
It's now or never, and Jaxmo, he's sitting close by. Lets the first one runs by. Taps, sprays, and gets them both. It's a clean sweep here from Fnatic.
I heard a little bit of a Cypher pop off as well. Now they're starting to feel good. Can't let this slip away. Bounty Hunters
smirking a little bit.
I mean, there's still a chance for them to, but you would have to think that this is the time where the chapter gets closed.
We've thought a lot of things, and we've been wrong a lot
I
of
don't
times.
like thinking anymore.
We've been more wrong than right. Our win ratio is like suboptimal 15%.
It's almost as bad as my premier win rate, am I right?
28% win rate, I think.
No, I had like a 31. I blame you. Either way, what could be the last round of play does start with Blame F getting in an aggressive spot towards long. He starts to fall back, trades positions with Fear. Barnum, what a guy.
Love the guy. Ball, too. Kaiser scoped in with the Zop. He needs to find this opening pick for this squad to find themselves again. One more round. We've been here before. This feels so familiar, like some sort of fever dream that just happened literally 4 rounds ago. But Bounty Hunters, one more. To get one more, to get one more, to get one more.
Bounty Hunters feel nervous to me. I don't know exactly what it is. This just feels...
They're feeling squirmy.
Yeah, just a little bit. I mean, rightfully so, especially when you got Fear lined up from pit to spray down. That's one good kill. Only 4 more stand between Fnatic and playoffs, although a trade back does keep it even for the time being. CTs continue to trade with the Ts, but now into the 2-on-2. Not able to control the site. Gambo misses the op shot, jumps into another one, 1-on-1. Chicasmo versus Kaiser. Switch to the AK. The stand-in might be able to close it out for Fnatic. And finally put them into playoffs. Although it took longer than expected, Fnatic sit on top of the throne as they are the first team, at least on stream, to book themselves a nice little trip to playoffs.
And if I'm Bounty Hunters, I'm still psyched with that performance. And honestly, they look a little upset, but there are still some smiles with their performance. They should be ecstatic, putting Fnatic to the grinder, forcing them to OT 2 out of 3 maps, Donnie.
Yeah, I mean, and wasn't it full regulation map too as well?
14-16, 11-13, then to Dust, 2-16-12, but still, Bounty Hunters, a force to be reckoned with.
Yeah, it's hard to tell yourself to be happy after a loss, but god damn it if you did not just prove yourself against a team that I'm sure you grew up watching.
Oh, yeah.
It must feel amazing. Players that have been to majors, players that have been all over the place, and now you know that you belong, and you know that tomorrow you're gonna have a rematch against Lag. But I got some bad news for everyone. That is it for this stream today. We had a very fun day. Oh, yeah. I'm very grateful that myself and my dear friend All In Gaming were able to grace your screens and provide a little bit of a soundtrack for you guys watching the games. Anthony, do you have anything that you want to say before we close it out?
Just again, great performance from Bounty Hunters. I can't sing the praise of this squad any more than I already have. And I think that just goes to show you anybody is vulnerable on land. International, local, it doesn't matter. Bring the A game or else you're gonna get knocked out.
100%, and if you thought that was good today, let me just tell you, we got a lot more Counter-Strike over the next 3 days. So
this is
please,
day 1 of 4, guys. There's more.
Day 1
a
of
whole
4.
hell of a lot more.
Please come back tomorrow. Please come back for the weekend as well, because we will be there to provide it to you. Everyone, have a great night, and until tomorrow, we'll see you.